is not merely a forum for discussion, but a catalyst for action. It goes beyond being a conference as it aspires to be a transformative platform that influences industry practices, fosters global collaboration, and shapes the future of sustainable hospitality and tourism management. The Globe Summit aims to establish a platform for researchers, faculty, and students to present their research studies focusing on the following themes: sustainable horizons or innovations in hospitality and tourism, navigating tourism frontiers from tradition to technology, beyond borders, cultivating sustainable tourism futures, harmony in hospitality, integrating culture, technology, and sustainability, resilient journeys, transformative approaches in tourism management, from fields to feasts, exploring agritourism in sustainable hospitality, digital discoveries, or charting the future of tourism industries, wellness wonders, integrating health into hospitality and tourism. We also have a great honor to be here today with research scholars, academicians, and students from around the globe. We invite you to engage with and be inspired by the latest research and development, as well as explore presentations on transformative advancements across various sectors of hospitality and tourism. I would also like to congratulate the committee members, coordinators of core research Private Limited India, the National Conference, all the delegates and participants, the best of luck. Before we proceed, let us also acknowledge the participating schools and universities around the globe. As I call your university, please stand to be recognized. Participants from
of our venue, Sensei Ian
Is
and
at
in
the
the
back.
back. And we are still waiting for.
And I guess we are still waiting for to set up their booth again. And of course, we'd also like to acknowledge and thank our participating countries for Globe Summit 2024. We have Philippines, Pakistan, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, Australia, and of course, we also have India, South Africa, and Saudi Arabia. Let's give a warm round of applause, please, to all of our participating countries. So, as you may all know, this Globe Summit 2024 is the first ever Globe Summit to say. And of course, we are forecasting and we are preparing for the next or the upcoming Globe Summits to come. So, I hope that when the time comes for the second Globe Summit 2025, you're still here with us to support in our endeavor in giving a platform to the academicians, researchers, and students to present their amazing and insightful researches from all across the globe. So right now for Globe Summit 2024, if I'm not mistaken, we have accumulated 100 plus head counts combined for attendees and presenters, both physical and virtual. So hopefully for Globe Summit 2025, we will be able to, gather some more because this is an amazing platform for you guys, especially to present your um, studies, papers na talaga namang pinaghirapan or the hard work should be recognized and of course celebrated. And to all of our presenters and attendees from countries, mabuhay and maligayang pagdating po sa Pilipinas. Maraming maraming salamat po for joining us. Or if I may translate it, thank you and welcome to the Philippines. Thank you so much for joining us. Palakpakan po natin ang ating mga international attendees and presenters. Once again, may I invite everyone to please rise for the singing of the Philippine national. Thank you so much, everyone. And I hope you are all as I am to kick off the second day of Globe Summit 2024 here in the beautiful city of Tagaytay, Philippines. We've got an incredible lineup of speakers, sessions, and papers for today. But before we dive into all of that, we are honored to be joined by the Polytechnic University of Vice President for Research, Extension, and Development. She will be giving us her welcome speech virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, give her a warm round of applause for VP Ana Ruby P. Gapasin. Again, we thank you everyone for your patience. We are, you know what, when things are being done live, things like this are bound to happen. This is inevitable. But while we are, I believe, instead of the video presentation, let's hear the welcome speech from our conference chair and the campus director of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Please give a warm round of applause to Director Cheryl Morales.
So while we're waiting for BP, so again, mabuhay, really very wonderful presentations, and we have seen amazing papers. The purpose of it is not just presenting it. The purpose of Globe Summit is to be a platform for all our presenters to share the empirical studies that they have, and for us to utilize and adopt some of it, or the things that are adoptable to our own community. So also, we would like to take this opportunity tomorrow. BP Gapasan, our Vice President for Research, Extension Planning, and Development, we will be hosted there for one of the we are the last stop for the campus tour. We'll be touring you in our own university, and we will have a meet and greet with our executives. So also, VP Gapasin would like to extend her greetings together with the rest of our executives. And we would like to take the opportunity to thank everyone, specifically the schools, our partners, for trusting to collaborate with the number one, the only national polytechnic university in the country, hosting 80,000 students all over the Philippines, with now 24 campuses all over the country. So we're very, very happy seeing you here, both in the platform and Zoom, and here in as our physical attendee. We hope that we will bond together and make her, her message. So again, good morning, everyone.
Thank you They are. Here we go. Once again, please give a warm round of applause for VP Ana Ruby Capasin. Must go on. And we will be moving on Oh, it's working now. All right. Let's do this. 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 This is a different kind of welcome.
audible to you?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Are we audible to you?
Yeah, yes, we hear you. I'm only online.
No, we are. Sir, can you present?
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, it's my time, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Definitely. Let me just grab my file.
Can you see your, what I can see the page?
Can you see my screen?
Just in him.
Today, my name is Carl.
Yes, we are in online. Can you see your screen, sir?
Okay.
But not sure the one offline.
Something wrong with the...
Sir, can you start?
Yeah.
Question is it?
You need to share your screen, sir, your presentation.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to figure out how to get these things out.
Okay, take your time.
Yeah. So just give me another minute, please. I need to remove all the audios that I was sending out for the recording.
To present your PPT
Yeah,
from
I
here,
am.
that can.
Yeah, I am. We still have 2 minutes, isn't it? Give me that
Okay,
2
okay.
minutes time.
Oh, okay.
Because I have all the audios, additional audios, gonna become disturbing. So I just need to remove that. Okay, I think now it's okay now. Yeah, I'm able to present. All right, thank you. Okay, is anyone can see my screen? Hello, is everyone can see my screen?
Yeah, it's
Right,
visible.
thank you. So I can start now. All right, thank you so much, everyone. My name is Carl. So I am currently the PhD student in the Western Sydney Universities. And I'm going to present my research article. Title is How Does Food Waste Impact the Tourism Sector? From managerial perspective on food waste management of the Sydney's hospitality SMEs, the case study analysis. So I got co-writer is Dr. Saeed Mohammed. And I got my support from my principal supervisor, which is Dr. Julie Wen. This is my biography and Dr. Saeed's biography. The abstract is about, this study is actually about the food waste management of from Sydney hospitality sectors. I was focusing on the small and medium enterprise. And it aims to understand, to investigate what is managerial's attitude, perceptions, and also behaviors towards the food waste management. and how their impact on the tourism industry. So I'm going to use the qualitative methods of the interview, including the interviews, the focus group and observations, and then with draw of TPB theory, the theory of planned behaviors, to analyze the managerial decision, how that influence the sustainable practice. The research aim is to assess managerial attitude, perceptions, and behavior towards the food waste management from the hospitality SMEs in Sydney, which is to understand their impact on the tourism destinations. Objective is to explore the role of SME owners, managers in the food waste generation and mitigations, to investigate the challenge and also the barriers of SME facing at the moment of implementing effective food waste management practice. The third objective is to identify the best practice through the observational case studies. My research question is, one, how do the managerial perspectives influence the adoption and effectiveness of food waste management strategies? Two, what are the unique challenges that faced by the SMEs in implementing sustainable practice? Three is how can SME adaptabilities and innovations to be harnessed for the rapid adoptions of effective food waste management strategies? The reason I do this research because the certain of significance is really impact us in the industry. First of all, the food waste in Sydney is contributed significantly, especially the collective efforts from the SMEs. Second, the potential benefits from improved food waste management can be found or hopefully can be found. Three is that to fill the current research gap. The overview of the tourism industry at this stage, there is not just about economic contribution, also there's a cultural exchange, and also they are bringing to the negative environmental impact. The hospitality sector is one of the major sectors from the tourism industries. And the challenges basically is all about environmental and a sustainable practice for the tourism industry. The global challenge for the food waste approximately is about 1.3 billion tons of food being wasted globally. And there's a nearly in between 691 million to 783 million people are still facing hungers in year of 2022. And the hospitality sector accounts for the 12% of the food waste. And the food waste is not just about the food itself. They're also wasting the resources, such as water, energy, and other resources. And there is contribute significantly of societal, environmental, and the economic costs. So SMEs, they are the major contributors.
After the presentation.
So, hello, sorry. The food waste from Australia. Australia food waste roughly about 7.6 million tons yearly that's generated. 40% goes to landfills, and it costs 20 billion Australian dollars. And at this stage, the SMEs, they are facing a few barriers. One is resource constraint. Two, there is some other resources, some other issues, the lack of the support from the government as well. So this is the SME's characteristic. And the current food waste management literatures, basically they're focusing on the hospitality staff's attitude. They are more focused on the consumer and the consumption behaviors. They have a certain researches related to the household beliefs, attitude, and behaviors, and also related research in supply chains, social media campaigns, and food waste natures. And also there's some other food waste management literature focused on the drivers of the food waste, the Institute of Food Waste Management.
Speakers, please inform them that we are running late.
Yes.
Because of technical work, technical issues.
Yes.
So the first the guest speakers, and then we have the
Keynote
keynote speakers.
Then we will start the session.
Okay. The current literature gap is because of the lack of standardized measurement, benchmark, and precise data. Also, the information we have a significant demographic limitations. A lot of research is happening in the developed countries rather than the developing countries. And there is also lack of managerial perceptions and attitude informations. There is lack of SMEs perspective in terms of food waste management. There's also lack of participation from international branded hotels. And also in some countries, the food waste management research is a sensitive topic. There's also some areas being overlooked due to the cuisines differences, countries, regional demographic, and provincial distinctions. And the food waste management also overlooked the income and financial status. The gaps also happening between the country, like developed country and developing countries. And some of the recommendation from the current literatures did not really feasible, especially, the recommendations not support good enough for the small food business establishment. And there's research limitation, time limitations. So that's caused the inaccuracies and our restricted conclusions. So my theory framework is the theory of the plant behavior. So this is one of the theory I'm going to use for conduct my research. Methodologies, including semi-structured interviews, focus group, and also the observations in the operation from SMEs. I believe that the reason why it's important because of, first of all, in the industry, there's a lack of progress. There's not many change happening. Second, as a chef, I am a chef, and I still have a lot of passion for the sustainable operations in our industries. And I want to make some change and also want to make some differences. Okay, so this is my conclusion. Reference. This is all about my presentation. Okay, thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Before we proceed, we would like to sincerely apologize for the delay and the confusion. So what happened was earlier I introduced that we will be listening to the guest speech of Dr. Agostinos from Indonesia, but we had a slight confusion, and the presentation that you just watched is the presentation of our first presenter for today, Carl Shi. So as he was presenting, he is being graded by our session chair and our panel of reactors. So to all of our virtual presenters in Zoom, we would like to apologize for the delay. We're just experiencing technical difficulties here on our end. So the program that I provided initially via email will not be followed for today, as it was adjusted last minute to, it was tailored to our lineup of presenters for today. So before we proceed to our session 1 of presenters, we will still listen to the guest speech, the keynote speech, and another session speech before the session 1. So again, we apologize for the confusion and the delay, and we shall proceed with the adjusted program flow for today. So once again, we would like to welcome virtually Dr. Agostinos Liz Indrenanto for his guest speech on rural rhythms, sustaining authentic experience. Let's give him a warm round of applause, please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, respectful researchers, and also honorable leaders of the Conference of Globe Summit. It is an honor to be sharing knowledge with you. So let me share my screen first. Okay, sorry, can you see my screen? Okay. So today I'd like to share about some issues that we are
Just
facing
loading,
now.
sir.
Okay, still loading.
It's visible.
Okay, good.
Please
Thank you.
proceed.
Thank you. So today I'd like to share about the ideas of rural rhythms sustaining authentic, but I'm going to use the case of Bali, Indonesia. I think some of you, have heard about Bali because Bali is more famous than Indonesia back then. Yeah, like 10 years ago, people know most about Bali, no less about Indonesia. But where is Bali actually? Bali is a part of an island in Indonesia. It is around 5 hours flight from Philippines to Denpasar in Bali. So it is one small island, which is one of international tourist destinations in that well known around the globe. But what is Bali? Bali is as voted as the second place of world's popular destination by TripAdvisor, and also voted as the best island in Asia by Destination Asia the Choice Award in 2024, and also best island in the world in 2023 Reader's Choice Award. So already got many recognition, international recognition for Bali as a international tourist destination. But what is Bali to offer? Actually, these small islands, whole island is a tourist attractions, but it is comprised around there are 4.3 million people living there in the islands, and also the total area is around 5,700 kilometers. It's rank number 26 in Indonesia, 36 in Indonesia in terms of the land size, and rank of 16 in terms of the population-wide. However, it is interesting island. Why? Because as you know, ladies and gentlemen, that Indonesia is the most populated nation in the world. We are predominantly a Muslim country in a way, but we are not a Muslim country, but most majority of our people is a Muslim. However, in this island, 90% of the local people is Hindu. So 90% is Balinese, is Hindu. And it is what makes this island interesting. So the cultures, the natural attraction blend into one attraction for international tourist destinations. However, the stages of Bali tourism developments started from 1960 up to 1970, where the early government's investments kickstart, and then they build the infrastructures, the iconic hotel they start to build, and then growing up to the next stage, which is 1980 to 2000s, where the growth spurt, the tourism boom already, and a lot of beach and rice field has been explored, and the government's support and wide developments of investment. Up to 2000, up to now, as the tourism life cycle, Bali already meeting the peak or the maturity life cycle. It means that there are two choices, going up or going down. So now at that stage, Bali has facing several problems. As you know, maybe in 2000, some of you maybe recall that 2002, there is one Bali bombing one about the terrorist attack, and then it was then predicted that Bali can be within 10 years time. But however, tourism already approved the power of tourism, and then it goes up again, not less than 10 years. Then 2005, second Bali bombing. So the number of international tourists drops again. But once again, tourism's prove their resilience, and then the tourism's up again until now. We are all of us in the global hidden by COVID. Yes, of course, COVID is going to make tourism going down again, but now it's already going up and picking up all the tourism again. So this is what's happening in Bali. In terms of the context of tourist attraction, what is Bali to offer? First is stunning natural beauty. Has a beautiful beach, landscapes, and rice field, and so on, and also have a good culture, rich culture, the dance, the song, and everything. And it has a warm hospitality and welcoming spirits. The Balinese people are renowned for their genuine warmth and friendly smiles. And then it is a paradise of leisure adventure. So you can find so many facilities from low budget accommodation into 5-star and luxurious resorts. We have also mountain, volcano, everything we have in Bali. In terms of accommodations, they have many offer for backpackers type of accommodation up to the luxurious resort near the beach, near the cliff, and also deep in the jungle. As you can see in my pictures, there are so many various options of accommodation that can cater all type of tourists, especially for Westerns and also Asian tourists. So what happened for rural tourism in Bali actually? Rural tourism in Bali, we have 5 rural tourism that already being the what they call it as the heroes of the rural tourism. We have one is a village tourism. The government programs create officially designated villages that welcome tourists. Place like Panglipuran village is a bamboo architecture village, has been renowned as one of the cleanest villages in the world by by UNESCO. So it is a great village. And then there also another one is ecotourism activity in the rural area that promoting sustainable practices. It based on natural-based activities, involve eco-lodge, trekking, rural rice paddy fields, participating in wildlife conservation efforts, learnings about turtle farming and everything. And agrotourism also going to be what we call it option for tourists to do their activity. So like they are farming, involving volunteering farming, and also joining the local crops, and also participating in the harvest, enjoying farms activity to table dining experiences. And the next one is homestay and boutique stay. Instead of luxurious resort, some homes are converted into homestay, and this allow more authentic experience for the international visitors, especially to enjoy the real local life of Balinese. And then the last one is cultural immersion programs. So these both rural villages are offering programs where tourists can learn about Balinese arts, craft, dance, music, and traditional ceremonies. However, this is thing that we offer in rural tourism in Bali. But tourism is not always brings good, but also bring a negative impact. This is what happened that I think some of you already familiar with the case, the problem that we are facing with over tourism, because Bali is already reached the over tourism periods. What happened is the loss of agricultural lands and livelihoods. The rise of tourism can lead to conversion of agricultural lands into villas. Many local people sell their paddy fields, sell their food, the land, to convert into villa and resorts. So this is already happening like 20 to 10 years ahead, and then it becomes common that local people selling their land to build a villa. And then environment strain, there is an increase of waste generations, of course, from pollutions for the waste, plastic, and etc. And some, in period of time, the plastic floating in the beach that people have to clean it up together. And also the cultural dilutions, or we call it commodifications. A lot of Balinese traditional dancing is usually mostly like performing around 5 to 6 hours durations, the traditional one, the local one. But however, for the consumption of tourists, it's not enjoyable for tourists to watch that long. So they commodificate. So they modify the culture into 45 minutes performing art. So the long duration cut into 45 minutes to show to the tourists so that they enjoy the attraction. Some part of the dancing being cut, some part which is too cruel to show to the tourists, they cut it into more fun and more entertaining for the tourists. And the last one is the social disruptions for the rising costs, because a lot of tourists come to Bali, whether from other part of Indonesians or other part of the world. They come to Indonesia and they have stay, business, and a lot of things. So that increase the cost of living in Bali. So this is what happened when the rural community unable to cope with the problem the coming of tourists. One issue that recently comes up that we have in the Google map in Bali, there is one area, we call it New Mosque. New Mosque. What happened here in this situation? I think this is the only place that the Russian and Ukrainian people can live together because we know they are having a war in their home country, but in Bali, they are living together harmoniously. And they create certain community, even they put it on the map, they call it a new mosque. So is it good or bad for the rural tourism? For the economics side perspective, yes, it can be a good sign because it is already internationally well known. But for the local and also for the sake of environments and cultures preservations, it is a warning for us. It is a challenging because some of them are not obeying the local laws. Some of them are doing what they like and they do make some problems. So this is the issue that we are facing now in Bali. However, what are the governments and the local people do? This is the action that they do, the government initiative to preserve Balinese culture, authenticity, and restore the rural area. Preserving culture, they're using the village tourism program. So this program is designed villages as official tourism destinations. So all the traffic are moved in the village and they focus on the village activity and focus on sustainable practice. So they limit the big infrastructures. They focus on sustainable practice, promoting eco-friendly tourism and cultural immersions. And they support the local artisans. So the local artists can perform their art and original design. And also revitalizing the traditional practices such as subak. Subak is the traditional way of irrigation for farming. So they already reactive that so that people can see, people can witness the original rice field processing management for the local peoples. And in terms of revitalizing rural area, they build infrastructures, investing in road, irrigation system, and access to clean water. The governments also try to microfinance the local people with providing them with financial aids and training opportunities for rural communities. They focus on homestay, they support homestay, and they support the ecotourism promotions, the activity for the local, they promote it for the tourists, but responsible tourists. The last one, they try to preserving natural beauty, conservation effort. And the most important one, they convey or they really strictly apply the rules that no in Bali, there are no high-rise building. Yeah, now there are some, but there are local wisdom that the building cannot be built up higher than the palm tree. So this is the local wisdom that they apply in Bali. Only certain buildings that are low higher than the palm tree, but most of the resort are less higher than palm tree. So it is what they are doing in Bali. They on conserving their cultures. And the most important one is the spirits, the concept of Trihita Karana. This is the way of life in Balinese that protect them for the changing, the drastic changes of the words. So they harmony with God, this refer to maintaining the respectful connection with the divine Balinese Hindus achieve through prayers, offering, and temple rituals. Pawanang, this is harmony among the people. So that's why many tourists like to come to Bali because Balinese are so friendly, so warm, welcoming, because their value is to maintain the good relationships, cooperation, and social responsibility with the community. And the last one is the harmony with the natures. So the Balinese also apply or what do we call it? They practice the harmony with the nature, respecting the nature, practicing sustainability, and preserving the natural worlds. Lastly, they up to now they still maintain the one day which is very sacred for in all over Bali. So we call it as a Nyepi or the day of silence. In this day, so everyone have to stop. No one, only certain local officer that can look around towards other people. Even the airport, the ferry, the street, the plane, everything has to stop in whole one day, so that give time to the world, give time to the people, give time to the earth to recover their freshness. So this is what they apply in Bali. So my last point is something to remember that authenticity is a complex concept. Culture evolves because tourism play roles. Many people coming to our country, to our destination, to our local area. We have to embrace the dynamic nature of the current culture while respecting the traditional. So we have to be able to modify, but we have to be wise. So, and the nice one is to be mindful of inauthentic experience. Oversaturated tourist area or stage performance might not reflect the true essence of the cultures. And the last one needs strong commitment from all the stakeholders, especially for the governments, the local people, to preserve their culture constantly and persistently. So this is all my presentation. I share from you from Surabaya. Hopefully one day you can come to Bali and enjoy Indonesia. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our first guest speaker, Dr. Agostinos Liz Endrenanto. Now we shall move on to the speech of our first keynote speaker for today on the topic From Field to Feast, Sustainability Approach to Gastronomy. It is my distinct pleasure and honor to introduce our keynote speaker. She is a distinguished alumna of the Graduate School of Management and Science and University in Shah Malaysia, where she earned her Bachelor of Food Services and Technology with first-class honors. She furthered her education by obtaining a Master of Business Administration with a major in global marketing, enriching her academic journey at prestigious institutions like Yale School of Management in the USA and ESADE Business School in Spain. In addition, she has participated in the WBCSD Sustainability LEAP program, receiving academic acknowledgement for her contributions. With 12 years of industry experience, she has worked across various functions, including quality management, audit and compliance, supply chain, business analysis, and sustainable development in the food industry. Her extensive expertise and passion for sustainable practices have made her a respected leader in her field. Please join me in welcoming Miss Eileen Ko So Wei. Let's give her a warm round of applause, please. Aileen Ko So Wei.
Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm humbled and honored to be here today to speak about one of the critical issues of our times, sustainability in gastronomic sector. My name is Eileen. A very quick intro about myself. Thanks, MC, for the very brief introductions. I hold a bachelor degree in food services and technology, complemented by MBA. It was like more than 10 years ago, graduated from Management and Science University. And last year, I planned to further study on the sustainability area, where I went to the Yale University in US, as well as ESADE Business School in Madrid, Spain. So I feel blessed that because of my career experience, I have been working across various capacity within the food system over the past 12 years. And I've been working in the departments such as quality assurance, procurement, supply chains, business analysts, up to sustainable development. So I am blessed that because of my past career experience, it dedicated me to advancing on sustainable practices and leveraging on innovative solutions to address the challenges that we face in this food industry. Thank you so much to the organizer for inviting me to become one of the keynote speakers today to share on my industry experience with all of you. So when I first received the topic for today, is to delve into the fascinating world of gastronomy through the lens of sustainability, I started to reminisce the good and bad old days. And I still remember vividly that 12 years ago, when I was an environmental auditor, I conduct the on-site verifications at the farm, at the food processing site, at the agriculture sites, at every corner in the food supply chains. Yeah. And as an environmental auditor, as you all know, we use the assessment tool to verify the company environmental compliances and also to evaluate the performance, the effectiveness of the company environmental management system. So environmental protections was the focus in those days, with the aim of maintaining a healthy nature environment. And as time passed, sustainability has become a new norm in every aspect of our sector today. So look, if you look at what is the difference between environmental and sustainability, is that sustainable developments, it encompasses the environmental, social, economic objective that helps to deliver a long-term and equitable growth that benefits our current and future generations. So companies are increasingly stepping up on sustainability by adopting the climate-friendly targets in the operations today. Therefore, to all the students in hospitality and tourism, it is also crucial for us to understand the impact of our choices on this environmental, society, and economy. So gastronomy is not something only to deliver delicious dishes. It is a holistic experience that covers the entire journey of the food, which we call from field to the fest. It is more about understanding where is the ingredient coming from, how are we going to produce, and the implications from the consumptions all the world around us. Yeah. So in recent years, you will notice that sustainability have become more and more awareness, especially in the gastronomic field. So the food industry, in fact, is one of the biggest contributor to the greenhouse gas emissions today. It causes the nature resources degradations with issues such as deforestation, greenhouse gas emissions, and the water pollutions that arising from the food production as well as the distribution. Hence, the hospitality and tourism industry, in fact, play a very critical role in promoting peer to fast a sustainability approach to gastronomy using the sustainable practices throughout the entire food chain, which is from the productions until the consumptions. This is the first time I'm visiting Philippines. To me, this is a very beautiful country. Yeah. And one thing I realized is Philippines is renowned with a vibrant culinary traditions, and you have the rich agriculture heritage. Therefore, to me, the concept of fear to fast, it makes strong sense to implement here. Yeah. From my perspective, food is not just a sustenance. It is a way, a reflection of our culture, our identity, our heritage. And therefore, I would like to also take this platform to urge all the students in this field to look into, to address the challenge that facing in the food industry today, and how can we promote sustainable development in this area. Yeah. And one of the key principles for sustainable gastronomy is through the concept of, we call it farm to table, or we can say it field to fork. So this concept emphasizes how we can source our ingredients locally and how we can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. So if we're looking into the industrial practices today, there are a lot of opportunity for us to source the ingredients from the nearby community, from the nearby places. By sourcing locally, hotel, restaurants, they can reduce their environmental footprint. At the same time, they actually provide the food which is fresh, seasonal, and most importantly, they are support the local economic growth. Yeah. So another aspect of supporting sustainability in gastronomy, which is through the concept of reducing waste. There are multiple ways to reducing waste. For instance, as students in this field, if you want to look into what are the potential, what are the opportunity that you can work on, we can start at the very initial phase. For example, by looking into careful planning, portions control, or even think about creative use of the ingredients. And for hotel, restaurants, they can adopt the sustainable practices by reducing waste, composting the organic waste, or even use the eco-friendly packagings or utensil. So if everyone play a role in supporting on these sustainable developments, together we can create a more vibrant, equitable food system for the future generations. When we talk about sustainability in gastronomy, it also involves the ethical and fair trade practices in the food industry. When we talk about ethical and fair trade practices, for instance, it talk about to provide the fair treatments to the employee in the food industry. For the animal welfare and health standards, we need to uphold it. And also, in my last conference keynote speaker, I talk about indigenous foods. Indigenous foods is also part of the thing that we should be respect and preserve it. So by promoting ethical food practices, it will produce a more just or equitable food system for our future generation. Yeah. And one of the very interesting thing that I would like to share here is that as a future leader in hospitality and tourism management, have you ever think about that you actually have the power to influence the future, to influence the businesses, to influence the policy maker, and even influence the consumer? You have the power to shape the future of gastronomy. And this work can be done in collaborations with the food industry, with the industry player along the value chain through advocacy and education. Yeah. So one of the things that we can work on in advocacy and education, for instance, for hotels and tourism industry, what they can work on is provide the offerings such as the organic farm visits, encourage consumers to participate in harvesting activity, innovative cooking classes, or even provide a seminar talk about regenerative agriculture into their offerings. Bring the awareness to the consumer where they promote the growth in tourism business. So by doing so, you are not only growing on the tourism business, but on the other hand, you are giving the customer first-hand knowledge about how to practice sustainable in gastronomy. And they will be the advocates for change, not only in their lifestyle, but also for the community. So by practicing all this sustainability approach in our food system, we can together produce a more resilient, vibrant, and equitable food system. Well, in conclusions, I would say that the fuel to fast concept or sustainability approach to gastronomy, it is not a trendy buzzwords, but it is more to a call for actions to every one of us to rethink about our relationship with food and the environment. I was sharing with you guys 12 years ago, I was an environmental auditor checking on the compliances. I'm very glad today, 12 years later, today, I'm standing here to advocate with all of you the importance of sustainable development across various sectors, including hospitality and tourism sectors. So if I can do that, you can do it too. So a message to the future leader in hospitality and tourism management, I believe you will be able to commit to promote sustainable development in all aspects of gastronomy in your sector. And together, we are aiming to produce the good, nutritious, delicious, and sustainably produced food to everyone on this planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the insightful keynote speech, Ms. Aileen Ko. All right, and now before we proceed to our next session speech, we shall award the certificate to Ms. Aileen Ko. May I invite Dr. Sayed to join us here on stage for the awarding of certificate. Allow me to read the citation of the certificate of appreciation. This is given to Miss Aileen Ko Sowe in recognition of her contribution as keynote speaker at the Global Leadership in Hospitality and Tourism Management Globe Summit 2024, given this 5th, 6th, and 7th of June 2024, Tagaytay, Philippines. Signed by Dr. Sayed Saho, the Chief Advisor of Core Research Private Limited India, and Director Cheryl Morales, the Conference Chair of Globe Summit 2024. All right, once again, let's give a warm round of applause to Ms. Aileen Ko Sowe. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us today. Your insights into sustainability and your extensive experience in the food industry have provided us with intensive knowledge about the sustainable practices. So that's a big thing for us in the tourism and hospitality industry, especially in the food sector. So once again, thank you, ma'am, and welcome to the Philippines. As we continue our exciting journey through the Globe Summit 2024, it is my pleasure to introduce our session speaker for today. He is a distinguished expert in sustainable technologies with a focus on upcycling innovations. He currently serves as the project head at Sentinel Upcycling Technologies, a division of Sentinel Plastic Manufacturing Corporation, Philippines. In this role, he has spearheaded numerous initiatives aimed at transforming plastic waste into valuable resources, driving both environmental sustainability and economic growth. Today, he will be sharing his insights and valuable perspectives and strategies in the realm of sustainable practices and upcycling in the hospitality and tourism industry. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Jonathan Ko. A warm round of applause, please.
Right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the very kind introduction to the people in the internet. Hello, mabuhay. Welcome to the Philippines virtually, and to our guests, welcome to the Philippines actually, physically. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Joy, for inviting me here. It's the first time I'm talking to hospitality professionals. So I changed it up a bit. You know, in this drive for circular economy, and I think this plays a good part in, sorry to the camera people, I tend to walk around. Sorry. Just deal with it. I'm sorry. It's important to collaborate. No, I've been doing this for 10 years. And one of the key things I've learned is that collaboration is key. And so my shirt is actually presenting around 11 groups. So I'm here representing Sentinel Upcycling Technologies. This shirt, the Changemaker shirt, we're representing. There is a, if you have the time, there's a very new mall in Parañaque. It's called 88 Square Mall. On the second floor, there's a sustainable development goal. Mom is nodding her head. Have you been there? It's very, very nice. It's called the Sustainable Development Goals Museum. So we have an exhibit there. And so I'm promoting that event because they gave it to us for free. And on my left and in the screen in front of you, you will see Philippine Alliance for Sustainable Solutions. This is a group of businesses of different natures. So upcycling, there's a composting group there. There's a advertising agency. There is a farm. There is a farm. It's unstable because there's a farm. There's a body care products provider. There is a compostable packaging manufacturer. And there is a custom furniture and custom restaurant, house, and commercial furniture manufacturer. The group that, okay, next slide, please. Okay. All right. So just a short background, Sentinel Upcycling. We are in the plastic manufacturing industry. We have been in this business for 60 years. My lolo started it. My grandparents started it in 1964. We have, we now have 12 factories, 1,800 people. So Sentinel Upcycling Technologies is one of the younger, not yet money-making projects. I do it because it feeds my soul. I think that's important. What we do is we try to make use of post-consumer sourced plastic recyclables. So our promise is that whenever you buy our products, we will make sure that the material used for it is from post-consumer sources, right? But for today's presentation, I would like to focus on our, next slide please, our member. Tina Antonio is the owner of La Union Soul. Tina Antonio owns a hotel in, well, La Union Soul, right? And called Urbis Garden as Urbis Garden. Okay, La Union Soul is the group that she organized. No, so when I was invited by Joy to speak here, I asked Tina, maybe can you put together a deck? I think it would be most relevant because the audience are hospitality and tourism practitioners. Okay? And I think, in fact, I know that to adopt sustainable practices necessitates and in fact is in fact accelerated by experiences in the hospitality and tourism sector. Whenever I go to Europe, I go to Japan, the US, Canada, and I stay in different resorts, you experience certain things. You experience, hospitality in Germany is quite different from hospitality in Switzerland, for example, right? In Canada, in the US. Five-star hotels in Asia is different from five-star hotels in Germany or in Switzerland or in Italy. You need to discount it when they say, it's five-star in Europe versus it's five-star, let's say, in Thailand or in the Philippines, in fact. So I think resorts and hotels and any hospitality engagement is a way to get people to experience things. And maybe instead of them going back to their country and saying, we're never going to do that here, we want to have them experience practical things that they can bring back to their country as ideas that they can grow. Okay? So that was the idea of asking my friend Tina of Urbis Garden in La Union to share with us. Okay? So this is what she sent, and I will go through it and share with you some insights that I personally got from this. Okay? For those of you that don't know, La Union is booming. It is experiencing a huge amount of growth, a huge amount of investment. And as with rapid growth, things get left behind. Okay? So rapid development, unplanned development, in this case, leads to a lot of pollution. A lot of pollution. Okay? And for tourist spots, this is a big problem because nobody wants to go to a shithole, right? You want to be in a beautiful place. All right? So that was the threat that La Union is experiencing. Yes, we appreciate the tax money. Yes, we appreciate the jobs. Yes, we appreciate all of the infrastructure development. But if it comes at the cost of the long-term sustainability of this place, then perhaps it is not good. So it's always about finding the balance, right? And that is what Tina set out to do. Next slide, please. Okay, so, nope, previous slide. Nope. Okay, so the solution is, her solution is private sector initiated movement to promote sustainability in business operations. This is a private-led movement. In fact, she encountered resistance from government, because the government have not yet identified programs for tourism sustainability. So it was up to the private sector to create its own initiative. Okay? So somebody must start it. I don't know how many of you here own resorts or will work in resorts or in the hospitality and tourism. I assume most of you will be or are already. So the first insight, please, is if you can do something, do something. Right? If you can do something, folks, my God, do something. Don't rely on government or don't say, oh, it's their job. Yes, it's their job, but if you don't do anything, well, sinong gagawa? Who will do it? So you have to do it. Okay, another insight is, next slide, the initiatives must be localized. Okay, what will work in La Union may not necessarily work in an isolated island. For example, Siargao, Marinduque, Romblon, Batanes, and in fact, Boracay. Right? It must be localized. So an example of that is this. Next slide, please. Okay. So they found something specific that is unique to La Union. It is a turtle habitat. Turtle habitat. And these are just some numbers. 6,000 hatchlings in prior to 2017. Okay? In 2017, only 1,500 hatchlings. Okay? That's a problem because the turtles are an endangered species. And you actually want more turtles, right? Because if you do diving and things, it's nice to see those creatures, right? So, analysis, the factors that have contributed this threat is improper disposal of trash on the beach, right? Even it's so dirty in La Union, even animals don't want to stay there, right? More so, humans spending hard-earned money, right? Okay. Next is loud music and bright lights from the development in that area. It's stressing the animals out, particularly the turtles, right? Okay. So, there's a cycle kasi with turtles. It's not that they banned parties along the beach. That's fun. It's just that what they ended up doing was banning parties during the nesting season of
Moment. Thank you.
I'll repeat it on this guy's behalf to the people on the internet. Sorry. Are we good? Can we go on? Okay. So that's the problem. What is the solution? Okay, what did Tina do? Tina organized. Okay. So Tina organized the La Union Soul movement. Though it's composed of several NGOs, the government, unti-unti, little by little, and of course, the local resorts in the area, right? So, next slide. Insight, initiatives must be collaborative. Collaborative. Okay? Next. Okay. All right. Okay. It has 5 goals. It has 5 goals. It wants to it aims to strengthen business community initiatives. Okay? Number 2, it disseminates information on sustainable business practices. And I want to say something in this space, no? With the advent of social media, everyone can say anything they want, right? So the problem is with sustainability initiatives, sometimes the practices are conflicting. So as a business owner that has to spend money to either comply or participate, it's very, I'd like to say stressful to be bombarded with, oh, you have to do this, oh, you have to do this, oh, you have to do that, or you have to do this other thing. And so it's important to collaborate because, okay, this is the direction. Because most suggestions have a kernel of truth in them. Most of them have it. But it's always about how it is executed. The second thing is, it's not just about how it's executed, but the solution needs to be scaled to have significant impact, especially if we're talking about something like the environment. Right? Third, not only do they disseminate information on sustainable businesses, not only do they train and provide that service, they also empower. So another insight is, it's important that after you teach them, you provide them the other resources they need to execute on whatever it is that you're training them for. I think that's very, very important. Next is introduction of sustainable solutions. What is the actual thing? So it's like, okay, now I know, now I've been trained. What exactly can I do about it? What do I need to change? What do I need to buy? Etc. Right? And finally, private-public consultation and lobbying. You know, local government, we ask government to do a lot of things. And so sometimes, you know, sustainability is not in their top 5. Of course, it's security, it's health, it's all of these other more important things, right? So we need to lobby, not because the government is not doing anything, they do plenty, but we need to get their attention, right? Next slide, please. So these are some examples, no, of what they did. Okay. They did a Pawikan advertising tourism campaign, and they did community activities, beach cleanups, and all of these things. No, the key is to engage the community. It's very important to engage the community. They did the Pawikan Pledge. They did all of these marketing things, right? Marketing related things to get attention. I think that's very important. Okay? Here's another thing they did. Next slide, please. Okay. So, they're also supporting, and this is how we met, okay, manufacturers like us that make sustainable products. So they provide solutions to their communities. They make it easy for the people who buy into their vision to act on that vision. It's very important to do. Traditional takeout containers, right? 17 of 36 beachfront establishments have shifted to Pawikan-friendly lighting. The solution is provided. And here's the key. For business owners, you cannot keep telling business owners, oh, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, without actually giving them suggestions on do this instead, do this instead, do this instead. Okay? Very important. And then 14 of 36 beachfront establishments have Pawikan-friendly sound controls. Right? Very practical, very localized. Next slide. Okay? So what's the point? Initiatives must factor in existing waste management systems. I know as researchers, you look at the present, the past to guide the future. But in waste management, when you're crafting a waste management program, with circularity and all of that, you have to have two plans, the short-term plan and the long-term plan. You cannot put off the short-term plan no matter how flawed it is, because we generate garbage every day. So if we don't have a shredder at the moment, we have to think of something else that is better than the incumbent, which in most communities in the Philippines, especially rural, burn or bury, which is very, very harmful to the environment. Okay, next slide. Another insight. Initiatives must be experiential. I think for the tourism and the hospitality industry, this is very important. Okay, because you're in the business of experiences, positive, negative, neutral, right? And I don't know how many of you here are teachers, but even if you are not, we're all students. We know that it sticks more if you experience it, not just are told, right? So you are in a very unique position to help us in this sustainability campaign by crafting experiential solutions, no, for guests, no, and participants, right? Okay, next. Almost done. Okay. And then finally, gradually, they got government enforcement of environmental code for compliance, right? Next slide. So the insight there, and of course, the Boracay closure kind of accelerated the whole thing because they could use that and say, we don't want to end up like Boracay, you know, that we're out of business for 6 months, right? And it takes an act of the president to, believe me, if it wasn't for the president, it would take years to get that done. So initiatives must be a partnership between private citizens, business, and government. Very important. Okay, I think we know this. We know this instinctively, right? And it's just sometimes it's tiring, but we have to do it anyway. Next slide, please. Okay. So we go back to the numbers, right? So in 2016 to 2019, they more than doubled the pawikan. So we go back full circle. Are we doing a good job? Are they doing a good job? They did do a good job. But of course, one mountaintop reveals yet another mountaintop that is higher. So it's a never-ending continuous improvement process, right? Next slide, please. Okay. Sometimes, okay, so one of the here are some measures, no? They have the most number of DOT accredited establishments. Okay, issue yan in the Philippines, right? Because sometimes when your area is just starting out, you just open a resort haphazardly, and it doesn't make such a difference because it's small. But again, as you grow, that's one of the issues with sustainability. You know, you have to put in some systems, right? They have a regulation now on solid waste, especially single-use plastic. They have a private public partnership for municipal solid waste management, i.e. hauling, right? Because as you grow larger, you know, you need systems and you need more suppliers, right? And they're currently lobbying the municipal and provincial level on Pawikan Ordinance, Beach Safety, Environmental Code, and a Coal-Free La Union Ordinance. They recently stopped the construction of a coal plant in their area. So that is something that they are very, very proud of. Next slide. Okay, so the insight there is initiatives must be data-driven. You need numbers to justify things because a lot of these things cost money, right? So we need this kind of information, right? So I just wanted to promote that. If you would like to reach out and do some interviews or research with Miss Antonio's place, these are her contact details. Okay, next slide, please. So now we talk about me. Okay. When you talk about upcycling, circularity, etc., what we advocate for is personal responsibility. The problem with waste management in the Philippines, and I would imagine in a lot of places, is that even though waste is a very personal thing, we have socialized its solution, right? We have the problems I encounter with dealing with communities is they say, I'm already paying my garbage fee when I pay my real estate tax. Why do I have to care? Well, look around you. Look around you. Is it enough? No, so you have to care. And that's the reason why these are our communities, right? So what we advocate for is sorting at source and keeping it separated. And then working with the local barangays to have a properly functioning material recovery facility. That is what we advocate for. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm not going to get into this, but the prompt in Google is recycling waste management guide by the National Solid Waste Management Commission. Okay, the point I would like to make with this slide is simply this. Not all of this can be followed in every community. You have to take this and approach your local junk shop, approach your local recycler, approach your local manufacturer, if any, and ask them simple question. What do you buy? How much do you buy it for? And what quality are you expecting? Okay? And then you create your waste management system based on that. Everything outside of that, residual. Short term yun. That's short term. Long term, you want to see if you can add more and more of what's on this list into what you can monetize. In Tagalog, it's called kalakal. Right? It's called kalakal in Filipino. Okay? Next slide. Okay? Just as a guide, because I'm already over time and I knew I was going to go over time, if you're interested to know more about recycling, about how to implement this in your office, in your school, please scan these 3 QR codes. One is, 2 of them, the English and Filipino, is a program we have called Upcycling for Everyone. It gives you an idea on how to properly sort plastics, right? Because we buy it for a high price. The right one is a case study on how we implement what we call the recycler/manufacturer-centric waste management in our office, in our building. So maybe it's easier to replicate for your own establishments. I think we're on next slide. And I think the last slide. Okay. If you need to reach us, please scan these QR codes, take a picture of this slide. The left one is my contact details. The middle one is our Facebook page. And the right one is our product brochures. Let's not forget, and this is a promo for what we do in our products. Let's not forget that in circularity, manufacturers like us can only keep buying from communities if people buy the products that we are able to make from the recyclables that we collect from those communities, right? So with that, I'd like to thank you. Thank you, Joy, again for inviting me. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to engage with you. Have a good rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Jonathan Ko, for that insightful and thought-provoking discussion. We would like to invite on stage again our session speaker and Director Cheryl Morales along with Dr. Saeed Sahu for the presentation of certificate to our session speaker. Please allow me to read the citation of the Certificate of Recognition. Certificate of Recognition is given to Mr. Jonathan Ko in recognition of his contribution as session speaker at the Global Leadership in Hospitality and Tourism Management, held on 5th, 6th, and 7th of June 2024 in Tagaytay, Philippines. Let's give him a warm round of applause, please. All right, once again, let's give it up for Mr. Jonathan Ko from Sentinel Upcycling Technologies. And now, for the interest of time, we shall proceed first to the second keynote speech for today. Our second keynote speaker would be discussing the topic Sustainable Horizons, Balancing Economic Growth with Environmental Conservation. She is a highly esteemed senior lecturer in tourism studies and associate dean at the School of Social Sciences, Western Sydney University in Australia. With extensive expertise in the field, she has made significant contributions to the academic community and has been recognized for her outstanding research and teaching. It is my distinct pleasure and honor to introduce our second keynote speaker. Let us all welcome and give a warm round of applause for Dr. Julie G. Wen.
Thank you very much, dear President, dear colleagues. How are you? This is Julie Wen from Sydney. So it's a chilly and raining day. I'm sure you have a great time, much better time in the Philippines, right? Our session topic is about sustainability and conservation issues, environmental quality. And today, I wish to bring your attention to the very macro policy kind of direction of international tourism development in a country. I came from China, and I'm very concerned about the growth of international inbound tourism to China, the directions and its impacts. As we are aware, if we try to promote sustainable tourism by contributing to environmental conservation, right? We hope tourism would bring more attention, providing more funding, and introducing better technology and educating the tourists, right, as ambassadors of environmental kind of protectors, as conservationists after their trip. And to manage tourism at the spatial level, ideally, we would promote better dispersed tourism, meaning tourism will not be concentrated in one particular area or in the major attractions, major gateways. We wish there's some incentive for tourism to be distributed more evenly from the central area to the remote areas, right? So hopefully economically disadvantaged areas in the regional remote areas would also benefit tourism. By doing that, the pressure on the physical environment of major attractive areas would be released, right? And there's some more kind of opportunity to talk about environmental quality and conservation when there's no such huge pressure of influx of tourists concentrating at smaller places. So that's the theory behind dispersal of tourism, right? But in the Chinese case, very unfortunately, international inbound tourism did not result in dispersal of tourists. It was actually adding the pressure of the part of the Chinese areas to attract majority of tourists and actually adding to the problem of environmental quality in these popular tourist areas. So that's the concern I have been working on, and I wish to share with you today. And I really wish to congratulate you for all the good work you've been doing, and it's really my honor to be here to share with you. So let's have a quick look at these slides. Can you hear me properly? Previously, I could not hear online, so hopefully it's working well for you on your side. Any problem, please let me know. Just speak up. So let's have a look at the regional distribution of inbound tourism. We are aware there's inbound tourism, outbound tourism, and domestic tourism. So my research was very much on international tourists visiting China. In these statistics, Chinese compatriots, people from Hong Kong, Macau, right? And me, I'm unfortunately an Australian citizen now, so I'm not a Chinese citizen. China does not allow dual citizenships. I need a visa to go back to China too. So we are all part of the inbound kind of flow to visit China. So let's have a look at the overall distribution of economy in China first, and then look at the dominance of tourism on the coastal eastern part of the China across all the major tourism indicators. And let's hopefully have some discussion on how to promote regional convergence. Convergence means regionals would have the chance to grow and develop. The disparity across areas would reduce over time. So that's the idea of convergence. So this is a rough map of China. The shaded areas are the eastern coastal areas. The major cities we know: Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Canton, or Hong Kong. Hong Kong SI is part of the China, Hong Kong, Macau. And I have to make it very clear that this research is about mainland China, right? In case there are Chinese scholars at the conference, my apologies about the political debate about Taiwan, for example. If I present at a mainland conference, I would attract criticism for presenting a map like this. So my apologies first. The statistics are about mainland China because the systems are very different across China, Hong Kong, and Taiwan, of course. So look at the coastal areas. There's a total of 12 municipalities and provinces along the coast, right? Contributing to 70% of the contribution on 30% of the land area. So 30% of land contributing 60% of the contribution and delivering over 70% of China's GDP. So we are aware of the disparity already across the general economy. Coastal area definitely has been stronger than the other parts of the Chinese municipalities and provinces in its economic strength, right? And this was the statistics about the average income per capita in Chinese IMB across China. See, it's coinciding with the previous graph, but Xinjiang, the rest is, look at the eastern coastal area, very similar, but you would see here, Xinjiang would pop up in its income. Xinjiang is the province very rich. It's the inland area, biggest land area across all Chinese provinces, and it's very rich in mineral deposits. That's why it presents higher per capita income in China. The majority, the darker the colors are, the higher income. As we can see, most of them are in the eastern coastal area. So in my research, I applied Gini coefficient in understanding the regional distribution. So when Gini coefficient is 1, it presents complete inequality, right? When it's 0, it's complete equality, everyone getting the same portion. So the higher of Gini coefficient, the higher level of disparity, and policies would be concerned. United Nations, World Bank as well, publishes some annual calculation of Gini coefficient. When Gini goes beyond 0.4, this means when it's 0.4 means less than 40% of the population receiving almost all the wealth in the country. So these countries would receive warnings in case Gini goes beyond 0.4, right? So behind this Gini coefficient is the argument about regional convergence. If Gini is getting lower, regional convergence is happening. But with growing Gini coefficient, mainly in newly developing countries, and countries with very twisted economic situations, perhaps high level of corruption, or the centrally controlled distribution of resources. And when this high increase in Gini coefficient, Gini regional divergence occurs, and that's the difficult situation. It means within the nation, across different regions, income disparity is increasing. Richer places are becoming richer within the country. Okay, so at the international level, economics discussion, academics and policymakers would try to promote policies to reduce divergence and promoting regional convergence. So a few examples, China presented very high Gini coefficient already for its general economy, right? And it's still increasing, not only at the between the eastern coast and inland area, but also between the urban and rural area, and across different industries, right? If you are working in the industries with monopoly, of course, there's higher income. So there's so many different barriers in China. Okay, general economy is already very much kind of geared towards eastern coastal area, right? And we hope tourism provides opportunities for disadvantaged areas, right? People going to remote areas and promoting economic opportunities in those places. Did it happen in China? Definitely no. So look at this Gini coefficient. I did the calculation. Look at both sides, demand, receipts, and arrivals are indicators of tourism demand, and employees and number of rooms provided would represent the supply situation of tourism industry, right? So have a look at the Gini coefficient for demand side. Overall, they are much higher than the supply side, right? And this tells first glance, they are very high. Most of these Gini coefficients are very high, right? That's the first impression. Second analysis, Gini coefficient for demand side indicators have been higher than those for the supply side. What does this mean? If the demand, okay, it's very highly concentrated along the eastern coastal area. Look at Gini 0.84 means 20% of the 84% of the income goes to the coastal area, right? But look at the employees and hotel rooms provided. It's a lot evenly distributed across China, right? This is the situation when the coastal area has a much higher efficiency, better hotel kind of occupancy rates than the West Inland area. Why did this happen? International tourism was regarded as a lucrative, profit-making tourism sector. Across China, all the provinces were encouraged to invest in the infrastructure as the effort to attract visitors. Okay, so that's why people are working in this tourism industry, not only at the eastern coastal area, but also in inland area. Okay, hotel rooms have been invested in the inland area as well. Unfortunately, international visitors are not coming to the inland areas. Why? We look at the length of time required, look at the branding, look at the popularity, of course, easy access of transports for the major gateways that are all located in the eastern coastal areas. I think, I hope most of the audience, our colleagues, have been to China. And when you think about terracotta soldiers in Xi'an, for example, Silk Road, or Yunnan with colorful ethnic minority kind of cultures, they are located inland, in inland areas. Apart from the major cities are in the eastern coastal area, right? So there's a case of expectation of international tourism growing across China. It did not happen, right? Efficiency of supply, investment in the hotels, people, human resource training, for example, in the inland area did not produce much profit at all. So when I do my research there, I see very empty hotels in the inland areas, right? And the hope, not international visitors and not even enough domestic visitors to support the operation of those hotels in the regional areas. So the overheated investment in the tourism sector was not supported by good study, feasibility, and research was not thorough. That was why this kind of inequality was created. So overall, very high Gini coefficient, and the higher Gini coefficients for demand side, okay, leading to inefficiency of investment in the tourism sector in the inland area. Third observation, which is more encouraging, over time, from 1986 to 2016, so that was 30 years, right? The Gini coefficient was slightly declining. Okay, that corresponded to the time when international visitors, they've been, especially for people who were going to China for the second or third time, people with longer time, they were attracted to inland areas. So that would explain the slightly reduction in the Gini coefficient across time. But until last year, after the COVID, right? And China is gradually recovering after the pandemic. Unfortunately, there's a huge reduction of foreigners visiting China. Okay, globally, tourism is slowly recovering, and also we are also aware of the geopolitical kind of struggles between China and many other Western countries, right? So people are really hesitating about visiting China. Is that safe there? Do I support Chinese policies? And that kind of issues remain. This increasing Gini after COVID, meaning again, after Gini coefficient, lower number of international tourists, and people from Hong Kong, from Macau, were the majority of inbound visitors. They're not foreigners in the Chinese statistics, but they are part of the inbound visitor in Chinese statistics, okay? As compared to the foreigners, Americans, Filipinos, Australians, right? And there was a very high proportion of compatriots, people from Hong Kong, from Taiwan as well, from Macau. They're compatriots. They travel on the different travel document, not always the foreign passport, because China does not recognize the sovereignty of those places. Okay. So increasing proportion of compatriots in the arrivals to China. And these people are normally going to China for doing business. So you would see an increase of numbers to Guangzhou, for example, is just across the border from Hong Kong. And Shanghai actually showed a decline of foreigners as well. And we are aware some of the international big enterprises are actually relocating their headquarters from Shanghai to other places in the world, for example. And Gini coefficient increased after the pandemic, corresponding to the situation that visitors were mainly business kind of owners, so business travelers, and they would again concentrate along the eastern coastal area, leading to higher Gini coefficient in 2023. So that's the situation. So we hope the tourism would be dispersed, and we hope there's a decreasing Gini coefficient for tourism distribution in China. It happened slowly, but after the pandemic, the picture changed again. So implications, and we promote convergence, okay? In our session topic, convergence might mean the disparities would be lower, tourism is more evenly distributed across the destinations, right? So some areas will not be so much stressed and managing the carrying capacity of popular areas. Therefore, there's some better opportunity to promote environmental conservation, right? So we promote convergence. But COVID, unfortunately, increased the concentration, and convergence does not occur naturally. And there's really a cry for national policy in increasing infrastructure, improving tourist facilities, making things easier for inbound flow to the remote areas. Of course, domestic tourism and outbound tourism should be encouraged to grow in China. Okay, I guess that's what I wish to present to you today, very macro, and I look forward to working more with you guys, dear colleagues, and we might do comparative study in the Philippines or in other countries, and let's present evidence to the policy makers, hopefully, to support tourism strategic planning and also promoting conservation along the way. Thank you very much. Do we have any question, please? This chat
Thank you
message.
so much, Dr. Julie G.
you.
Wen. Thank you, Doctor. And yeah,
Thank you.
surely by striking a balance between economic growth and environmental conservation will enable us to create a future where development can coexist with Mother Nature, right? Does everyone
Yeah.
agree? I like the enthusiasm of Mom Joy.
Thank
But
you.
anyway, thank you so much, Dr. Julie G. Wen, joining us live from Australia. A warm round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, everyone. I wish you a very successful conference, and I look forward to meeting you guys in person very soon. All the best. Bye for now.
All right. See you soon, Dr. Julie. And now we shall begin the technical session 1, where our participants will be presenting their papers and researches. For this session, we have a total of 10 presenters. Please allow me to state some guidelines for our participants. Each presenter will be given 10 to 15 minutes to present their paper, and we will have 5-minute question and answer after the presentation of all presenters of session 1. Before we proceed, may I invite all of our panel reactors for this session to proceed here on the front. May I invite Dr. Velarde from Parañaque City College. Please give her a warm round of applause, please. And also Joy Castro. A warm round of applause for our panel of reactors, please. And of course, to facilitate the first session, I'd like to introduce our session chair for today. She has been in the teaching profession for more than 3 decades. She is a graduate of Doctor of Philosophy from the University of Santo Tomas, Manila. Aside from teaching, she has extensive exposure to leadership and management, having been in the position as the director or campus director of PUP Mulanay and General Luna campuses. As a Philippine Army reservist with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, she has advocated peace by converging with different Dr. Adele Roadilla. A warm round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, to our physical attendees and, of course, to our virtual attendees. As we begin, an apology for our first presenter as he was not recognized due to some technical gaps. He presented his paper on food waste impact on tourism sector, managerial perspectives on food waste management in Sydney's hospitality SMEs, a case study analysis. Let's recognize Professor Carl Shi G from Wells International Colleges, Australia. Please give him a round of applause. His study is timely fit as food waste will be harmful, not only on tourism ventures, but also on our health. And therefore, we have to manage it well. Thank you very much, Professor Carl Shi. And now let us have the next presenter, our second presenter, who will present a study of consumer awareness and industry practices to combat greenwashing within airline industry. Let's welcome virtually Diporia Basu from the International College of Management, Sydney, Australia.
Thank you all. I'm just gonna share my screen here. Hopefully everyone can hear me and see me and see the screen as well. So yeah, without further ado, a very good morning, esteemed attendees, and thank you for this opportunity. I am honored to present my research study, which focuses on a very important issue within the airline industry, and that is greenwashing. So a little bit about myself. My name is Diporia Basu. I'm currently pursuing my master's in management, specializing in tourism and hospitality here in Sydney. I have finished my post-graduation diploma in tourism and environmental law from National University Delhi in India. And professionally speaking, I have a bit of experience in curating travel experiences, in the events, content creation, and I also have some interest in research studies as well. Now, allow me to introduce my very talented co-author, Dr. Syed. He brings a very expansive expertise in hotel management, tourism, and hospitality. His skills and sound business acumen have been very invaluable to this research. And he has also played a very important role as my guide and my mentor. And jumping right into the heart of our study. So as consumers, we are becoming more environmentally cautious. More and more consumers today are choosing products and services that align with their values. So let's say products that are transparent about their production cycle, those that claim to do minimal harm to this planet. Now, the aviation sector has recognized this trend, and they have increasingly marketed themselves as environmentally friendly. However, not all these claims are genuine. Some airlines are adopting today what we are calling as greenwashing, which basically means deceptive advertising that sort of paints their operations as sustainable, with their core operations being highly environmentally harmful. So with that in mind, we have two objectives to achieve in this study. Number one, to examine consumer awareness and the prevalence of greenwashing within the airline industry. And number two is to evaluate current industry standards addressing sustainability within this industry. So what are the questions that we are going to ask? So we have two. Number one, how well are consumers aware of the ongoing greenwashing practices in the airline industry, and what are the current standards addressing sustainability in the industry? What we are basically trying to gauge is how well consumers understand greenwashing. Are passengers aware of the tactics airlines use to manipulate their environmental image? And also, airlines play a very important role in global emissions. So we aim to evaluate existing industry standards related to sustainability and see if airlines are really committed to responsible practices, or they are just mere claims to attract more customers. The methodology we are going to follow in this study will be qualitative, focusing on utilizing secondary data as our analysis base. Why we chose this methodology is because by examining existing data, we can gain valuable insights into customer behavior patterns. So with this approach will allow us not only to understand what consumers are saying, but how they behave, their attitude, their perceptions when it comes to decision making with which airlines they are going to choose to fly with. And by leveraging secondary data, it is particularly advantageous for us due to geographical limitations, since researchers, we are based here in Sydney, we recognize that conducting primary data collection across various airlines and consumers worldwide would be time consuming and resource intensive. So with that in mind, a deductive approach, while it's rigorous, it will involve substantial resources when it comes to conducting interviews, designing surveys, and collecting first-hand data. So with that in contrast, secondary data analysis will allow to focus on the analyzing and interpreting the current information that's already there. And how is that helpful? That approach will enable us to identify the major trends, let's say the gaps and even like contradictions that has in the literature that has been published over time. So we sort of aim to synthesize existing studies and get a comprehensive picture of the consumer awareness and the industry practices. Moving on, there are 3 sustainable development goals that I aim to focus on in this study. Is number 1, which is goal number 7, affordable and clean energy. As I already said, airlines play a significant role in energy consumption. So we want to explore how they can contribute to a cleaner energy practices. And goal number 12 talks about responsible consumption and production. So we want to find out are airlines genuinely practicing responsible production, or it's just mere facade. And goal number 13 is climate action. So we are hoping that with our findings, we will inform the actions needed for meaningful climate action within this industry. Now, what's happening in the airline industry when it comes to greenwashing? So with the pursuit of appearing green, airlines are often adopting to compensation tactics. So these tactics could include, for example, offsetting emissions through, let's say, tree plantation or initiatives like sustainable fuel, while we can see that their core operations remain highly unsustainable. Some of these are the real world examples out of actually many that are currently ongoing. So we can see that there are several legal actions authorities around the world are imposing on these airlines for misleading the consumers. We can see that they have made false claims about their eco-friendly practices, all the while continuing to contribute significantly to climate change. Thus, I sort of believe that this area needs to be studied more and explored more. If you talk about the significance of this study, I believe by examining greenwashing practices in the airlines, we will be able to empower our consumers. They will be able to recognize when the airlines are merely bluffing or when their efforts are really sustainable. And this way, travelers will be able to make informed choices. They will be able to look beyond the flashy advertising claims, marketing claims, and consider an airline's real commitment towards sustainability. Also, our research will highlight the need for airlines to be held more accountable for their environmental operations. So when airlines will face scrutiny like these researches that have been published, they will more likely to adopt genuine sustainable efforts. And we found out that while greenwashing is as a study of topic has been published in various other industries like textiles, fashion, aviation industry is one such that still remains highly unexplored. So we want to bridge that gap and shed some light of the deceptive practices specific to the airlines. And we believe it will be a step towards getting a more comprehensive understanding of greenwashing as a whole. So to conclude, our research will aim to raise awareness and encourage transparency in the aviation industry. By understanding greenwashing techniques, we empower consumers to make more informed decisions, and we want to push airlines to go beyond mere claims and adopt genuine sustainable initiatives. And this is my small effort to hope for a clearer sky and a greener future. So thank you. This is my references, and yeah, thank you for your time. I'll be open to any questions.
Thank you very much. Our presenter was able to set it well that consumers should be aware about industry practices for them to internalize this greenwashing to preserve and protect our airline industry. Thank you very much, Professor Diborpia Basuk from the International College of Management, Sydney, Australia. Let's give her a round of applause. Now we will proceed to our third presenter from Victoria Institute of Technology, Sydney, Australia, who will be presenting her study evaluating the impact of PIA, a comprehensive analysis. Again, let's welcome Ms. Sidra Sulfikar from Australia.
Thank you so much. Good morning to the esteemed panel members. Thank you. It's an honor for me to be here today to share my research findings with you guys. I'm going to evaluate the impact of the overall comprehensive impact of PIA. Let's share my little background with you. Currently, I'm enrolled with Victoria Institute in Sydney for MBA, and I've already completed my ACCA and Bachelor's of Honors in Business Management from the University of Staffordshire, UK. I have an experience in audit, accounts, and finance, and I possess the leadership skills. I demonstrate the sound business acumen, and I have lived my life in Middle East, followed by UK, and now currently I'm resided in Australia. My co-author is Dr. Said Mahmood Ahmed. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for giving me an opportunity to present myself today. Let's jump into the abstract. I'm going to cover the global context and historical overview of PIA, that is the Pakistan International Airline, that has been a flagship airline since its inception in 1955. But the deterioration has begun in 1990 with the financial struggles since late 2000. The challenges that were being faced by PIA are the capital injections that actually failed to prevent the escalating operating costs, frequent flight delays, cancellations, and loss of the customer confidence. Persistent delays and cancellations have negatively impacted the frequent travelers and PIA's goodwill, being one of the first-hand experience. I am telling it, in 2006, the revenue and the passenger traffic increased, but were offset by rising the fuel costs and the increased financial budgets for the fleet replacements. PIA also faced the financial and operational setbacks. In 2011, PIA reported the losses of approximately 2 billion Pakistani Pak rupees due to the flight terminations and a 4-day strike by 18,000 employees. The airline also terminated the 349 flights in October 2023 due to the gasoline shortage. Accumulated a loss of 31.9 billion, that is approximately $200 million during 1 year of the pandemic as well. COVID has actually impacted every industry, and PIA was one of the finest airline that was being impacted during the COVID. They also deteriorated its services and the safety plans. PIA suffered from the poor quality service, inadequate security, and the safety measures, bureaucratic interference, that is the political interference, overstaffing, and the constant losses have actually have hindered restructuring the efforts. Regulatory and safety concerns. PIA flights to UK and Europe have been barred since 2020 due to the pilot license scandals and the slip up of the various staff members of PIA. My focus of analysis is to identify the gaps and improvements within the aviation industry and address the challenges to enhance the operations and customer satisfaction, impacting overall performance. I have raised 5 research questions. Number 1 is, how have technological advancements in the airline industry squeezed the performance of PIA? Question number 2 is, what are the main factors contributing to PIA's continual delays and flight cancellations, and how do they affect the customer satisfaction? Question number 3 is, how can PIA improve its service provision, security measures, and health and safety protocols to enhance the customer experience and overhaul its goodwill? Question number 4 is, what are the economic consequences of PIA challenges, and what strategies could defeat them? Question number 5 is, how do the identified gaps within the airline industry specific to PIA affect the operations, and what resolutions can be proposed to address these challenges? I'm going to work further on these 5 questions, and the methodology of my research is empirical. I had already conducted the surveys and interviewed the frequent travelers to gather their first-hand experiences to validate their opinion. I would further analyze the historical data on the flight delays, cancellations, and official customer complaints to identify patterns and trends over time. And finally, I'll conduct the comparative analysis within the air travel sector regarding the operational efficiency, customer satisfaction, and technological integrations. I would also like to include my significance for this research is I conducted in-depth research on PIA that allows for the detailed examination of the airline's operations, performance challenges, and opportunities, which would help us to identify the areas where PIA excels and areas that require further improvement to come back to its lost position. And this analysis can provide the valuable insights for the stakeholders, policymakers, and the airline itself to make the informed decisions, enhance the efficiency, and ensure the airline sustainability and competitiveness in the aviation industry. These are my references. I'm open to any question if you guys have. And I would like to thank Dr. Ahmed once again for giving me an opportunity to present myself at this platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sidra Sulfikar. Indeed, PIA has great impact in the airline industry through technological integration, and these practices will greatly help improve other airline industries in the globe. So again, let us give a round of applause to Ms. Sidra Sulfikar from Australia. Thank you.
Thank you,
Now
Joyce.
we will proceed to the next presenter. And our next presenter is from Nueva Vizcaya State University, Philippines, who will be presenting her study on understanding consumer behavior in Nueva Vizcaya, a foundation of marketing strategies for travel agencies. Please welcome Ms. Shara Marie Bedonio.
Good morning to each and everyone. Good morning from Nueva Vizcaya, Philippines. I will share my screen. The previous participant cannot close his presentation. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. You can proceed.
Okay.
You can proceed, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Can you already see my screen? Good morning to each and everyone. Good morning from Nueva Vizcaya, Philippines. It is my pleasure to be part of this year's Global Leadership in Hospitality and Tourism Management, or the Globe Summit Conference 2024. And it is indeed an honor to present in this global platform our research study entitled Understanding Consumer Behavior in Nueva Vizcaya, a Foundation of Marketing Strategies for Travel
Excuse me, ma'am. You cannot see your slides.
Your
You
Yes,
cannot
ma'am.
share your slides.
Oh. It's okay na po?
Ma'am, we will just play your canned video presentation.
Sure, ma'am.
Ma'am, can you share it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am. Please share your canned video, your recorded video, please.
Can you see it now?
Okay, we are now playing it.
Each and everyone. Good morning from Nueva Vizcaya, Philippines. It is my pleasure to be part of this year's Global Leadership in Hospitality and Tourism Management, or the Globe Summit Conference 2024. And it is indeed an honor to present in this global platform our research study entitled Understanding Consumer Behavior in Nueva Vizcaya, a Foundation of Marketing Strategies for Travel Agencies. Author, yours truly, Shara Marie M. Belonio, and my co-author is Dr. Rhea L. Adriatico. Before I will start my presentation, I will briefly introduce myself. I am Shara Marie Martinez Belonio, an emergency instructor under Hospitality Management Department at Nueva Vizcaya State University, Bayambong Campus. For my educational background, I finished Master of Science in Tourism Management at Philippine Women's University, Manila last November 2023. And for my bachelor's degree, I finished Bachelor of Science in Hospitality Management, major in Travel Management at Nueva Vizcaya State University last 2015. And my research interest focuses on tourism and hospitality industry. For my professional membership, I am a member of Union of Filipino Tourism Educators, or better known as UFTE. I will start my presentation with the abstract of the study. The aim of this study was to explore the socio-demographic differences among consumers and their behaviors concerning destination preference, cost considerations, and trip arrangements, with the goal of devising personalized marketing strategies for travel agencies in Nueva Vizcaya. Given the importance of understanding consumer preferences in the evolving market landscape, data was collected from 200 3 consumers across 6 accredited travel agencies in the province using Google Forms. 3 travel agencies were located in Solano, Nueva Vizcaya. 2 travel agencies located in Bambang, Nueva Vizcaya, and 1 travel agency is located in Bayambong, Nueva Vizcaya. Employing chi-squared and ANOVA test, age and civil status has a significant difference for local destination, while citizenship has a significant difference for international destination. Citizenship and income per month has a significant difference for cost consideration. Age, civil status, and income per month has a significant difference for travel companion. Income per month has a significant difference for mode of transportation. Citizenship, income per month, and employment has a significant difference for accommodation. While age, gender, civil status, educational attainment, and income per month has a significant difference for type of tourism. Lastly, age, civil status, citizenship has a significant difference for where to avail the product. These findings underscore the intricate interplay of demographic factors in shaping travel choices. Through this comprehensive examination of consumer behavior, the study aims to offer a robust foundation for crafting effective marketing strategies tailored to meet the specific needs of travelers in Nueva Vizcaya. Such insights are intended to empower travel agencies to enhance consumer engagement, inform targeted marketing initiatives, and drive business growth within the province. For the description or the background of this study, the tourism and hospitality industry are a dynamic sector that continuously evolves to meet the changing preferences and needs of consumers. Understanding these preferences is crucial for travel agencies aiming to develop effective marketing strategies and enhance consumer engagement. This study was conducted with the objective of exploring the socio-demographic differences among consumers in Nueva Vizcaya, Philippines, and examining how these differences influence their behaviors regarding destination preference, cost considerations, and trip arrangements. Nueva Vizcaya boasts a thriving tourism industry, attracting both local and international visitors with its diverse attractions. Data from the Department of Tourism Region 2, 2002, reveals that in 2019 alone, Nueva Vizcaya welcomed 174,849 tourists. As the tourism market in Nueva Vizcaya expands, travel agencies need to adapt to the diverse needs and preferences of their clientele to remain competitive and successful. This research aims to provide valuable insights that can inform personalized marketing strategies, thereby improving the services offered by travel agencies in the region. For the conclusion of this study delves into the travel behavior of Nueva Vizcaya's tourists, revealing some key trends. A younger demographic dominated by millennials and Gen Z highlights the need for modern tech-savvy serve the tourism and hospitality industry. Destination preferences lean towards Luzon for local travel and Asia for international trips. Cost consciousness reigns supreme, with travelers prioritizing family-friendly experience, convenience, and affordability. Most importantly, the research shows how aged marrieds where people go, how much they spend, and how they travel. By offering a comprehensive understanding of consumer behavior, this research provides a robust foundation upon which travel agencies in Nueva Vizcaya can craft tailored marketing strategies to cater to the specific needs and preferences of their clientele. Equipped with these insights, travel agencies are better positioned to enhance customer engagement, develop targeted marketing initiatives, and ultimately foster business growth within the province's vibrant tourism landscape. Lastly is the appendix of this study, and I attach the proposed marketing strategies. I crafted 7 possible strategies that the travel agencies may. And first strategy is segmented destination packages. The second strategy is customized pricing structures. The third strategy is engagement through social media. The fourth strategy is tailored marketing communications. The fifth strategy is collaboration with influencers. The sixth strategy is exclusive loyalty programs. Lastly, the seventh strategy is localized cultural experiences. And that concludes my presentation. I believe that our research will hold a huge contribution in the sustainability of tourism and hospitality industry. Now, thank you and mabuhay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Belonio, for sharing us your research on understanding consumer behavior in the field of tourism marketing. Indeed, for tourism industry to flourish, consumers should be well treated and understood, so they will continue patronizing and enjoying their tourism experience. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you very much, Ms. Belonio. We will now proceed to our next presenter, who will be discussing his research paper on crisis readiness and response strategies in times of disruption in the hotel industry, a milestone strategic approach. Let's welcome Mr. Jordan Cabagin.
Good morning, everyone. Permission to share my screen.
Yes, sir.
Is my screen visible to everyone?
Yes, sir. You may
Okay,
proceed.
thank you. Okay, so this afternoon, I will be presenting my paper entitled Crisis Readiness and Response Strategies in Times of Disruptions in the Hotel Industry, a Strategic Resilience Framework. The focus of crisis readiness and response strategies, particularly in the hotel industry, aligns with the objectives of Sustainable Development Goals 8, as it involves ensuring the resilience of economic sectors and maintaining employment and productivity in the face of disruptions. This can also relate to SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities, as it encompasses the broader context of ensuring sustainable resilient tourism, which is a vital part of urban communities and economies. I would like to introduce myself. I am a candidate for Doctor in Business Administration at Cebu Institute of Technology University. My master's is on Master in International Hospitality Management. I am a certified tourism professional and an assistant professor. Several unforeseen events are happening recently, like the global pandemic and some natural disasters that brought a great effect to individuals and the tourism and hospitality organizations, which underscored the critical importance of cultivating resilience within the hotel industry. As we are experiencing disruptions through times, it becomes imperative to hoteliers to adopt proactive measures that is not only mitigate risk but also a swift and effective response when crises strike. Thus, this study aimed of identifying the different factors relative to crisis readiness and response in terms of disruptions in the hotel industry. The findings served as the basis of developing resilient strategic framework for the hospitality industry. Convergent parallel mix method was used, and 141 DOT accredited hotel employees participated in the study using stratified sampling and 10 hotel managers for the qualitative data. The researcher employed sample percentage, weighted mean in presenting the quantitative result, and bivariate correlation regression analysis was also tested. And for the direct and indirect influences between the different variables, path analysis was also used. The responses in terms of the status of hotels before crisis, the responses of hotel managers before occurrences of any disruptions includes of their experiences on high return of guests and earning a substantial income, which provides many opportunities for them to take advantage. So the influx of travelers during summer, holidays, and on regular days is contributing to the development of tourism industry, denoting that the industry was able to establish its tourism activities, including of identifying tourism sites and circuits that travelers from different places in the world can explore and enjoy. A profound sense of optimism and satisfaction conveyed by hotel managers derived from the joy serving their guests. As we know, positive guest experiences are at the heart of the industry, encompassing several elements, including exceptional customer service, characterized by hospitality and attentive interactions, effective problem solving, and commitment to learning. In terms of the crisis readiness of hotels, respondents considered autocratic, transitional, and transformational leadership style to be the utmost importance for navigating crisis effectively. As we know, autocratic leadership, known for quick decision making with minimal input, is viewed as crucial, suggesting a need for decisive actions during challenging situations. For transitional leadership, it emphasizes clarity in rules and responsibility. For transformational leadership, it is characterized as highly valued for their motivational aspect during crisis. This result is supported by Al-Zubi et al. In 2020, wherein the considered combination of clear directions, motivation, and the ability to adapt to evolving circumstances is deemed essential for effective management during challenging times. For policy and planning in this aspect, the respondents consistently underscore the critical need for a detailed crisis management plan at the hotel level, highlighting the collective recognition of the need for a well-structured strategy to effectively address potential crises. Moreover, the cascading of policies and guidelines to every department for crisis response is also deemed important. For crisis response teams, the result indicates the need to enhance preparedness. The incorporation of social media into crisis management campaign is viewed as part of the strategy for disseminating information, showcasing an acknowledgement of modern communication channels. For communication network, the result indicates that while there are positive aspects, more effort are needed to strengthen the hotel's crisis readiness in terms of communication and networking. Although a network of communication between top management and employees is in place, there is still a need to improve the creation of some officers on every department of the hotel
for an emergency service in times of disruptions. For crisis training, while there are some training courses in crisis management that are in place in the hotel, there is still a room for improvement in some areas. The result further emphasized the importance of regular training, testing, and ongoing staff development. For hotel response practices in terms of operations, hotels are making efforts to implement response practices, but there is a need for them to undergo refinement and enhancement in some of the areas in their operations in times of crisis. This may involve closer examination in technology, communication strategies, incentivizing room service, and optimizing the trainings to specialized employees to strengthen the overall capabilities in responding to crisis. For marketing, marketing are actively practiced as response measures of hotels in times of disruptions by leveraging marketing strategies, innovative thinking, and being a customer-centric focus. In hospitality literature, it is hypothesized that marketing measures are vital for coping with disruptions and aiding in business recovery in the future. For human resources, it is a common practice by hotels during disruptions of communicating constantly to all of their employees and requiring them to take additional duties. And for financial management, hotels are into cost reduction during disruptions, but they need to diversify income streams during challenging times by practicing postponing some due cost and scheduled payment, and of course, adapting less expensive purchases that is aligned to their strategic decision making. In terms of the government support, there is a government program known as a Rehabilitation Support Program on Severe Events, and we call that one as Response, wherein it was emerged as a lifeline, which according to hotel managers, allow them to cover operational costs, retain their skilled staff, and maintain operational stability amid crisis. Another, the government through the Department of Tourism conducted meetings with hotels for encouraging innovation and postponing hotels for positioning rather, hotels for recovery. The holistic nature of support extended beyond financial aid to hotels, encompassing subsidized training programs that prepared hotels in the new normal operations. With the path model analysis, it is illustrated the direct and indirect effect of the different independent variables to the dependent variable. It is within the path model that operations, marketing, human resources management, financial management, and government support factor. As observed, marketing emerged as a strong underlining the significance of effective marketing strategies in enhancing the hotel's preparedness for crisis. This is the output of the study, the Resilience Strategic Framework. So this Resilience Strategic Framework is divided into 3 phases. We have before disruptions, during disruptions, after disruption. So before disruptions, it includes about being ready before the occurrences of any disruptions. And for during disruptions, this is all about the responses that hotels will be doing in times of crisis or disruptions. And for after disruptions pertaining to sustainable actions of the hotel. For readiness, in this phase, the hotel industry may consider its crisis management and preparedness. Organizational readiness is the primary step for effective crisis management. It is important for hotels to have clear policies and plans, including its ability to anticipate potential disruptions. Moreover, of developing crisis response teams, fortifying its communication and networking channels. For the response, part of this phase is the operational resilience and strategic measures of hotels in responding to disruptions. It is customary to any organizations when disruption occurs, several mechanisms is done in responding to changes it brought the way the organization operates. So to emerge resiliency in the hotel industry, strategic marketing by incorporating technology, strengthening online presence must be implemented. Likewise, empowering employees and ensuring that they are supported, equipped, and informed to meaningfully contribute during challenging times. Moreover, financial aspect of the hotel must strategically be managed to allow an allocation of enough resources and ensuring both short-term stability and long-term viability. For sustainability, that is after disruptions, hotels are called to reflect to their actions, learn from past experiences, and adapting strategies for long-term success of the hotel industry. Sustainability involves making sense of the crisis response practices and managing transitional processes for the hotel, not only to survive, but also to succeed in the post-disruption environment. For government support, as you can see on the figure, the support provided by the government is considered as a pillar of resilience. Before, during, and after disruption, governmental pivotal support is being recognized, whether in the form of policies, resources, or collaborative initiative. Therefore, the government really has a big role to play for the resiliency and sustainability of the industry. In conclusion, hotels has a high performance productivity, optimism, and satisfaction before the disruptions. And then the government provide assistance to hotel industry through technical and financial support. And on the path model highlighted that marketing and government support are significant predictors of crisis readiness. So there are areas that they need to be improved, particularly on enhancing operational practices, as well as in human resource management and readiness of crisis response team. It is highly recommended that hotels improve their marketing efforts and pricing strategies to attract customers during disruptions, like of strengthening its online marketing. Hotels will also explore cost-effective substitutes during disruptions and consider alternative pricing strategies for their products and services to ensure a robust financial position during disruptions. Continuous collaboration to the government is also recommended and other stakeholders for innovative practices in the hotel industry so that they can sustain their operations. And then for the government, they can continue their program of providing financial support, tax relief measures, and extended remittances to hotels in times of disruptions, as they have a great role in the sustainability of the industry. So for researchers, they may also look into conducting further investigations on the success and challenges of marketing and pricing strategies of hotels during disruptions. That's all, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kabaging, for that presentation. Let's give him a warm of applause. Your study is a timely fit engagement as hotel industry is oftentimes visited by force majeure or unforeseeable circumstances. Thus, owners and operators should be skilled on crisis management for them to easily mitigate and find better alternatives to continue their operation. We are done with the video teleconferencing presentations, and we will now proceed to the warm body presenters. And for our first presenter, she will present her research on critical analysis of community-based tourism in the southern part of Oriental Mindoro. Let's welcome Ms. Mila Joy Martinez from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus.
Mabuhay and good afternoon to all researchers, academicians, industry practitioners, guests, and students. Today, on behalf of my co-authors, I will be sharing with you our research study entitled, may I request our tech team to present my PowerPoint presentation? All right, while waiting. So I will be talking about the critical analysis of community-based tourism in southern part of Oriental Mindoro. Again, I am Mila Joy Martinez from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus. I teach university students on tourism, e-commerce, marketing, and events management subjects. And I am a licensed professional teacher and have a master's degree in hotel and restaurant management. Aside from being a lecturer, I also serve as the head of student affairs and services at PUP Parañaque City Campus. Next slide, please. I think the Can you show the slide of Professor Madonna Melchor? All right. Together with me in writing this research is Dr. Madonna P. Melchor. She is my mentor and professor from my college days. She has a PhD in business management and currently holds a professional position at Mindoro State University, Bungabong campus, where she is also the head of student services. Additionally, this study was guided and mentored by Dr. Sahid Mahmoud Amid. He is a professor at International College of Management Studies in Sydney, Australia. He holds a doctorate degree in tourism management and is an experienced researcher and lecturer at various universities around the globe. For the information of everyone, this research is very close to my heart as I was raised and born in Oriental Mindoro. This study is aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, such as the SDG goal number 1, as no poverty, SDG number 8, decent work and economic growth, SDG number 11, sustainable cities and community, and lastly, SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. This study is also aligned with Oriental Mindoro Comprehensive Tourism Promotional Plan of 2021, established by the Provincial Ordinance number 139 of 2002. Using an inductive exploratory design, the research focuses on identifying patterns and generating insights. So the findings are expected to have a significant impact on the development of the community-based tourism, or what we call the CBT, in our region. For tourism students and researchers, this study will also offer valuable foundation for further exploration of Oriental Mindoro's tourism potential. Meanwhile, for the policymakers and practitioners, the result will provide practical guidance for planning and implementing sustainable tourism initiatives. So the research aims to support the creation of policies and programs that enhance the tourism experiences, maximize economic benefits, and ensure environmental conservation, therefore contributing to the sustainable development of tourism in Oriental Mindoro. So let's have the next slide on the definition of the community-based tourism. So according to Hamza et al. From the book of Community-Based Tourism, How to Develop and Sustain CBT, community-based tourism is a developmental tool that strengthens the ability of the rural communities to manage tourism resources, while the most important thing is engaging the local community. CBT will help the local community in generating income, diversifying the local economy, preserving our culture, and conserving the environment and providing educational opportunities. As CBT may provide the local community with alternative incomes, it becomes a poverty reduction tool. Alternatively, according to Kayat in 2014, CBT, it is a type of sustainable tourism with community participation, which he also support the study or the definition of HAMSA as its main element to reach its objectives of promoting sustainable development of the community. Its core is providing empowerment and positive well-being of the community that leads to sustainable tourism. Aside from the definition, I'd like to present the research gaps. The CBT, the research gaps remains in understanding the comprehensive implementation of impact of this CBT initiative from the perspective of various stakeholders and researchers around the world. So according to Sitoko and Ramukumba in 2020, threats like corruption, conflict in government, poor funding, land ownership, and lack of proper infrastructure to support tourism also hinder the local community to engage in CBT. Thus, the community members must be aware of the significance of CBT and integrate their positive attitude needed for repeat visitations and tourism satisfaction. So for the local and demographics of our study, again, it will focus on Oriental Mindoro. For the information of everyone, this is located in Region 4B, Mimaropa. This is 45 kilometers south of Batangas and 130 kilometers south of Manila. It is bounded by Verde Island Passage to the north, by Estro del Campo Island and Tablas Strait to the east, Semirara Island to the south, and Occidental Mindoro to the west. So the population of Oriental Mindoro is largely rural, wherein 70% of the population engage in agriculture and fishing, and only 30% living in urban centers. For the language spoken in the province is Tagalog and English. So maybe you are wondering why the southern part of Oriental Mindoro, why not the whole province? It's because of, again, I was born and raised in the southern part of Mindoro, and I witnessed the poverty that we are experiencing there. But in spite of that, I also witnessed the beauty of Oriental Mindoro. And as a tourism and hospitality graduate in the province, and I am now a lecturer, I am into promoting the Oriental Mindoro because I believe that we have numerous natural resources, and our province is a developing city. No, we do have different infrastructures which give a full potential to promote community-based tourism. And currently, Oriental Mindoro is a gateway to Caticlan and Palawan, and we also have an airport or community airport there. So let's dive into the status of the Oriental Mindoro. How's its economic performance? So as you can see, next slide, please. The table is quite smaller, but I'm gonna share with you the summary or the result of the table. So the economic growth of the province dropped significantly from 5.6% during the period of 2018 to 2019 to negative 9.0 for the period of 2019 to 2020. So among the industries, the accommodation, the food service activities contributed most to the decline of negative 41.0, followed by the professional and business service with negative 34.1%, and construction with negative 29.9%. This is due to the pandemic. So that is why it is very essential to look into the current status of Oriental Mindoro in the present. And we would like to explore the community-based tourism in Oriental Mindoro to help this different parts or different sector of our economy. So as you can see in the picture, these are the people, the place, and the product the place and the product. So Mangyan is the indigenous group in Oriental Mindoro, and most of their hand-woven products are hammocks, baskets, and we are also known for white beaches, particularly the municipalities of Mansalay and Bulalakaw. And we are also celebrating Pandangitab Sulyog Festival, which means Sulyog is saging and niyog, the two major crops in Oriental Mindoro. Next slide, please. So for us to analyze the tourism potential of CBT of Oriental Mindoro, so we will be looking into two parts. We do have the resources and the infrastructure. So under the resources, we have the natural resources and the cultural and historical resources. Natural includes our flora and fauna, our climate and geographical landscape. However, meanwhile, for the cultural and historical, it includes our festival, our traditions, customs, and beliefs. For the infrastructure, we will check, or we will look into the accommodation sector, our food or our cuisine, the transportation, the land, sea, and air, and the leisure and entertainment that includes our museum, the parks, and other indoor and outdoor recreation. So by assessing these, this study aims to assist the tourism planning and development that could positively impact on the socio-economic status of Mendoreños through the informational and managerial approaches. So I would like to share with you the poverty incident as shown on our slide. So this data is based on the Philippine Statistic Authority, which in the first semester, poverty incident among families and among population in Oriental Mindoro increased by 3.6 percentage points and 5.7% in 2018 to 2022. So that is why with the presented research gap and challenges, this research aligns with SGD 1. Next slide, please. SGD number 8, SGD number 11, and SGD number 12. No poverty, and focuses on inclusive jobs from the benefits of the tourism activities that are not marginalized. And SGD 11 for involvement of our community. And lastly, SGD 12, since we will be encouraging our all Mendoreños to stay in their hometown, that can decrease production and consumption of resources in Manila, as well as we are promoting to use sustainable products in producing our tourism products. For the research objectives, based on the presented gaps and research implications, we would like to again check the current state of the tourism destination, assess the influence of CBT, and what are the challenges and opportunities for enhancing the sustainable and inclusivity of CBT in the region. And lastly, most of all, is to propose programs and projects. For the research question, this is aligned with or anchored with our research objectives. So our methodology is we employ the mixed method, the qualitative methods and the quantitative, wherein it's a combination of in-depth interviews with our stakeholders and through surveys. So inductive exploratory method is used to comprehensively understand the CBT ecosystem. So in conclusion, this study provides an understanding of CBT to the ecosystem or as a whole in the region of Oriental Mindoro, and it expected that we have a significant impact on the development of CBT and also help the policymakers and industry practitioners to use the CBT. And for the researchers and students, we are they can use our model on their future studies. So with that, I'd like to end my presentation by saying it's clearly that community-based tourism holds immense potential to enhance the livelihood of local populations, promote environmental stewardess, and future foster inclusive economic growth. Once again, on behalf of my co-authors, Dr. Madonna Pimaltor and Dr. Sahid Mamid Ahmed, thank you so much for listening and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mila Joy Martinez, for sharing your research. Indeed, community-based tourism or CBT should be enriched and sustained to create more job opportunities for the locals to alleviate their economic condition. Again, a round of applause for Ms. Mila Joy Martinez. And now, we will be having the presentation of Dr. Maricar Vergara from Central Escolar University, Philippines, to present with us her research topic, critical gap analysis of tourist expectations and satisfaction on farm tourism in Bulacan. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, fellow researchers. I am Maricar Veranga. I am the program head of the College of Hospitality Management in Centro Escolar University in Malolos. I have been teaching for 25 years. And as for my affiliation, I am one of the members of the CHED Region 3 ARCWAT member, as well as former president of the Council of Hotel and Restaurant Educators of the Philippines, Region 3. And for my academic preparation, I'm a graduate of Master of Science in College Teaching, as well as Master of Science in Hospitality Management. And and also, I'm a graduate of Doctor in Business Administration. For my topic, which is about farm tourism, why farm tourism? Farm tourism is a new phase of tourism, according to Shanday and Kitan in 2019. However, there are several issues arising to the expectation versus the satisfaction level offered by farm tourism destination. Certain attributes emerge with high indifference levels, followed by satisfaction level and minimally dissatisfaction level. Another, satisfaction is not only affected by service quality, but also by external factor. Next slide, please. How about the farm tourism in Bulacan? As of this writing, there are only 28 accredited farm tourism sites. And in Bulacan, Duran Farm is the first accredited farm tourism site, according to Bueno in 2012. In addition, it was awarded as the Natatanging Agri-Tourism Site in 2019. And this is the setting of the study. Farm tourism is based on the RA enacted Republic Act 10816, which means to develop and promote farm tourism in the Philippines. On the hypothesis of the study, on the null hypothesis, there is no significant difference on the gap between tourist expectation and satisfaction. However, for the alternative hypothesis, it states that there is a significant difference on the gap between the tourist expectation and satisfaction on the farm service tourism quality when they are grouped according to profile. As to the statement of the problem, first, what is the demographic profile of the respondents in terms of gender and age? Number two, how may the gap between the tourist expectation of the farm tourism service quality were assessed in terms of the 5 dimensions? And is there a significant difference on the gap of tourist expectation when they are grouped according to profile? Is there a significant difference in the gap of tourist expectations and their level of satisfaction in terms of the 5 dimension? This SERVQUAL model has its 5 dimension, namely the five dimension of serve call model includes reliability, responsiveness, empathy, tangibility, and assurance. And the last statement of the problem, what sustainability action plan may be conducted for the enhancement of the farm tourism business operations on the serve call model featuring the 5 dimension. As to the respondents of the study, they are the farm tourists of the Run Farm in Basuit, San Ildefonso, Bulacan. And the researcher made use of the Rausoft computation in order to determine the acceptable number of participants. The instrument of the study was developed by Parasuraman, Berry, and Sitmal, links the 5 dimensions of the study into a questionnaire. Actually, the researcher has asked permission from the proponent of this serve call instrument before the conduct of the study. The participants were chosen using the convenient sampling, and the statistical tests include analysis of variance, independent sample t-test, paired sample t-test. And the result, the gap between the tourist expectation and satisfaction on the farm tourism service quality when they are grouped according to profile are significantly equal. As to the demography of the tourists, majority of the tourists belong to the Gen Z, few belong to the millennials and the Gen X. On problem number 2, there is a positive gap between the satisfaction and expectation level of the tourists regarding the quality of service the farm tourism provided during their visit. And so it is safe to mention that the farm tourism in Bulacan managed to provide their tourists the appropriate level of quality service in terms of the 5 dimension. In terms of gender, male and female tourists have significantly equal expectation values and satisfaction values. When grouped according to age, however, results show that there is a need to improve the quality service based on the 42 to 47-year-old demographic. In terms of sustainability action plan, so the action plan speaks about 1, upkeep visually appealing farm tourism facilities, find mechanism which would readily address guest inquiry promptly, maintain error-free records, and retool farm tourism employees in competence and soft skills. And based on the study, the null hypothesis was rejected. Thus, there is a significant difference in the gap between the tourist expectation and satisfaction on the farm tourism when they are grouped according to profile. And so my takeaway this afternoon is that farm tourism is truly an emerging sector of the industry and has caught the interest of travelers with varied demographics. However, when we speak of tourism service, consistency and impartial standard of service must be observed at all times, regardless of the demographics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vergara. Let's give her a round of applause for sharing his insights on farm tourism, which is now a trend in tourism industry, as most people wish to be away from the hassle and bustle of their daily routines. Again, a round of applause, Dr. Vergara. And now we will proceed to the next presenter. Our next presenter is Ms. Josephine Anguluan from the Institute of Business Management Philippines, and she will be presenting her research topic, Ibanag Traditional Cuisine, Basis for Development of a Menu Guide. Let's welcome Ms. Anguluan.
Good morning, everyone. I will be presenting to you the research of mine, the Ibanag traditional cuisine in Northern Isabela, basis for the development of a menu guide. The author is the second child of Mr. and Miss Joseph A. Angolwan, both residents of Santo Tomas, Isabela. She grew up and born in a barangay Katabayungan, Cabagan, Isabela, where her parents decided to reside. Her father died when she was 9 months, and she grew up in the care of his uncle, a cousin of her father, because her mother continued her master's at UP Los Baños. She finished her bachelor's degree at the Isabela State University, Cabagan, and while working as an office clerk and a mother of 3, she pursued and finished her master's degree at St. Paul University of the Philippines in Tuguegarao City. Fortunately, she was hired as a contract of service faculty at the Isabela State University, Cabagan, where after she graduated her master's degree in St. Paul University, Tuguegarao City. Her mother convinced her to finish and continue her doctorate degree, as it was a reverie for her to have a child like her. And the author finished her doctorate at St. Paul University, Tuguegarao City. And now she is an instructor 3 in a permanent position at the Isabela State University in the Bachelor of Science in Hospitality Management. Okay, for the abstract of the study, traditional cuisine is increasingly viewed as a cornerstone of intangible heritage in tourism, offering visitors immersive cultural experiences, reinforcing the connection between tourist destinations and food local cultures, encapsulating regional identities, destinations, and local food cultures. The food is slowly vanishing. Religious significance and social traditions. As the foods slowly vanish, so the food's associated meanings, beliefs, and practices attached to them. This study was conducted to document the autochthonous foods of the Ibanags that are bit by bit disappearing due to the modern way of living or due to enculturation. Being cognizant of their indigenous foods would help keep in and create a tie-in and the gap between the Ibanag past generations to the present. The Ibanags were found in the northern coastal towns of Pamplona, Claveria, Abulug, Apari, Bugay, Camalanyugan, Lalo, and Gataran in the province of Cagayan, and the towns of Cabagan, San Pablo, Santa Maria, Tumawini, Ilagan, Gemu, and some areas in Santo Tomas, San Mariano, Angadanan, and Reina Mercedes in the province of Isabela. The study used the descriptive quantitative research method. It involved 90 Ibanags, composed of 30 cooks, 30 restaurant owners, and 30 indigenous people. It used of survey questionnaires and documentation. The foods were documented, and the health and social meanings and beliefs attached to these foods were noted and explained by the elders. Frequency and percentage were used. The findings showed that the Ibanag's native foods were the following: Pansit Cabagan, or what we call the pansi in our lenguaje or in our language, the binalay, inatata or the balabala, bebengka or the bibingka as the Tagalog word, dinengdeng, zinendeng, and pinataro, and corn coffee. The Ibanag's main dish were the adobo, igado, bola-bola, karahayan, bichuelas. The social life and physical health of the Ibanags had been closely attached to their foods. Some of their native foods and practices had been consistently confronted with the influence of modernization and developed that seriously menace their traditional cultures or the total annihilation of their culture. The original recipe of the authentic cuisine of the Ibanags were preserved and recorded to ensure that these practices will be kept and still be used by the future generations. So this is the Isabela map, wherein that is the scope of the study. But then in the northern part, I selected some part, not all the northern part of the Isabela. And the research problem are, what are the traditional recipes of Isabela in terms of their main dish, appetizers, snacks, and beverages? And what are the beliefs and practices in Northern Isabela with respect to food preparation and presentation, which serves as culinary identity in terms of their ingredients, food preparation, methods of cooking, and methods of preservation? For my research design, the study used the mixed method, which is the descriptive qualitative and descriptive quantitative research design. Inventory of the traditional recipe of Isabela as to main dish, side dish, snacks, and beverages, and participants' awareness along social and cultural significance of the Ibonag traditional cuisine for preservation. Descriptive quantitative research was used, while the descriptive qualitative research design was used to interpret the beliefs and practices of the Ibonag in respect to ingredients, food preparation, methods of cooking, and methods of preservation. The challenges and threats in the preservation of the Ibonag traditional cuisine in Northern Isabela. Suggestions for preserving the traditional cuisines and the proposed materials that can be used for the preservation of the Ibonag traditional cuisine in Northern Isabela. The key informant interview was used in data gathering about the traditional cuisine of Ibonag in Northern Isabela. A survey questionnaire was also for the tourism staffs and owners of the food establishments. Okay, for the participants of the study, the research participants were 90 Ibanags coming from the northern part of Isabela, specifically in San Pablo, Santo Tomas, and Cabagan. Each municipality were represented by 30 participants composed of 10 Ibanag cooks, male and female, who are knowledgeable in Ibanag foods, preparation, and cooking techniques. 10 indigenous people who also cooks during special occasions. Likewise, 10 restaurant owners or managers per municipality in Northern Isabela that caters Ibanag foods with a total enumeration of 30 participants in each municipality. For the research instrumentation, the questionnaire was adapted and plotted by the researcher on the study of Dr. Abuan, Itawe's traditional cuisines and its implication to hotel and restaurant businesses, basis for promoting cultural tourism. And Dr. Leandro B. Ala, in his title, Traditional Isneg Cuisines, Basis for Proposed Food Tourism Plan for Coner, Apayao, in 2021, based from the traditional recipes, beliefs, and practices. Awareness to the traditional cuisine along social and cultural challenges and threats in the preservation of the traditional cuisine and the preservation practices of the Ibanag traditional cuisine in Northern Isabela. The translation of the menu guide, procedures to Ibanag language and spelling was translated by the head of the indigenous people in San Pablo, a retired elementary teacher, and the language consultant of the Isabela governor, Dr. Abe Silawan. The questionnaire was composed of 5 parts. The first is the traditional recipe. The second are the beliefs and practices on the culinary traditions of the Ibanags. The third is the methods of cooking and methods of preservation, and the awareness of the participants to Ibanag traditional cuisine along social and cultural significance of preservation and promotion. The fourth is the challenges and threats in the preservation of the traditional, and last part is the suggested preservation practices of the Ibanag traditional cuisine. Each item in the content will be checked, reviewed, and validated by the expert along the field. For the data gathering procedure, the researcher will ask permission from different municipal mayors requesting for the conduct of the study. Next is the approval of the mayor, permission to barangay chairman, will also be sought, and then the distribution of the survey questionnaires and an actual interview will proceed. While doing the documentation and interview, the researcher will use of a video recording. This will be done with the permission of the participants on the video. Answers and comments of the participants will be recorded for transcript and analysis. And then the end of the interview, all will be interpreted into thematically addressing to all the specific problems of the study. Okay, for the data analysis, the researcher made use of the following statistical tool, which is the frequency count, percentage, and rank distribution. This will be used in describing the beliefs and practices of the Ibanags along ingredients, food preparation, methods of cooking, and methods of preservation. For the weighted mean, this statistical tool will be used for the extent of awareness of the participants to the traditional cuisine of the Ibanag in Isabela, northern part. And the last is the thematic analysis. This is used to interpret the qualitative part of the study, particularly in inventory of traditional recipe of the Ibanag in northern Isabela along their main dish, appetizers, snacks, and beverages. The challenges and threats as well. Okay, I will just show you the food wherein it is very known in our place in the northern part of Isabela. We have the adobo. The Tagalog, I know they also know this dish. But in our Ibanag language, we call it adobo, as you can see in the monitor. So this is a famous recipe of chicken and pork, flavored and marinated with soy sauce, vinegar, garlic, and ground pepper. The igado, this is made from pork strips and liver cooked in vinegar and tomato sauce, mixture with vegetables such as carrots, bell pepper, and potato. Karahay, a boiled pork belly until tender and then deep fried until golden and crispy. It is usually served with ketchup or soy sauce with calamansi. Zinaga, or in Tagalog, we call it dinuguan. It is a very known dish for the Ibanag, and in every occasion there is always what we call zinaga. Pork dinuguan is a type of a stew native to the Philippines. It is peculiar when compared to other types of stews because of the use of pork blood as the main ingredient. Innards, intestines, pork skin, and fats, as well as flesh for the recipe. Some Ibanag prepare this dish using pork skin or yung fried skin as main ingredient and cook the blood separately. We have the bola-bola. This recipe usually made with ground beef or pork. They incorporate garlic, onions, egg, soy sauce, and a variety of spices. And these are the Ibanag's native foods. We have the pansit, kabagan, or what we call the pansi. Ito yung this is the food wherein it is very popular in Kabagan, especially. And we have the binalay. This is a native delicacy, or in some part of northern Isabela they call it anzila. It is. We also have the inatata, or the bala-bala, as I have mentioned in the abstract. And we have the bibingkang kanin, or the bebengka in Ibanag. The nilappa, zinendeng, or dinendeng. The common name of Ibanag for this recipe is composed of different vegetables usually available in the backyard. And the most common ingredient used of the Ibanags are sweet potato leaves, talbos ng kamote, malunggay, and the pinataro, a mixture of white sticky rice, dumplings, and coconut strips are what make up with this warm dish. And for the beverages, we have the corn coffee, or the cafe bagga. Because of the abundance of corn supply in the province, corn coffee is one of the traditional beverages in Isabela. Okay, for the conclusion, the traditional recipes of the Ibanags in northern Isabela, like adobo, igado zinaga, bolo-bola, karahay, and bichuelas, are among the traditional Ibanags cuisines prepared over the years. Though cooks are welcome, alterations, adjustments in this recipe because of the initiation of technology. Regardless of this cook, still preserve their beliefs and practices in cooking, like putting of cruz or crucifix, pouring of alcohol or the what we call binarayang in our language to cooking area, rituals like we have the wari or the tunnag, kicking and squeezing of the meat. Cultures and beliefs greatly affected by the arrival of different nationalities and foreign individuals today in the Philippines, and particularly in Isabela. The emerging of foreign food establishments and the fast food service in Isabela is at its peak that really threatens the traditional cuisine of the Ibanags. Furthermore, generations of today do not have or show any attention in preserving their recipes. Instead, they are hooked by foreign plates and are readily available in almost all of the corners of the province. Eradication of Ibanag's cuisines and culinary practices is possible if there are no actions made in preservation. The output of this study, which is the menu guide or the cookbook of the Ibanag traditional cuisine to promote and preserve the Ibanag traditional cuisine in Northern Isabela. Thank you and God bless. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mamangoluan, for your presentation on Ibanag traditional cuisine, which is associated with the Banag culture. Your study is a reminder that traditional cuisine in every region should be patronized for its preservation for future generation. We have two more presenters, and we will now have our second to the last, but not the least. And our ninth presenter for this session is Miss Ellen Kusu Wei from the Graduate School of Management and Science University, Shah Alam, Malaysia. And she will be presenting her research titled A Conceptual Paper on CO2 emissions management in Malaysia food industry. Let's give her a round of applause.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Again, it's me. I'm Eileen Ko, and here I'm going to present to you my conceptual paper on CO2 emissions management in food industry in Malaysia context. Next slide, please. Yeah. So this conceptual paper is developed together under the supervisor from Professor Zunira. She's the dean for our faculty. She's a very experienced professor from Management and Science University. It's my pleasure to have the opportunity to work on these conceptual papers together with Prof. Zunira. Next slide, please. Yeah. Very quick introductions about myself again. I hold a bachelor degree in food services and technology. I have a science background, and I've completed my master in business administrations, MBA, with major in global marketing, and I'm pursuing some sustainability related courses in your university and SRD Business School in Spain and in USA. And now I'm actually pursuing further on a PhD research in specific on the carbon dioxide emissions management in the food industry. Next slide. Okay, so here is my extract for my conceptual paper, and I'm going to bring you through, show you the rules with the bullet point. Next slide. Yeah. Well, the risings. Yeah, next slide. Okay. The risings of populations and also the food consumptions today have actually created challenge to meet the greater demands, especially with limited water, lands, and energy resources. So in the very near future, we foresee that climate change will affect the agriculture and cause the nature resources going into scarcity. And according to the report in Asia Nature Disaster 2019, drought found to be the severe disaster of climate change that have affect millions of people in Southeast Asia country. And according to United Nations report in 2022, Malaysia, Laos, Indonesia, Cambodia, these are the countries that have affected by the drought, and there are millions of people are affected due to this nature disaster. So this have ascertained the directions of this conceptual paper to scrutinize on the carbon dioxide emissions management in this country, as greenhouse gas is the root cause of the climate change today that caused the emerge of the nature disaster issue. Another thing is that the populations have grown significantly. According to the world populations, our numbers of populations is going to increase to 8.5 billions by the year of 2030, and also it will be exceed 9 millions by 2050. And the number is projected to increase to 10.4 billions in the year of 2100. So with that in considerations, the human consumptions is going to assist the agriculture productivity. Another thing worthy to take note is that the high populations grow across the developing country, which means that there will be more people to feed. But at the same time, there will be smaller farm size that able to produce food for the people consumptions. As the agriculture demands for human consumptions are foreseen to be exceeded the supply in the near future, high populations pressure is causing increased deforestations and nature resources degradations issue. Agriculture industry is closely related to the basic humans needs, and therefore in this research paper is aimed to provide an examinations on the interactions between agriculture industry operations, government initiative, and also the CO2 emissions management in the food industry in specific. Today, the greenhouse gas emissions is built around the planets that we live on, and the heat trapped inside the atmosphere is the one that leading to the global warming and resulted in the climate change issue. The climate model anticipates that the fire weather will become more frequent and intense, and actually is growing at the increasing rate. Ultimately, these weather conditions is going to affect the plantations and the food growth. The climate change have been the most major environmental issue that create various economic, social, and ecological impact worldwide over the past decades. And the rise of industrial globalizations, economic developments, increased populations, and the financial developments have resulted CO2 emissions continue to increase as well. The past research have proven that industrial globalizations, the inclinations of the CO2 emissions is considered the main reasons of the climate change and the global warming issue today. Well, we know that technology revolutions, it brings a lot of benefits to the industrializations and economic growth. However, on the other hand, it also caused some irretrievable damage to the environment and resulted in the climate change issue. So the global populations is rising extremely, and the climate change will affect agriculture and cause the nature resources going into scarcity, and eventually it will violate the basic humans' right. So according to 2023, Global Hunger Index, the world produced enough food to feed 8 billion of people. However, at the same time, we have 828 millions of people are still suffering from hunger. And all of these 828 millions, that's about 40% of people are facing acute level of hunger. Worst of all, there are 9 millions of people are died because of the hunger-related causes. And sadly, majority of them are children below 5 years old. Human and most of the living organisms, we rely on crops for our energy source. So when agriculture food production is not on par with the population growth, it will form a scarcity situations. And worse of all the constant surge in greenhouse gas emissions is likely to jeopardize the agriculture productivity. Ultimately, it will pose a threat to all the life form on Earth. And that's the reason why past researchers have also highlighted that the critical to figure out the different possible climate situations in future and anticipates the continuous change in climates. With that, to bring you dive deeper into the CO2 emissions management topic, the issue that worthy for attention is the global industrialized country that have set ambitions on climate targets. Yet, they acknowledge the challenge of the existing mechanism of CO2 is insufficient to help them to achieve the targets. Despite there are many countries who have made the public commitments to achieve the net zero target by 2050, yet they are lacking of a structure and concrete system to drive the plans to deliver the plans to achieve the targets. For instance, the analytical forecast power sector emissions is anticipated to remain the same number of energy from 2021 to 2024. And in reality, in order to meet the net zero emissions forecast by 2050, it has to start declining sharply. And today, policy settings are still insufficient to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. On top of that, in 2022, the number of people facing acute hunger is increased by 25% just in 3 months due to the conflict in Ukraine. Even if we want to rebound from the economic fallout of the pandemics, the United Nations predict that we will fall well short of our goal of zero hunger by 2030. Due to the complications of the correlations between the CO2 emissions, economic growth, and urbanizations, I would say that the local governments should be more vigilant, especially in regional governance. With that, I have formed the theoretical frameworks to look into the correlations between the agricultural operations towards the carbon dioxide emissions management in the food sector. The reason of concentrating on agriculture industry is because past researchers have conducted CO2 related study in other countries, and the past results have demonstrated that there's a sturdy connectivity of carbon dioxide emissions and the agriculture sector. In particularly, the study from the past researcher strongly proves that agriculture is one of the main drivers that causes the increase in CO2 emissions. And also, the past study have shown that the adverse weather phenomena is projected to be more volatile and rise in global warming. So this ascertains the agriculture food supply disruption issue will only be more frequent and severe if there is no precautionary steps are taken today. Environmental degradations that have evoked the government's awareness and fostered them to take up aggressive role in protecting our environments and earth. In most cases, many governments will often mediate and with the private enterprise in running a business by introducing many different forms of environmental regulations and also the business incentive. So the purpose of developing and implement these regulations is to help them to reduce the greenhouse gas emission, at the same time contributes to the climate change. Energy efficiency regulations are created with intentions to reduce the unnecessary energy consumptions, and the regulations will cover the directive of eco-design and how to manufacture using the energy efficient processor. So the past study have also shown that government intervention have a positive impact on the organization's environment innovations and technology innovations capability. By doing that, the organization will also make extra efforts to improve their environmental and innovations capabilities in order to increase the chance of their compliances
as well as to secure their market competitiveness. That's why the aim of this research is to provide an examinations on the interactions between the agriculture industrial operations and the government initiative, and also the CO2 emissions management in the food industry. Well, very quickly, the unit's analysis for this study will be focused on the organizations and the population in specific to the agriculture sectors. So the study aims to study the agriculture sector in Malaysia. Therefore, the list of the food industry populations I will obtain from the government list, which is a list of the agriculture company that involved in the domestic and export markets. The list is obtaining from the veterinary health mark, which is certifications that issue from departments of veterinary services in Malaysia. It's a government organizations. Lastly, the purpose of conduct this conceptual paper is this study could provide the insights into the practical recommendations that can apply to the industry to address the challenges that related to the carbon dioxide emissions and the climate change issue today. And the study is planned to conduct through a quantitative approach, panel data analysis, and the study will evaluate whether the hypothesis of saying the interactions between the agriculture industrial operations versus the CO2 emissions management exists, and also to identify the government initiative as the moderators that influence the relationship between the agriculture industrial operations towards the carbon dioxide emissions management of the company. So this research is designed to provide a better insight into a practical implementation of CO2 emissions in food industry in Malaysia context to support the sustainable developments. Yep, that's all for my conceptual paper presentations. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Ellen Kusui, for sharing your research on carbon dioxide emission management as a vital concern in agriculture industry. Of course, her paper is a timely mitigation to combat climate change, which everybody in the globe is now experiencing. Let's give her a round of applause. And now we will have our last presenter for session 1. And his topic is a comparative analysis of tourism and hospitality employees' demographical factors of job satisfaction with the national parks. And this is to be presented by Nibowo Chipala from the Tshwane University of Technology, South Africa. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Okay, my computer doesn't want to hold, but thank you so much for the opportunity for myself to come here and be able to share and engage with all other researchers regarding a little bit of a paper that emanates in South Africa. So the topic is comparative analysis of employees' demographical factors of job satisfaction within South African national parks. Regarding the biography, like I did say, I'm Ndibuo. I work for the Tshwane University of Technology. I have 2 roles at the university. The first role is an assistant dean of the Faculty of Management Sciences, as well as an associate professor for the faculty. And then I hold a doctoral degree in tourism with a specialty in outdoor recreation, or everything that makes people adventurous when they travel. And then I also hold an MBA in education management from Finland. And then lastly, I also have a postgraduate diploma in education management. As part of my introduction, I just want for everybody to understand that tourism and hospitality in South Africa is quite a big strategic component in developing the South African tourism economy. And then in 2023, the South African tourism looked at this and realized that the tourism and hospitality industry has contributed even larger than construction, mining, agriculture, and even energy. And then although tourism is quite massive in South Africa, I do not think that the workforce is satisfied because there are a lot of underlying issues that makes the workforce not to be satisfied. And then employees' demographical factors are quite hard, hardly used as predictors for job satisfaction within South African national parks. And then employee job satisfaction is widely studied for organizational growth. Like many other speakers here has been chatting about job satisfaction issue of people that are working within the tourism industry. And then the service industry, we all know, relies on a lot of hard labor, which comes from people that working within the industry. And then demographical factors would really make the South African tourism industry to flourish if they were considered. The objective of this study was to do a comparative analysis through the demographical factors, and we looked at conducting demographical analysis to develop an understanding, a profile of the people that work within the parks. And then we also look at determining factors that have statistical significance, which will then correlate with job satisfaction issues. And then the methodology of this study was a quantitative study, which used a convenience sampling. And then we sent out an online self-administered questionnaire. This was done after receiving ethical clearance by the Tshwane University of Technology, because in SA we had to try and get ethical clearance for that. So within the parks in SA, we reached out to 559 employees, and these are within 20 parks. And then we reached out to 211 that voluntarily completed the questionnaire. And then we used the SPSS program to analyze the data. On the map, I just want to show you those green patches are 20 parks that are found within South Africa. We have got 9 provinces, and almost each province except one does not have a park. So South Africa is quite huge in environmental conservation. As you can see there, I think a lot of you will know the Kruger National Park, which is known for the Big Five, and about 20 of them that are shown on the map there, about 8, 9 of them have got the Big Five animals. And then this is excluding all other related private game reserves that are also available. So we're quite big on environmental conservation in SA. Then the finding of this study found that the subject to be a demographic profile of somebody working within the South African national parks would be a junior employee on a salary band B, and I will show what that means. It's a married person, female, aged between 30 and 39 years old, with a tertiary qualification. And then regarding the factor analysis, indicates that gender, or what is related as sex by other English speakers, including education as well as salary, are demographical factors that have statistical significance towards job satisfaction. If you can look on this table, you will realize that you've got a female aged that and married who is at a junior level employee, and then has been in a year of service between 6 and 10 years old and holds a diploma, and then is Afrikaans speaking. And these 4 indications here with the star are the results of the factor analysis, which shows the significance of education, salary band, as well as age and gender. And then as part of the findings, the more years or experience one has within the South African national parks, the more that person is satisfied. And then, for example, older employees with more years of experience are earning a lot more, and they've got a higher level of education, which can be shown here. The ones that are more satisfied are males, and they are of age, meaning they are about to go out of pension or go to retirement. And then a lot of them are widowed, and then they speak the language called isiXhosa, and then they are on a high band salary, meaning they earn a lot more better, and they've been working like for 20 years plus, as compared to the least satisfied that are working at 6 years towards 10 years. So in conclusion, it is eminent that the high level employee is more satisfied, and the high level employee is more educated and has got more higher position and is more satisfied. And then it can be concurred that SANPACS is dominated by more young females, but who are not as happy as elderly males who earns more and they are more educated. So even so, managers of organizations strive to develop and empower these people. But as part of what the people said is they think that the younger employees requires more policies to be developed to provide them bursaries and opportunity to grow within their work. And then there is an indication that we need to do a lot more in terms of job satisfaction surveys within maybe other tourism and hospitality companies. And I thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Chipala, for your paper presentation on the satisfaction of tourism job employees as the lifeblood of the tourism industry. Indeed, employees should be given importance as they serve as the operation personnel of our industry. Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to our presenters. And we will now proceed to the impressions of our panel of reactors. May I invite them to be on the sofa, and our physical presenters also. For our virtual researchers, please listen to what our reactors will say. So we will now give the floor to Dr. Velarde and Dr. Camatong. So we will have first Dr. Velarde.
We are requesting the presenters to please come forward. Yeah, good afternoon, virtual and on-site presenters. We would like to commend your effort because everybody, all those who presented since yesterday, all complied with the international standard of research presentation standards again. So let me begin and help me make it the quickest way I could. For speaker number 1, Ms. Carl Shi, although we were given another instruction, but let me do it the way I did it. So food waste, I'm not going to mention the titles anymore. So may I know where Mr. Carl Shi is. Food waste management has been a long-standing world problem, and there could have been possible pathways on how uneaten food could be managed, like, for example, donating the clean food, recycling, composting, anaerobic digestion or landfilling. So we're looking for these things actually, but generally, we love the way the research results were presented. For speaker number 2, we have Ms. Debopriya Basu. I'd like to remind everybody that every time we analyze presentations like this, we always consider the objectives. And 2 were mentioned here: consumer awareness and current industry standards in addressing sustainability in airline industry. And she was talking about greenwashing. For everybody's information, when we talk about greenwashing, we are talking about some deceitful way of marketing a product, like what the unleaded gasoline is being promoted, when in fact they are not totally unleaded, something like that. And I'd like to remind Ms. Devopriya Basu that since objectives were clearly mentioned, we were actually looking for some findings, and I think I seem to have had missed that part. And for speaker number 3, Ms. Sidra Sulfigar, comprehensive analysis of PIA. Well, opportunity for improvement or opportunities perhaps. I'd like to let everybody know that when you make a title, you have to spell out acronyms like this. In fact, I was thinking of Philippine Information Agency, but the setting is somewhere in Pakistan. So I had it in mind, it must be Pakistan. Or I was also thinking of another one, Privacy Impact Assessment, which is, of course, another thing. But as I was listening to that, the context seemed to have, perhaps P represents Pakistan, something like that. I'm not sure about that, though. But am I right? Yeah? But I love the way she presented it with all, with everything that we need to know. And the reminders that these PIA in a country, in every country or organization really matters, but I may have missed the finding or results on technological advancement and challenges that were clearly specified on the objectives of your city. Now we have speaker number 4, Shara Marie Belonio, on consumer behavior in Nueva Vizcaya. I'd like to remind everybody that there have been studies on consumer behavior, and when we talk about behavior, we are also talking about behavior, attitudes. Like, for example, we talk about the planner, the last minute booker, and the dreamer. I want to be there, but I couldn't. Something like that. I was looking for some aspects like that. And also your SOP states the preferences, travel destinations, cost consideration, and tour arrangement. However, since I missed the findings, I found the results and the conclusion. Remember, conclusions are not the reiteration of the findings. So that's why we were a bit lost. But then again, I'd like to congratulate you for that rendition. And then we have speaker number 5, Mr. Jordan Kabaging. Crisis readiness. So I was so excited while I was listening to this because it's very timely that COVID-19 and other disruptions have been happening. So I was trying to find some economic downturns, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic and other disruptions that will happen in the future. And this could be our benchmark research on everything that we could be doing in the future. I was also looking for something like the bookings on how it will be affected during the pandemic, the infrastructure modification, like for example, internet connection, which has been happening since yesterday. I was thinking of how ready the hotel industry is, especially the hotel. I hope they would not kick me out. But then again, so we are looking for this crisis management thing, but I did not find. So also your PPT states presented the status before the crisis. You presented the status of this hotel industry before the crisis. So I was looking for the now. It's like the then and now, but I did not find the now. Okay. Also, I was a little confused why there was a leadership style after the discussion of the crisis readiness. But then again, I'd like to congratulate you again for your presentation. Now we have speaker number 6, Ms. Mila Joy Martinez on community-based tourism in Oriental Mindoro. I'd like to let you know that I am a Mendoreña, but I'm not a Mangyan, but I love the Mangyan there. So I am very familiar. I am very familiar on the capital assets of Oriental Mindoro. You actually mentioned three important capital assets, like the natural, cultural, and historical capital assets. However, I'd like to let everybody know that there are other very important assets of Mindoro as well, like human capital assets and the built capital assets. Also, these are the assets that have been missed when we talk about Mindoro and other far-flung provinces. Also, I am so happy to see that your study aims to maximize community participation and poverty reduction. Therefore, all of these capital assets should really have been included. Generally, though, I'd like to say that your presentation has not only been phenomenal, but truly extraordinary. Congratulations. I have been your fan since yesterday, actually. Moving on with speaker number 7, Dr. Maricarb Veranga, a gap analysis of tourist expectations. I'd like to, I was actually looking for something like the negative gap, like the transportation service in Bulacan. Am I right? This is in Bulacan? Yes. And also the positive gap, which is the cultural uniqueness of Bulacan. These are the things that we should actually include. But then again, congratulations also. I love the way you presented it. For speaker number 8, Miss Josephine Argowan, I hope you will not kill me for mispronouncing your name. This is the best way to actually promote the ingenuity of our country in general, the Philippines. So I'd like to congratulate you for that. You are highly commended for that. And for speaker number 9, Eileen Kosue, Madam, you are our keynote speaker. We would like to really thank you for coming over here in the Philippines. And I'd like to remind everybody that indeed the carbon dioxide emission is a truly horrible thing and scary that we have to look into, especially when we talk about the food industry in general. We don't know how we have been slowly being killed by this carbon dioxide. We are thinking that is good, but this actually may increase productivity, but may decrease the quality of products. Now, I'm not giving lessons though. I also would like to remind everybody that not only these presenters, but everybody who would hope to join the international competitions like this, local or international, I'd like to remind you that your PowerPoint presentations are actually visually, I should really be visually visible. That's why it's visual presentation. But unfortunately, sweethearts, the PowerPoint the fonts are too small, and I'd like to put my face there so that I could read it. But generally, I love the way you presented it. And the topic that you have actually shared with us is truly very important to everyone. Thank you very much. And the last but not the least is, of course, this gentleman over there, that gentleman over there who looked very sad. Maybe he was lost when he was looking for Tagaytay hotels. He was talking about comparative analysis of tourism and hospitality employees. And I'd like to really commend him for promoting Africa and its natural resources. And I really found everything that I was looking for in a research presentation. So congratulations, sir, and welcome to the Philippines. Let me turn over the microphone to our hosts.
Thank you very much, Dr. Villarda. And now we will have the impressions from Dr. Camato.
Okay, so good afternoon and congratulations. So most likely, most of you got a score of between 50 to 55 based on our criteria of research acceptance, right? Okay, so congratulations. So for presenter number 1, so a study on consumer awareness and industry practices to combat greenwashing within the airline industry. So greenwashing is the practice of presenting misleading information about environmental benefits of a product, service, or company to appear more environmentally friendly than it is actually is. No? So my suggestion is to include like best practices. No? This is an online presenter, like transparency and honesty, since this can build trust and confidence with the consumer, and also the third-party certification and standard. No? So, but the topic addresses a significant issue in the airline industry. So, congratulations. Next is the number 2. How does food waste impact the tourism sector? So, the food waste is a critical issue in the tourism sector, now particularly within the hospitality industry. So for me, this study is well-timed and very relevant. So congratulations. But I just have a suggestion here. The study can be expanded, no? And can include a quantitative data on the economic and environmental impact on of food waste, and explore best practices from other regions or country for a broader perspective. Next is the evaluation or the a comprehensive analysis of PIA. So I suggest to define the PIA clearly and include case studies from different sectors to illustrate the varied applications and outcomes of this PIA. Okay. Number 4, understanding the consumer behavior in Nueva Vizcaya. So this topic is vital for developing targeted marketing strategy in the travel industry, specifically in specific regions like Nueva Vizcaya. But I just noticed in the presentation that the presenter just concentrated on the millennials and on the age and gender. I suggest to include the income, because the purchasing power varies widely, no? Affecting the type and the price of the product that the consumer can afford. So maybe this can also be considered. And the family size and the lifestyle, because the needs and performances, no? Or the preferences, no, can be vary significantly depending on whether the customer is single, married, or have children. Okay. For number 5, the crisis readiness and response is strategies. So in light of recent global disruptions, so this topic is highly relevant to the hotel industry. So congratulations. But I suggest to include the case studies from recent crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic, and focus on both short-term and long-term resilience strategies, highlighting technology, because times like this, technology plays a vital role, no? Particularly in crisis management. No? It could be beneficial. Number 6, the critical analysis of community-based tourism in Oriental Mindoro. Yeah, okay. Ito ba yung... Wala pala akong masyadong comment. Congratulations, Ms. Mila. I'm looking for the comment, so I don't have comments, man. And then number 7, congratulations also. Number 8. Then for number 9, a suggestion. Maybe you can come up with a detailed case study and come up with the empirical data. So because detailed case study, particularly from Malaysia, no, to illustrate successful implementation of sustainable agricultural practices. Example, the showcasing of a specific farm or region that have adopted precision farming or the organic methods and their impact on carbon dioxide emissions. And with regards to empirical data, incorporate empirical data on carbon dioxide emission reduction achieved through various agricultural practices. So this data can support the proposed strategies and demonstrate their effectiveness. But you have a very good study. Congratulations. Also to number 10, congratulations also.
Thank you very much, Dr. Velarde and Dr. Camatong, and of course, kay Ma'am Kay Castro. We will be having a photo opportunity with our presenters. May I call in the organizers to join us here? And after this, promise we will be having our most awaited lunch. And our apology for the delay. Maybe it's time for us to have a diet. So we will better enjoy our lunch. You can have, we will be having a photo opportunity here. Please, you can have the yeah, the presenters will be sitting down, and the organizers at the back, and those who are present here, you are also invited. Just the presenters and the organizers and the panel of reactors, please.
Hello. We are also inviting our virtual presenters to kindly turn on your cameras. Again, we are inviting our virtual presenters and attendees to please turn on your cameras. There you go. Yeah. All right, once again, thank you and congratulations to all of our virtual and physical presenters for today. And of course, thank you so much to our panel reactors for the first session. Thank you, Dr. Velarde, Dr. Camatog, and Dr. Castro. And of course, thank you so much to our session chair, Dr. Adele Ruadilla, for presiding our first session of the day. Let's give them the warmest round of applause, please. And we will now have our lunch break, and the conference will resume at 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. sharp. You may enjoy your lunch at the Country Cafe. We are also inviting our sponsors to join us po sa lunch.
All over. Yeah, just coming.
Hi.
Ma'am, play daw po. All right, so I believe we are just experiencing another minor technical difficulty. And while we are still waiting for our technical team to fix the AVP, I would like to take this opportunity to extend our gratitude to our sponsors for Globe Summit 2024. We have MNRC Travel and Tours, Bernabet Tadan Souvenir Shop, and Sensei Massage Chairs. Thank you again. And once again, we have the message of Congressman Edwin Olivares.
And if anyone like, just wait for the, because we can listen your voice. You just inform.
Ano ka bang pwede? All right. And while we are still waiting, I would like to take this opportunity to remind our dear attendees and presenters to kindly accomplish the evaluation form later on once we are done with all of the presentations. For day 1 and day 2, we will be posting the QR code and the Google Form link later on, and we'll also be sending you an email blast for the QR code and the Google form link for our post-conference evaluation. Thank you.
Would like to commend the First of all, I would like to commend.
All right, I think it's working now. All right. So once again, let's listen to the message of Congressman Edwin Olivares.
First of all, I would like to commend the Polytechnic University of the Philippines Parañaque City Campus for organizing this prestigious and significant event that aims to exchange insights, promote economic growth, and explore emerging trends shaping the hospitality and tourism landscape in the country and align it with the global goals. These industries are with necessity in our current and future well-being of the world. As hospitality and tourism sectors expand, their environmental and social footprints also grow, bringing significant challenges that demand immediate action. We must prioritize are crucial for the long-term success of these hospitality and tourism industries. Lastly, may I also echo a God-centered leadership, mga Diyos, mga tao, serbisyo totoo. In serving our people with hospitality, Filipinos are known Congressional District of Parañaque is committed to supporting all your efforts to foster and promote conscious use consumptions practices for the betterment of our beloved city of Parañaque and beyond. Congratulations on the successful first Globe Summit 2024. May God bless us all.
All right. Thank you so much, Congressman Edwin Olivares. All right, and I also like to inform everyone that the certificate of the presenters will be given and awarded after all the presenters have presented by the end of today's conference. And of course, we are now bound to dive into the session 2 of today's conference. But before we formally do that, I am deeply honored to introduce our third keynote speaker for today on the topic Faithful Destinations, Exploring the Spiritual Side of Tourism. Our speaker for today is an associate professor at the Faculty of Business, Hospitality, Accounting, and Finance at Masa University, Malaysia. He started out his career as a postgraduate teacher in Arkham Academy, Senior Secondary School, Faridabad, and he joined as a junior executive trainee and worked as a concurrent auditor in All India Handloom Fabrics Marketing Cooperative Society Limited, sponsored by the Government of India, with the responsibility of supervising administration, personnel, accounts, and audit department. He also worked in Islamia College of Commerce, Gorakhpur, worked as an administrator in HEISCO Kuwait. He also worked as an assistant professor in professional management, Lucknow, India. Assistant professor in Linton University College of Malaysia. Presently, an associate professor in hospitality, accounting, and finance at Masa University, Malaysia, and having a wide range of experience, more than 28 years and above in the field of academic, administration, and audit. He has also delivered lectures as a keynote speakers in various international conferences, viz. In Malaysia, India, and other places. Everyone, please welcome and give your warmest round of applause for Dr. Rashidul Hake.
Yes, very, very good afternoon, all of you. I'm Dr. Rashidul Haq, and now I'm going to thankful to Globe Summit Organization 2024. They are arranging a globe leadership in hospitality and tourism management. This is a very burning topic nowadays, and everyone is going to facilitate, because after the COVID, this circle and this field is becoming more important, how to explore the more talks, and as well as has to grow the business also. So I'm thankful to all of you given opportunity. Now I'm going to share my slides to discuss about the So all of you can see what I'm sharing. Please, all of you can acknowledge what I'm sharing. All of you can see.
Yes, sir. It's visible on our end.
Now it's visible. Okay, very good. So now the topic is having here, my topic is having a faithful destination and exploring the spiritual side of tourism. So I'm working here in Malaysia last 2011 onwards, and now I'm in Masa, and Masa is a very big university for the research and publication and medical field also. So the topic, we have to see the faithful destinations exploring the spiritual side of tourism. So what is the tourism? So first we have to see the basic of spiritual tourism. Tourism, always you can see we are going to visit other places, and we have to be seen and benefited for the new cultures, new environment, new things. But spiritual is also the part of the tourism, but we have to go far. Most of the people are liking to visit so many places. So in my presentation, having so many things I have to cover up, and we have to show these are the things. So spiritual tourism, as also you can see as a religious tourism. Pilgrimage tourism refer to travel that is motivated by spiritual or religious reason. So this is the example you can see around the world, having most of the religion, those who are adopting and having a practice, they are going to visit the places, like a Muslim going to the Makkah. This is the Hajj, is one of the pilgrimage, spiritual pilgrimage tourism is there. The people are visiting to the Kushinagar and Bodh Gaya, and these are the places for the Buddhist people are coming to Kushinagar. To that places is very important for the spiritual tourism for the Buddhist. For Christian also having, they are visiting so many. You can see the Jesus has been came into the Jerusalem, and after that he moved so many places also. So that place also is become the Bethlehem is the place, is the spiritual place pilgrimage for the Christianity. Hindus also having so many spiritual places has to visit, and they are coming to India also. So India is a nation is called for the spiritual country. You can see like that every place is having so many spiritual places, and according to their religion they are adopted, and they are going to see and also can adopt that tradition also. So you can see the spiritual tourism is to connect with the higher power and to seek spiritual enlightenment. So many people are coming to India for the yoga, for the spiritual ashram having, so they are spending a lot of time and they have to get benefited. And for example, the people from the Europe, mostly they want to come for the peace. They are searching where having a peace and enlightened, and they have to spend a lot of time, and they have to visit whole India where they have to feel comfort. So some of the places like a Kashi also having, and now the name is the Varanasi, and Kashi having so many people are coming and see how the spiritual enlightened they have to get it. So many people also going to get the healing if they are having any problems for anything, so they have to heal from the spiritual treatment also, and they have to be cured, and then their physics are up to that mark like that. So the destination is a very important. So here are some basic of spiritual tourism. We can see the destination. Destination also is a very important, playing very important role. Spiritual tourism involves visiting destinations that are considered sacred or significant in various religions. So every religion having a different belief, and there are the things they have to go and adopt like that. So these destination can include, you can say the temple also having, churches having shrines, mosque, holy cities, and pilgrimage centers. So this portion you can see are called as a destination of the spiritual tourism. Then also you can see the motivations. The primary motivations behind spiritual tourism is to seek spiritual growth. How the person, those who are born and brought up, and then they are going to see where having my right path. So that is the spiritual they are searching. Sometimes they have to follow to the guru, and those who are the very learned people, they have to give some advice. The people are going to follow them. So this is the motivation is there. So tourism also is going to adopt. So many people are visiting to Thailand, because this is also is a very good spiritual place of the Thailand having, and also Indonesia also having, and India having, Nepal also having. So these are all the places the people are motivating to going to get some benefit and some growth, some enlightenment, and some healing. Healing means here you can see some of the people are become sick, and they cannot cure proper. So that's why some of going to advise, okay, you have to go for the spiritual healing, maybe you have to get the benefit. This is the belief according to their religion, they have to go. Some of going to the shrine also, tomb also, some of the people are going to the church also, and temple also, and Gurudwara also, whatever the way, they have to go and get the treatment like that. People may also undertake spiritual tourism to reconnect with their faith. Always this is depend upon the faith. Faith is a very important. So I will show some, I will already given in this talk, having so many places in India you have to visit for the spiritual point of view, and you have to get the whole benefit and faith also. So your belief and find inner peace and harmony. So next, having you see the basic concept, you can see the activities. Activities also is very important. Now the people are so much tired, so much stress having their work, their activities. Either they are in a working environment, or they are having in a business environment. Everywhere having so much stress, don't have a time, and don't have a, so people are going to take leave, and they have to go for the meditation and yoga, prayer, and pilgrimage and chanting and other rituals. So they feel some activities we have to do. This will benefit after the my life will coming after the second phase. So it will be get more benefit. This is the depend upon the belief according to their religion. These activities are designed to help visitors connect with their spiritual selves and gain a deeper understanding of the belief. Really, this is a good thing. And it is already having one statement from the prophets, and the prophet, they said, if you know the people, so better you have to go on a journey with them. Then you know how the person having, how the community is going to react, how they have to behave. So that's why the visit is a very important for the visitors. You are interacting to the people, those who are the local people on that country, how they are reacting. They are giving a full respect, or maybe they have to annoyed, they have to see in a different way also. So activities also is going to involve for the spiritual tourism benefits. So another topic, a basic concept having, you can see the benefit. Spiritual tourism can offer several benefits such as stress relief, improved mental health. When we are going for the any rest, any spiritual places, and after that when we will come back, we feel very comfort. As a Muslim, most of the people, those who are going to the Hajj in a Makkah, especially in the period of the Hari Haji, it is called in the Malaysia, it is a Eid al-Azha, most of the people, around 25 lakhs people and 30 lakhs people are gathering in a one place. This is the big example for the people, how they are coming to, and this is the based upon the spiritual tourism and belief. And in India also, having a Allahabad, one place is a Sangam. And now the name is changed, and Allahabad is called as a Prayagraj. So Sangam having every 12 years, you can see having a one Mahakumbh. The name is called Mahakumbh every 12 years. So around 25 to 30 lakhs people has to come, and they have to take a bath in a Sangam. This is the belief, when we have to get a bath from there. So all the sin has been washed out, and they will feel mental health is become more strong and increase self-awareness, spiritual growth. It can also provide a sense of community, connection with other spiritual seekers. When you are visiting to one place to other place, and you are going to see that their religious place and shrine, whatever, you are connecting to other people, this is the benefit. And you have to know the history about that place, and what is the secret having a behind that site and that place like that. So all it is the benefit, the awareness will come, your knowledge will going to increase. So, and you also see the culture, and you can see the people's how going to react, how they are giving a hospitality also. This is also very important for the spiritual tourism we have to see. Then we have to see the precaution. This is also one of the concept. Visitors should respect the customs, traditions, and belief of their destination. They should also be aware of the potential risk and take necessary precaution to ensure their safety and well-being. So those who are precaution, most of the people are saying that that country is more safe. We have to visit that place because their administration and everything is a very peaceful, and that is no. Like example, I'm going to take around the world also, having in Europe, UK and America also, but maybe that such type of belief don't have. You can see in a Saudi Arabia, when the shop is there and when the azan call will come for the prayer, all the customer and all those who are shop owner and belong to the Muslim community, they have to keep as it is shop, and they will go to the mosque to perform their prayer. This is the hardly it will take 5 to 10 minutes. There is no cheating, no shoplifting, nothing, because they know if anything is going to be happen, any steal and anything is going to be, so CCTV camera can catch, and their law is very strong. They have to cut hand immediate. So such type of punishment also is going to control the honesty, and those who are becoming honesty, that is no issue. You can visit around the whole world like that. Okay, so this is the one. Another purposeful travel. So always you can see the spiritual tourism having a purposeful travel. You are seeing, and you are making a plan every year when you are having a vacation. Maybe you have to go alone, along with the family, and along with your children also, because the children also need to follow your parents. So parents, so in the future, they also, when they become a parent, they have to guide their generation time to time, and they have to learn all the culture and tradition, how we have to perform, how we can practice of the spiritual belief like that. So opens to new experience. Spiritual tourists are open to trying new things and are often willing to set up to step outside of their comfort zone in order to have a meaningful spiritual experience. So respect for local culture and tradition. So this is the visitors also. It is a more important when they are going to visit to any place, any country around the world. They have to respect their culture, their things, and should not make harm. And this is the important things they have to learn from the spiritual tourism, and they are visiting and meeting to each others like that. So focus on inner growth. Spiritual tourism tourists are often interested in exploring their inner selves. How we be more satisfied, how I will be more strong in a belief, how we can perform, and how can we behave to others when you are going to visit as a spiritual tourism, as a tourist. Then you have to get so many experiences around the places, and you have to adopt good practices in your life also. So mindful and international travel. Spiritual tourists are often mindful of their impact on the environment and local communities, and seek out sustainable and responsible travel option. So whatever option having, you have to adopt, you have to go like that. So like Europe also is a very good place, and now spiritual, I have shown in my presentation that how the people are going to go and going to adopt and get the benefit also. Willingness to connect with others. Spiritual tourists are often interested in connecting with like-minded individuals. You know, some of one spiritual leader was there, like Osho. Osho, he himself, he declared as a god, and his ashram was in the US. And after that, he vacated, and now he came, and now Pune was his ashram is there. So many foreigners, they are having a belief on their teachings, and something they have to come and they have to take a rest, and 1 month, 2 months, and that ashram still is going on. Depend upon their belief. Where we cannot impose to any community, any religion, no, this is the correct. That is their belief, and how they are going to adopt and how they have to practice. This is important. So you can see whether it be through group tour or workshop and other shared experience. Most of the time tourism is going along with the group, and group is going, you are more secure also. Your community, you can talk to each other in your language, because if you are going to different country, maybe the language is the main issue, especially for Europe. Every country having a different languages. So no doubt English is the common language, but some of the countries still cannot speak the English. So only the guide can communicate, and they have to become as a role as a mediator to exchanging the your culture to their culture, their views to your views, like that. So the primary purpose of spiritual tourism is spiritual growth, enlighten, healing. So that is important thing. Our growth should be upper side, and I will be strong in a belief. And also I'm feeling the enlightenment. I'm a very respect. People also is giving the respect to according if you are having a knowledge, having a more and in your religion and belief, and also you can heal, and maybe the visitors also can heal like that. And also can connect to the inner self and higher power and gain to deeper understanding of their belief and spirituality. So if those who are believing for their religion, so they should know, if they are traveling, reading so many books, meeting so many leaders of spiritual leaders, so your knowledge is going to increase. Then you have to be become as a good man, and then you have to teach to the new generation, and you have to give a direction for them. So you can see the destination having for more important for the tourism. Spiritual tourism involves visiting destinations that are considered sacred or significance in various religion or spiritual tradition. These destinations can include temple, church, shrine, mosque, holy sites, and pilgrimage center. So activities having, so also you can see the spiritual tourism having so many activities, yoga and something, motivation. Then you can see the authenticity. So this characteristics of authenticity is very important. Spiritual tourism places a strong emphasis on authenticity and traditions. Visitors seeks out experience that are authentic and grounded in local culture and tradition. So many peoples are willing to go in a Africa continent, because every Africa continent they are having so many tribal living in their forest, and their culture and their belief is the different. So many European having a visit to go there, and they are studying the same culture. You can see the Amazon, Brazil, and that Latin America having a so many old culture. Still they are adopted, and they are going to maintain that culture, and they are living in the forest also. So tourism, spiritual tourism and tourism, when you are visiting one place, definitely you have to learn so many things. Community, and also community also providing a very good connection with other spiritual seekers. Visitors may participate in group activities and ceremonies that foster a sense of belonging and connection. Respect, always we are going to respect to the customs, traditions, and their destinations. And also we have to aware about the potential risk and take necessary precaution. If you are not going to meet to other, then you should not compare yourself. If what my belief is there, this is a correct, or if you are visiting to other place, their practice is the different. So you have to see what is the difference having and what is the actual and correct. So you have to find out only by the visit. So you can see some having a tourism destination in India, Varanasi. We already explained Varanasi is the one of the oldest city in India. Is considered one of the holiest city in Hinduism. Having a Kashi Vishwanath temple, and now the Narendra Modi has been make a very good construction of the temple near the bank of the Ganges. So there are so many peoples and so many spiritual visitors coming around the world, and they are staying, they are having ashram, and they have having their practice also. So this is the one important place of the Varanasi. Having so many, if you will count, maybe it will come more than 200 cities, it will be there in whole India. Rishikesh. Rishikesh also is a city located in the foothill of the Himalaya and is known as the yoga capital of the world. So Baba Ramdev, the name is a very famous. He was the yoga guru and yoga, and they are giving a. You can see the training around the world, and sometimes he is visiting to the UK and US also. Now he is converted as a entrepreneur also, and he is what is his Patanjali? Patanjali product is so much famous around whole India, like that. So Rishikesh also is a very good place for the spiritual visit. It is home to many ashrams, yoga centers, and spiritual retreats. Haridwar. Haridwar is a very famous and holiest place, like I told Sangam in Allahabad. So Haridwar also having a same spiritual sites, and they have to giving the same situation of that city. This is also bank of the Ganga river and known for its many temples, holiest shrine practices. And also you can see it is a point of the Char Dham Yatra. From there, the Char Dham Yatra also can. So in India, having a 4 Dham, one north, one south, one east, one west, like that. That is called the Char Dham. So which is the pilgrimage to 4 holy sites in the Himalaya. Then coming to the Amritsar, Amritsar is a very famous due to the during the British and due to the Sikh religious place in the Golden Temple. So Golden Temple is a very famous last I think this last year in the month of January I visited. January I visited one conference as a keynote speaker in Nawashahar. Near to the Ludhiana, near to the Phagwala. Then after one day, they have to take all the expatriate to go to the Amritsar, and we went to the border of Pakistan and Bagha. So I saw that Golden Temple, very good arrangement. Almost every day, 5,000 to 6,000 people are coming to eat free. Also, they are providing what is called langar. Langar is a free to everyone, so many people. And Amritsar Golden Temple is a very famous and very important place for the Sikh religion. And also it is included to the Kartarpur Gurudwara, which is situated in the Pakistan, and during the Imran Khan, they opened a corridor for the Kartarpur. So many Sikh people are going to visit that shrine also, that place also, Kartarpur Gurudwara. So tourism is going to adopt, and tourism are making a very good relationship in between the countries where you are having so many differences also. Bodh Gaya. Bodh Gaya is famous for the Buddhist because the Siddhartha got enlightened in a Bodh Gaya. This is the Bodh Gaya is famous for the Buddhist religion. So is a city and located in the state of Bihar, and is known as the site where the Buddha attained enlightenment. So after that, so to home to the Madhubani Mahabodhi temple, they make a Mahabodhi temple and consider. But Kushinagar, it is in UP. When he last time was there, he moved to the Varanasi, having a one place of the Sarnath, and they are having a near to the Devariya, one Kushinagar now is become the district of Uttar Pradesh. This is last he survived, and after that he has taken their permanent rest from the Kushinagar. So that's why Bodh Gaya is an important place for the Buddhist, spiritual, and so many you can see from Japan, from Korea, from China, from Philippines, Thailand, those who are believer of the Buddhist, Myanmar, they have to visit a lot in a number of the groups, and they are going to see all the places. Ajmer. Ajmer is the tomb is there. That tomb is in the Rajasthan Dargah, that is called the Dargah Sharif, and here having a Sufi saint Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti. So this as a Muslim, and that Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti, Muslim and non-Muslim also is going to visit and having their festival and fair when their birth date will come. So it is going to celebrate huge, and that tomb, and that shrine also is very famous in India, not in India, around the world, those who are in a Muslim community. Dharamshala. So Dharamshala also is a hill station, and it is situated in Himachal Pradesh and is home to the Dalai Lama and Tibetan government in exile. When Tibetan government is exiled, so Dalai Lama is going to take a shelter in the Dharamshala, and it is known its many Tibetan Buddhist monasteries, and is a popular destination for those interested in Tibetan culture and spiritual, especially those who are Buddhist coming India. Definitely they have to go and see the Dalai Lama, because they are here also has been nominated. He's also growing, and after that, after the Dalai Lama, he will be the main priest and for the main person of the Buddhist community. So Hampi also is one of the place having in a village located in the state of Karnataka, and is known for its many ancient temple and ruins. It was one of the capital of the Vijayanagar Empire and is considered as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So this Hampi is having UNESCO World Heritage Site. So they are having so many ancient temple, and also having their empire and their fort and some having a moment. So they have to keep like that. Puri is the one place in the Odisha, and it is the place famous for the Jagannath temple, and this is also one of the four dham. So four dham means Jagannath having Dwarka and Shrirambadur, and north having a Kedarnath. So these are the all four to Jagannath. Also from the east, this is the one of the fourth dham is there, because as per the Indian Hindu mythology, every person has to visit at least one time in their whole life to four dham. So this is that's why it is known for more Jagannath temple. And there when the festival is there, huge people are gathered, and they are coming to see how the Jagannath temple is going to celebrate. It is also known for its beautiful beaches. So Puri and Odisha, it is near to the beach, so that's why they have to go, and for the tourist points of view, this is a good place. Tirupati is a city located in the state of Andhra Pradesh and is home to the Sri Venkateshwara temple. Really, I already visited Tirupati also once in my life. I saw very huge temple having on a mountain, and you can go almost from the ground to 29 to 30 kilometers by bus to hill. Then you are going to reach to the temples, and very long queue. Normal period minimum have to take 8 to 10 hours. If the express line, you have to pay more, so then you can get early admission. Otherwise 9 to 10 hours you will be in a queue. Then you have to see that inside the temple. So this is also from the Hinduism. So this is so many people are going to visit every year. We see so many celebrities, heroine especially. You can see hero, that is not a much. When they are going to visit to the Tirupati Sri Venkateshwara temple, after that they are going to remove their all hair also, even female also. So many celebrities did like that. Pushkar also is one of the tourist place in Rajasthan, and it is famous for Pushkar Camel Fair. So they are having a very big Pushkar Camel Fair, and it is around the world it famous, and so many people are coming from Europe and US and UK also. And their Pushkar Lake also is to be more good places for the for sight. So this is which is considered to sacred site for Hindus. It is also home to the only Brahma temple in India. So Pushkar having a Brahma temple only. Kedarnath, it is a town located in the state of Uttarakhand and is considered one pilgrimage site for Hindus. Now it is Kedarnath temple And when the earthquake came and when it was the disaster, only the temple was safe, otherwise near about all the places has been damaged. So they are having a Lord Shiva is located in the Himalaya. Having a, like that, if you go for Velankani is town located in the state of Tamil Nadu and home to the Basilisa and Our Lady of the Good Health. So to be considered for the Christian also. For old Goa also, if you are seeing the Goa having a this site also having a historic churches and cathedral. So UNESCO World Heritage Site also has, this is the Portuguese. When they will be there, they constructed very huge church as a Catholic. So for the Christianity, those who are believing are the Catholic, they have to visit to the Goa also. Saint Thomas Mount is a hill located in the city of Chennai, Tamil Nadu, and is considered the place where the St. Thomas Apostle was martyred, and it is home to the St. Thomas Cathedral and is considered in the pilgrimage site for Christian. Kolkata also is a very famous city located state of West Bengal and is home to the Mother Teresa House, which is the former home of the Mother Teresa and is now considered museum pilgrimage site for Catholic. So if you can see the element of destination having, so attraction, image, amenities and human resources, accessibilities and price. So we already has been discussed what is the destination and what our physical space having. So all that is called the tourism destination. We are talking about the attraction. We are having a more attraction like Eiffel Tower in Malaysia. You can see the Twin Tower having once upon when the World Trade Center of US has been destroyed. So Twin Tower of Malaysia, Petronas Tower become the #1 highest tower. But now it is coming to the 6, 7. Now Burj Khalifa is now leading #1. And after that, China also 3 or 4. Even Taiwan also having a one highest. So now Twin Tower from Malaysia, it is coming under the 9th and 10th position like that. So many towers also is coming and they are going. So you see the attraction. We are having a natural attraction. Sometimes you are going to see the beach, mountains, parks, weathers, and also you can see the buildings. So many buildings having like, for example, we already told museum. And you can see the religions and conference and sport facilities also. These are also part of the attraction for, especially you can see when you are having any sports like Olympic and World Cup. So many people, FIFA also, you can see so many people are visiting from one place, coming to the one place has to enjoy it, and they have to get a very good culture, environment and cultural knowledge also. This is the benefit of the tourism. So now amenities also you are going to see what is the amenities for tourism. Always you are going to see the infrastructure. What is the infrastructure has been provided. This is feasible and this can be easily accessed or not. Utilities having public transport, road as well as direct services for the visitors. So this should include in the destination accommodation, visitor information, recreation facilities, guide, operators, catering and shopping facilities. These are more amenities is going to involve for the element of the accessibility. So accessibility having a you can connect easily either the via road, via air, and what is the rail and cruise ship having, how the people are going to visit all the places, all the transportation is easy, and some of the countries having a visa procedure. Sometimes they have to waive the visa, sometimes they have to allow visa on arrival, sometimes you have to take the visa in advance, depend upon how you are going to accessibility. If the accessibility is easy and not so much complicated, then tourism can be improved more. So image always you are going to see for that. So having attraction, amenities, image marketing and branding, travel media marketing. So these are all the image of the destination, includes uniqueness, sights, scenes, environment, quality, safety, service level, and friendliness of people. These are the image having. Most of the people, oh, we can go to the Malaysia, because Malaysia is a very harmonious and friendly relations, can get a visa also easily, and cost of expenditure also under the control. We can visit, and whole Malaysia is beautiful, and you can visit around whole Malaysia also. So many sightseeing having like that. So human resources also, you can see the arrangement of all the tourism tools and everything, how they are going to manage well-trained tourism workforce and citizens who are equipped and aware of the benefit. So I'm going to shorten because the time will not take, because your session also is going to. So price also is very important for your tourism. Price, if reasonable, every person will go, and this is the depend upon the individual thinking. I appreciate the people, those who are from the Europe, UK, you can the South Korea also, and USA also, Japan also, Thailand also, Malaysian also. They are frequently visiting. They then they have to 1 week visit. They have to go Thailand, 1 week South Korea, then Vietnam, Indonesia, Japan, Australia, New Zealand. So such type of the individual having approach, but our country is having some little orthodox concept having, and those who are in a high group, they are visiting frequently, but the middle class and the lower family, they are worried about the how can manage all the things. And if you are going to visit, so the visit means additional expenditure, and the structure of the maintenance of the family will disturb. So that's why in a middle class and the lower, it is still not moving, but slowly people are attracting. Why not we have to visit to other places also? First we have to complete within the country, then we have to go outside the country also. So price also is impacting for the tourist decision, and on that base they have to take the other economic feature such as a currency exchange also. Currency, you also see now the dollar and Indian currency is having a big gap, so that's why this is also is going to give impact for that. So one fact is, you can see almost this is the one data is there worldwide. The people are going to Mecca and Buddhist place, and almost 300 million tourists annually is going to visit around here and to there, and they are saying 80% are organized group and some are non 75% group travel again. So if you are going to take the current information, maybe after the COVID, it was slowed down, but slowly grooming up, and maybe target having, we have to come again, whatever in 2019, in 2029, we have to cover up the position of the 2019, because the 2021, 22 is the attack of the COVID, and the people are so engaged and don't have an income proper, but slowly now the movement has been started like that. So you see the fact of Krishna Valley. This is in Europe having, I think it is having in Holland and something having, the people are visiting, and this is the information has been there. And so many books has been written for the Krishna. The Lord Krishna, it is from the belong to the Mathura in UP, and they are more famous around the world, and so many ashram has been constructed in a different countries, and the people are going to attend the festival and their activities also, and they are going to see. So many books has been written on a spiritual basis also. So you can see the Krishna Valley Pilgrimage Religions Festival voluntarily service 30%, taking rest study tourism 70%. So people are coming to spend their time. So some of the figures we are showing, and all of you can see how we can concentrate like that. So you see that when your activity is there, people are sitting and coming, they have to benefited the speech from the spiritual leader and they have to see like that. So some of the pictures we have to show and we have to finish like that very fast. So you see the teaching is there. Children also is getting a benefit from there, and church and some places also they are going to get this thing. Now, this is also one of the very good picture for the tourism. In a bullock cart, all the people and children are going to see the village visit also. This is also the adventurous life you can see. So you can see during the activities that people are going to exchange the knowledge, all the different countries, children. So this is the good exposure for that. So this is the temples, and this is the, you see the Queen Elizabeth has treating like that. This is also one of the way the people are attracting. So how the highness people are so generous to giving some respect to the different people, children also. So this is the musical activities having, and now this is the temple, and this is, you see, having a previously Boris Johnson was the Prime Minister of UK. Now he is distributing food to the peoples, and they are distributing all the welfare scheme. So this is one of the country is Malta. Malta is near to the Israel, and in between Turkey, they are having a very small island. It is totally depend upon tourism. If no tourism, country cannot survive also. So this so many ships is going to visit there. So this is part of the tourism also. So from my side, this is a presentation. I'm thankful all of you. Thank you very much. So I have taken, I think, more than half an hour. I'm very sorry because the presentation was so long and so many things I'm going to curtail. So thank you all of you. This is the way we should keep forward in our future life also.
It's all right, Dr. Rashidul. Thank you so much for giving us an insightful discussion on the spiritual tourism. Once again,
thank you very much.
Dr. Rashidul Hake, joining us live from India. And of course, we appreciate the emphasis on the importance of respectful and responsible spiritual tourism. I guess everyone here would agree if I will say that India is a powerful force in terms of spiritual tourism. But regardless of our cultural differences, it is important that we value destinations with reverence and utmost cultural sensitivity. And now we will begin formally the technical session 2, where our participants will be presenting their papers and researches. For this second session, we have a total of 7 virtual presenters. And of course, joining us for this session are our panel reactors from PUP San Juan. They are all joining virtually as well. We have Professor Ian Sagindan, Professor Mekmak Nartea, Professor Peter Bayason, and Professor Karina Corpus. Let's give them a warm round of applause, please. And I would also like to call in our session chair for session 2, the campus director of PUP San Juan, Director Edgardo Delmo. A warm round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Sir Christopher, for the introduction. I will be the chair for this session. For our first paper presentation virtually, is about rural tourism, a case of the municipalities of Dupax del Sur and Dupax del Norte, Nueva Vizcaya. This will be presented by Ma'am Ira Ley S. Rambawa of Nueva Vizcaya State University, Philippines. You have the floor, ma'am.
Good afternoon po. May I just share my screen?
Para sa bandang gitna ako. Ma'am, ano ikaw? Sige lang. Ha? Ayan, sige, pasensya na ha.
Can you see my screen po? And am I audible?
Yes, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay po. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This research is entitled Rural Tourism, a case of the municipalities of Dupax del Sur and Dupax del Norte of the province of Nueva Vizcaya. This study is primarily aimed to assessing the two aforementioned municipalities, collectively to be regarded as Dupax Tourism Cluster, as a potential rural tourism destination. I am Irale S. Rumbawa. I have acquired my bachelor's degree in tourism management from University of Baguio, and also I have acquired my master's degree in tourism management at Philippine Women's University, and I have been spending 8 years of my professional career in the academe, and as of the moment, I am a college instructor at Nueva Vizcaya State University. My co-author is Professor Rhea L. Adriatico. She has acquired her Doctor of Philosophy degree at Nueva Vizcaya State University, and she has spent 21 years already of her professional career in the academe. As of right now, she is an Associate Professor 5 and the College Dean at the College of Human Economy of the Nueva Vizcaya State University, where the Hospitality and Tourism Management is actually part of. And in behalf of my co-author, na imbag nga aldaw kada kayo amin, it's an Ilocano greeting from Nueva Vizcaya. The dangers and risks brought by the pandemic have resulted to a transition towards the preferences of the tourists as far as destination is concerned. Many have traveled to places where the volume of tourists in an area is not too high, and mostly outdoor attractions were frequently visited. With these changes in travelers' options and the goal to promote a more responsible and sustainable tourism even before the pandemic, some of the destinations are now looking into niche tourism market that would greatly help the destination go back to its old tourism status. This have widely opened the doors of opportunities to different kinds of tourism, which are more sustainable, like the rural tourism. In other countries, rural tourism has been an established type of tourism where travelers will stay in rural areas or villages that will give them the opportunity to interact with the local community, visit natural attractions, appreciate the destination's culture and history, and even be part of any rural activities and celebration. Due to fewer travel options and the need for outdoor experiences, rural and nature-based travel as well as road trips have become more popular forms of domestic tourism in many markets. Additionally, travelers exhibited greater responsibility by prioritizing good community impact, seeking authenticity, and embracing local culture. This study actually aims to target the SDGs, namely SDG number 8, which talks about decent work and economic growth, SDG number 11, sustainable cities and communities, and SDG number 12, responsible consumption and production. And by targeting these 3 sustainable development goals, it might result to aiming or targeting also the following SDGs, which are SDG number 1, no poverty, and SDG number 2, zero hunger. To give a brief overview of the research locale, the two municipalities were once regarded as one since 1731 until it was divided into Dupax del Sur and Dupax del Norte through the Presidential Decree number 586 promulgated on November 20, 1974. The Dupax Tourism Cluster houses several indigenous peoples group, namely Isinays, Bugkalot, Huali, Kalanguya, and Ibalois, among others. The two municipalities have been profiled individually using the 7 A's of tourism, namely attraction, accessibility, amenities, accommodation, activities, affordability, and affection, which was conceptually utilized in this paper as the feeling of security while in the destination. The tourism sector is definitely reliant to the tourism stakeholders, and they are absolutely the bearers of the first-hand information on the current status of the Dupax tourism cluster. That's why there were a total of 114 respondents, both from private and public sector and supply and demand side of the tourism supply chain were involved, to which they have answered a survey questionnaire that would provide the researcher a view of the strengths and weaknesses of the two municipalities, as well as the opportunities and threats present in the area. Furthermore, 4 key informants of rural tourism, ranging from the Department of Tourism Region 2, where the province of Nueva Vizcaya belongs, to the Provincial Tourism Culture Office, down to the local chief executives or municipal mayors of each municipality, were interviewed using a structured interview questions, which gave a more in-depth information on the strengths, weaknesses, threats, and opportunities the two municipalities have, as well as the issues and challenges encountered. The data gathered through this research were utilized to craft and propose a rural tourism brand strategic roadmap for the Dupax tourism cluster. For the findings, Dupax del Norte is a municipality in the Philippines that is home to around 33,375 residents and covered a land area of 44,896 hectares. The municipality had a rich cultural diversity with 9 distinct ethnic groups coexisting within its boundaries. Agriculture is the backbone of the local economy, and in terms of tourism, Dupax del Norte was increasingly becoming a destination of interest, particularly for domestic tourists. The municipality offered a unique opportunity for visitors to explore its rich heritage and bask in its serene natural beauty through cultural, farm, and nature tourism. Dupax del Norte, cradled in the verdant embrace of Cagayan Valley region, unveils a treasure trove of captivating experiences through the wonders of Benwangan Sea of Cloud, which magically appears in the morning after a downpour from yesterday. Nature enthusiasts will be enthralled by its breathtaking landscapes like the Naruron Falls, a 7-layered falls which cascades to a height of 2,634 feet. Imagine trekking through emerald rainforest teeming with exotic wildlife and savoring delicacies from the local produce of farms in the municipality like the Canutos Organic Farm, which are served in the local restaurants like the Farm Food House and Zongavan Restaurant. On the other hand, Dupax del Sur is a municipality of the Philippines known for its cultural diversity and natural landscapes. The town promoted cultural exchange and had a growing population with a thriving economy. Recent tourism data indicated increasing attraction for domestic tourists due to cultural, natural, and recreational attractions, including the Panlingalingan Festival, the Dupax Watershed Forest Reserve Park, and the Nick and Jazz Berry Farm. Aside from these, Dupax del Sur offers opportunities to connect with local communities, learn about their customs and traditions, and witness the preservation of their age-old practices like the traditional Isinay weaving through the Aruga hand weaving. unearth the stories of the past by visiting historical landmarks like the Spanish flagpole, or known as La Asta de Bandera, signifying that the Dupax was under Spanish rule. Explore ancestral areas that whisper tales of bygone eras like the Temple Bridge, or visit St. Vincent Ferrer Parish Church, which is declared as a national cultural treasure by the National Museum of the Philippines, that stand as testaments to the region's religious heritage. When it comes to the strengths and weaknesses of the Dupax tourism cluster, according to the survey, tourism stakeholders in the two municipalities viewed economic and developmental opportunities as the most important factors for the success of rural tourism destinations. And the strengths of the Dupax tourism cluster are the following under the economic and development support. The local people's hospitality and warmth towards tourists. They have local vegetable and fruit produce. It has cultural tangible products like hand-woven and carved products. The two municipalities have rich history. Agritourism is viable in the place. Preserved ethnic groups is present in the area as well as their culture. The leadership of the current administration is in favor of the establishment of the two municipalities as tourism clusters and as potential rural tourism destinations. And both municipalities are rich in natural resources. Thus, the Dupax tourism cluster in general has a good image. On the perceived weaknesses, stakeholders primarily identify challenges related to infrastructure and accessibility. This underscored the importance of addressing these concerns, primarily the following: maintenance of tourist attractions, limited vehicles or transport services, roads and linkages, the remoteness of attractions from town centers and from one another, and the limited accommodation facilities. For the challenges and issues of the municipalities as potential rural tourism destination, key informant interviews conducted in both municipalities identified several challenges and issues hindering their potential as rural tourism destinations. Challenges included the decline in Yakun production, which is a unique selling point of Dupax del Norte, accessibility issues, inadequate accommodation facilities, limited infrastructure and transportation, and cultural constraints. The need for diversification in tourism products and community involvement in preserving ethnic groups and their cultures were also crucial. Addressing these challenges is necessary for unlocking the full potential of Dupax del Norte and Dupax del Sur as sustainable and appealing rural tourism destinations. In conclusion, Dupax del Norte and Dupax del Sur, or Dupax Tourism Cluster, stood as promising rural tourism destination in the Philippines because of its rich cultural diversity and natural beauty. The allure of these municipalities was dependent on their cultural, natural, and recreational attractions, which gains popularity among domestic tourists. The proposed rural tourism brand strategic roadmap, which in a while I will show you, emerged as a pivotal solution and suggested a strategic alliance with the government to support cultural preservation initiatives. This alliance was envisioned to unlock the full potential of these towns as sustainable and appealing rural tourism destinations. And here is the rural tourism brand strategic roadmap for Dupax Tourism Cluster, with its vision to become a sustainable and prosperous rural tourism destination that preserves cultural heritage, conserves natural resources, and offers authentic experiences by 2029. This rural tourism brand strategic roadmap capitalizes on the mentioned strengths that were actually gathered through this research, also answering the weaknesses and challenges of the two municipalities. With that vision, it has its purpose or mission to provide holistic, satisfying experiences to tourists in a rural setting and encourage the promotion of cultural heritage preservation, natural resources conservation, environmental protection, and of course, economic prosperity while upholding the values of society and indigenous groups in the locality. This brand strategic roadmap will paint a brand for Dupac's tourism cluster as a tapestry of nature, heritage, and rustic delights. The objectives of this rural tourism brand strategic roadmap are the following: nurture responsible tourism, inspire connection and well-being, enhance economic vitality, and thus promoting sustainable growth in all aspects. This strategic roadmap is a 5-year roadmap wherein it will start from 2025 and it will fully accomplish its goal on 2029. And with that, thank you very much. In Isinay, we greet you. Mavesi ehaw, salamat podda.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ira of Nueva Vizcaya State University of the Philippines. With your paper, I wish not only the local government unit of Nueva Vizcaya, but also the national government will financially support this rural tourism of yours to promote Dupac's Nueva Vizcaya, not only locally, but likewise in abroad. Again, thank you very much. Let's give her a warm of applause and a virtual clap. Thank you. Our next paper to be presented entitled Needs Assessment of One Local Community Basis for Sustainable Extension Program to be represented by Dr. Madonna P. Melchor of Mindoro State University, Bungabong Campus, Philippines. Let's welcome her. You have the floor, Ma'am Dr. Melchor.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
I already sent my video presentation to the organizer. Or I am going to present my video. Good day, everyone. I am Dr. Madonna P. Melchor, and let me present to you my research entitled Needs Assessment of One Local Community Basis for Sustainable Extension Program. I am now on my 15 years of experience in academia, an Associate Professor 5 in the College of Business and Management in Mindoro State University, Bungabong Campus. My expertise evolved on multidisciplinary areas on gender and development, curriculum and strategic planning, hospitality, tourism and entrepreneurship program, extension, research, linkages, and student affairs and services. My abstract: the study assessed the needs of the local community and proposed a sustainable extension program. The descriptive method of research was employed. The participants were 51 out-of-school youth, local officials and resort operators and staff in Barangay Anilao. Percentage and rank were used to analyze the profile and weighted mean and themes in the interview to determine the needs of the community. Majority of the respondents were unemployed, not graduated, and age ranging from 18 to 22 years old. Based on the results, it was found that the sociocultural and environmental factors were perceived as very much needed by the community, while economic factors were moderately needed. The proposed Sustainable Extension Program provides objectives and activities that will meet the needs specifically on economic, sociocultural, and environmental development of the community of Barangay Anilao, Bungabong Oriental, Mindoro, Philippines. The tourism industry, of course, plays a crucial role in the nation's development, specifically the tourism industry in Bulalakaw, Oriental, Mindoro. This focuses on economic factors, sociocultural, technological, environmental, and other factors. Tourism's role in achieving the 17 Sustainable Development Goals 2018, such as no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry innovation and infrastructure, reduce inequalities, sustainable city and communities, sustainable consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace and justice, partnership for the goals. And the research, of course, aimed to assess the community needs of Barangay Anilao in order to propose a community outreach program. It was initiated by the Mindoro State University located at Bungabong, Labasan in Oriental Mindoro, specifically the College of Business and Management, and to propose a sustainable extension program for Kuta Anilao, Bungabong, Oriental Mindoro. This aims, of course, to know the needs of the municipality, specifically the Barangay of Anilao when it comes to social, economic, and environmental needs, and to propose a sustainable. It was found that the sociocultural and environmental factors were perceived as very much needed by the community in Anilao, while economic factors were moderately needed. Specifically, the results showed that they very much needed capital and training for small businesses or livelihood projects. Peace and order in the community, leisure and entertainment programs, human resource management, ecotourism promotional campaigns, waste management policies, and awareness programs for environmental conservation of the environment. In order for us, the Mindoro State University College of Business and Management, state the Barangay Anilao, we proposed the sustainable extension program with key result areas on environmental, sociocultural, and economic. For environmental, the objectives were to increase awareness of environmental protection and conservation, to formulate environmental policies, programs, and activities, to increase environmental protection and conservation initiatives. The activities were on ecotourism and agritourism, environmental conservation and preservation, climate change adaptation, assistance on policy and program making, disaster risk reduction management, wastewater and energy management, environmental stewardess or group, clean up and beautification drive, community and coastal cleanup, and landscaping. For sociocultural, the objective to increase awareness of the issues and potential of hospitality and tourism, to enhance and empower youth and other residents. Proposed activities were awareness seminar on legal aspects of hospitality and tourism, issues on agri-ecotourism, peace and order, enhancement program on literacy program, leadership training, human resource management, sports and leisure activities, physical health and mental health seminar and activities, tourism development planning, information and communication technology, promotional strategies or tour package development. For economic objectives, to provide sustainable living for the local community, the proposed activities were livelihood projects, food innovation and development. And in order to, of course, to materialize this sustainable extension program, the Mindoro State University College of Business and Management is willing to tap the local government unit and other sponsoring agencies in order to provide this sustainable extension program. Thank you very much for listening, everyone. Good day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Melchor of Mindoro State University. It is true that needs assessment is really very essential in order to know the gap between the current and desired actions, which will serve as basis for sustainable extension planning and activities. Again, thank you, Dr. Melchor. Let's give her a warm applause and a virtual clap. Our next presenter will be present her paper entitled Acceptability of Salt Bread Utilizing Sweet Potato Flour. She is Miss Sheila Ignacio from Central Philippine State University, Philippines. You have the floor, ma'am. The platform, virtual platform, ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. Can I be heard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So I will be presenting our research entitled Acceptability of Salt Bread Utilizing Sweet Potato Ipomea Batatas Flour. So with me, the author, I'm Sheila A. Ignacio, together with my co-authors, Anya Abelio, Redy Navales, and Hazel Therese Regaleo. So, I'm a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Hospitality Management, a Master in Business Administration, and an Assistant Professor 1 of Central Philippine State University Main Campus, and 13 years in the academe. So the present study determined acceptability of salt bread utilizing sweet potato flour mixed with all-purpose flour. The goal of this study is to introduce the new variant of pandesal by using sweet potato processed flour as their alternative way of consuming the sweet potato product of the Green Mining Technology Project of the university started last June 2020. Among the different formulation of sweet potato in all-purpose flour, it was determined that 25% of sweet potato flour, 147 grams, and 75% of all-purpose flour to 441 grams is the most preferred formulation. The pandesal was found to be acceptable for its general characteristics. Further revealed that there is no significant difference between the most preferred formulation and the commercially available pandesal. It adopts experimental method. The respondents involves this with the 50 teaching and non-teaching personnel of Central Philippine State University Main Campus of school year 2021-2022. Pandesal is the most popular local bread in the Philippines. It is the Spanish term for the salt bread, since the name originated during the 16th century, during the Spanish colonial era. It is a staple food that has become a traditional Filipino breakfast surrogate to rice. It is made up of flour, yeast, sugar, slat, and milk, and it is usually soft, chewy, and has slightly outside crunch. It is cheaper compared to other bread that Filipinos eat regularly. It can be eaten with hot coffee, tablea. Some may spread margarine on top, put butter inside, sugar and jams, and spread it. The energy-giving group is the staple in food, and it is easiest to get the majority of the Filipino households. So the following are the objectives of the study: to determine the most preferred formulation among the different preferred formulation, to determine the general acceptability of the most preferred formulation, determine if there is a significant difference between the most preferred formulation and the commercially available products. And the last, determine the production cost per unit with the sweet potato pandesal. So the materials and methods used are the following. There are several tools and materials used, such as the oven, the tray, the mixing bowl, the spatula, the measuring cup, the liquid measuring cup, the weighing scale, the wooden spatula, the spoon, the knife, all-purpose flour. Sweet potato flour, evaporated milk, the white sugar, butter, yeast, egg, and breadcrumbs. For the research design, it uses experimental methods as it covers the study were randomly assigned to the experimental group to the common control group, and both groups are exposed to similar condition except for the intervention and treatment according to the book entitled Understanding and Doing Research by David in 2020. For the conclusion, after the conduct of the study, the researchers concluded that there is no significant difference between the most preferred formulation and commercially available pandesal. It suggests that the most preferred formulation has the same level of acceptability to the available pandesal to the market. So it is therefore concluded that the commercially available pandesal and the sweet potato pandesal has no significant difference. With that conclusion, the following recommendations were made. Process the pandesal in room with required temperature environment to avoid some changes of raw materials. Determine the shelf life of pandesal using sweet potato flour. Analyze the proximate and psychochemical properties of pandesal utilizing sweet potato flour. Sensory evaluation of pandesal utilizing sweet potato flour. Characteristics of the most preferred formulation, and determine the microbial properties, moisture content, and the pH level of pandesal utilizing sweet potato flour. So those are some of the pictures of which this research were presented to the group of community as part of our extension activity. The references, and that's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Sheila Ignacio of Central Philippine State University, Philippines. This is indeed a worthwhile project, Ma'am, because once upon a time, there was a shortage of flour in making bread. But now, we are going to have an alternative for it. Sana napadala mo kami rito. Okay. Our next virtual presenter, likewise, will present exploring the religious tourism impact on the social and economic development of Pakistan. It will be presented by Dr. Sher Akbar of Konsat University, Islamabad, Pakistan. Go ahead, sir. Dr. Akbar, are you there? Are you with us? I believe Dr. Akbar is not online right now. Maybe later on he will join us. So let us proceed to the next paper to be presented. It will be presented. The title of this paper is Tourism Contribution of the Selected Resorts in one municipality in the southern part of Oriental Mindoro. It will be presented by Sir Zernan R. Maling from Mindoro State University, Bungabong Campus, Philippines. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon po, mabuhay, mahal ta na. Let me share my screen.
for a while, Sir Nan. We are
Yes,
just
sir.
little issue here. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I am here to present our research entitled Tourism Contribution of the Selected Resource in one municipality in the southern part of Oriental Mindoro. I am Zerzan Mehimaling, a college instructor of BS Hospitality Management in Mindoro State University, Malabon campus. I graduated Master in Business Management, major in Business Administration, and I had my Bachelor of Science in Hotel and Restaurant Management at the same university. For the abstract, the study assessed the tourism contributions of the selected resorts in one municipality in the southern part of Oriental Mindoro. The method of research was descriptive correlational. The participants were 60 local residents, officials, tourists, and employees in the municipality. Percentage and rank were used to analyze the profile, weighted mean for the level of tourism contributions, and persons R to identify its significant relationship. Majority of the respondents were students and local residents, and strongly agreed on the tourism contributions of the selected resorts on socio-cultural, economic, and environmental factors. Significant relationships were identified between socio-cultural and economic factors on the marital status of the respondents and environmental factors on their occupation and marital status. The proposed sustainable program provides objectives and activities that will enhance the tourism contributions in the municipality of Mansalay, Oriental Mindoro. In 2015, the UN member states agreed to a universal call to adopt 17 integrated goals, commonly known as Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs, to end poverty, protect the planet, and upgrade the living standard of the member countries by 2030. The 17 SDGs consist of 169 specific targets that can be clustered into three main pillars of sustainability. The first one is economic pillar, composed of no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, decent work and economic growth, industry innovation, and infrastructure. The other one is the social pillar, composed of quality education, gender equality, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, peace, justice, and strong institutions, partnership for the goals. The last one is the environmental pillar, such as for the clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, and life on land. According to Sharma, the tourism developments resulted to three impacts on economic prosperity, a strong and stable society, and also an environmental conscience. So this improved the quality of life of the community as a whole. However, it was contested by ARIS that the result of these three factors does not only generate positive results, but more or less obtain negative points depending on the society. The tourism development was evident in one of the municipalities in the southern part of Oriental Mindoro. Mansalay is one of the most well-known areas in the area, particularly for tourism attractions. So there are so many existing resorts in the area, such as what you can see in the picture, such as Aaron Beach Resort, Alpuerto Beach Resort, and the Buktot Beach Resort. So the study aimed to evaluate the primary contributions of selected resorts in Mansalay, Oriental Mindoro on social, economic, and environmental growth as perceived by the respondents. For the conclusion, the respondents strongly agreed on the economic, socio-cultural, and economic tourism contributions of the selected resorts. On the other hand, indicators that got low mean score were promotion of inclusivity and diversity in the employment practices and guest interaction, organization of programs and other forms of community involvement, promotion or initiatives and programs to engage in corporate social responsibility, and support and collaboration with the environmental organizations, particularly on conservation initiatives and programs. For our proposed sustainable program, we have the key result areas. First one is the human resource and customer service. And and to enhance the capabilities of the resorts on human resource and customer service management, we propose to conduct extension program and seminar workshops on human resource and customer service management. We have consultation and collaboration with TESDA, or Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, and other agencies that provide enhancement programs and certification. The corporate social responsibility will be also our key result areas, wherein our main objective is to increase the corporate social responsibility of programs of the resorts. The College of Business and Management may venture on series of seminars for corporate social responsibility. CBM may venture on series of seminars and outreach program for environmental management awareness, particularly on tourism-related industry. The dean and faculty members may conduct tie-ups and dialogues with tourism-related operators to identify issues and concerns for tourism planning and development of the municipality. So that's all. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Sir Sarnan Maling. There are a lot of beautiful beach resorts in the Philippines. One of them is located in Mindoro, as mentioned by our presenter. With this, we have learned what is the contribution of it to tourism in the Philippines as a whole for our social and economic development. Again, thank you very much, Sir Sarnan of Mindoro State University, Bungabong Campus, Philippines. Let's give him a warm of applause and a virtual clap. Our next presenter that will be going to present her paper is entitled Acceptability of Banana Muffin Utilizing Banana Flour. This will be presented by Ms. Charity Vergara of Central Philippine State University, Philippines. You have the floor, Ma'am Charity.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you now see the presentation on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will be presenting today a research paper, Acceptability of Banana Muffin Utilizing Banana, Musa Acuminata balbisiana Flour. I am Charity A. Vergara, the author of this research. I am a permanent instructor of the College of Business and Management, main campus of Central Philippine State University, Negros Occidental. I am also teaching BSHM in the said university. I am a graduate of BS Tourism, a Master in Business Administration, also a member of several hospitality and tourism organizations, and a various skills and certificate holder. I am also a certified tourism professional, along with I am also a research coordinator of the College of Business and Management. Together with me are the co-authors, Ms. Hazel Notar, Ms. Kennard Sapio, and Ms. Rona May Tondo. So for this presentation, we will be discussing as to the introduction, the overview of this study along with its nutritional value of the Saba banana itself and the Lakatan, with its significance of the study, the methodology, along with the findings, conclusion, and recommendation. So as we all know, banana is famous for its traditional, medicinal, and nutritional uses. It has also therapeutic effect. It is rich in carbohydrates that provides energy. It is also rich in potassium and maintains heart health. Also, it relieves blood sugar level and support digestive health and full of antioxidants. So for the introduction, As a tropical country, Philippines grow an abundant variety of fruit crops primarily for local consumption on export market. And according to Philippine Statistics Authority, in April to June 2023, banana production was established at around 2.269 million metric tons, and this indicates that annual increase of 1% from the million metric tons output of the same period. So according to this data, Philippines is a major producer of banana, and owing to its increasing demand and whole year availability, hello?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. So owing to its increasing demand and the whole year availability, banana is considered as one of the world's important fruit crops in terms of commercial production and one of the staple food commodities. With this, banana bread is made with our research study, banana bread is made of banana flour, and through this, it can actually aid in wheat importation and can maximize locally produced agricultural products. So coming from a university where its flagship are agricultural programs, this research study is beneficial to banana planters as well as banana are easy to grow and are available whole year round. So this is also beneficial to academe as it leads to further researches as banana flour is a technology produced by Central Philippine State University, and this has been an extension program of the university tapping the community around a nearby campus to undergo training. So this actually is bridging the gap or providing livelihood to the disadvantaged community. So with this study, this answers actually the SDG number 3, which is good health and well-being, as well as the SDG number 12, responsible consumption and production. So for the objectives of the study, actually we have almost this similar study with the previous presenter, Ma'am Sheila. We have to determine the most preferred formulation. So we have came up with 4 formulations. This actually 100% composition of banana flour in making banana muffin. And secondly is the 75% banana flour with 25% commercial flour. Treatment C is 50-50, whereas treatment D is 25% banana flour and 75% commercial flour. Number 2 is to determine the acceptability of the most preferred formulation of banana muffin, and also to conduct a paired preference test on the most preferred formulation of the commercially available banana muffin, and also to establish the production cost of the most preferred formulation. So as you can see on the screen, it's actually the procedure of making the banana muffin with incorporations of banana flour. So for the methodology, the ranking score sheet was used to indicate that the most preferred formulation. Then we used also the 9-point hedonic scale to determine the acceptability, and also the paired preference test was used to compare the 2 samples of banana muffins, which are the most preferred formulation and the commercially available muffin. So for the criteria for the selection of the most preferred formulation, we chose 50 respondents, 18 years old and above, and they were provided with 4 coded samples of banana muffins. So that's actually on the screen is the formulation of banana muffins utilizing banana flour. Treatment A is made of 100% banana flour, while treatment B is 75% banana flour and 25% commercial flour. Treatment C is 50-50, and treatment B is 25% banana flour and 75% commercial flour. So as to the result of the study, it could be concluded that the most preferred formulation of banana muffins utilizing banana flour is the 240 grams or the 100% composition of banana muffin. Okay, so based on the result of this study or the recommendation, there were recommendations that were made as to the assessing the approximate characteristics of banana muffin utilizing banana flour, and also to conduct microbial analysis and conduct sensorial evaluation of the characterization and the shelf life, and determine nutritional value of banana muffin utilizing banana flour, and also to establish the marketing plan, because this study is just the baseline first of the composition of banana muffin mainly utilizing banana flour. And that would be my presentation for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Charity Vergara. I strongly believe that muffin made in the with banana will be accepted by the food industry, same as different flavors or varieties of existing muffin in the market. But same wish, like with the sweet potato pandesal, we hope we could taste it first before it would be available in the market. Thank you very much again, and congratulations, Mom Charity. Let's give her a warm of applause and a virtual clap. For may we know if Dr. Sher Akbar is already with us online? Not yet. So we're going to proceed to our next presenters. Actually, presenters because there are two of them. The title of their paper will be Dual Dynamo and Solar Panel Network, a supplementary power generating system. It will be presented by Sir Andre B. Lim and Sir Rowan T. Lobikin. Sorry, sir, but I don't know from what university are you from?
We're from Tanyan College. So we are actually from Tanyan College, Negros Occidental.
Welcome. Welcome, sir. And you have the virtual floor.
Thank you. So I will just share my screen. No more extra sound. Okay. So I will start now. To the organizing committee of Globe Summit and this prestigious conference on global leadership and hospitality and tourism management. Session chair, my co-authors, and the rest of the participants, good afternoon. Energy crisis and environmental issues are the twin challenges in today's changing world where the demand for electricity is perpetually increasing. So this is due to the expansion of population paired with fossil fuel depletion and global warming, which is now a serious global concern. Meanwhile, in the context of the Philippines, places like upland regions still have no access to electricity, which is a need for living. Another problem is the frequent power outage, interruption, and high rate of commercial electricity. From Tanyan College, Philippines, we present to you our innovation, Dual Dynamo and Solar Panel Network, a supplementary power generating system. So this innovation is authored by yours truly, Andre Lim, together with my co-authors, research advisor, and research consultant. So this is our abstract. So this contains the whole content of our innovation paper. So dual dynamo and solar panel network is a prototype model of generating energy without using petroleum products or electricity. It is also a twin device capable of converting mechanical energy into electrical energy, together with the solar panel that is designed to absorb heat from the sun and convert it into electrical energy. So this innovation is designed as supplementary source or alternative to high rates of commercial electricity, and at the same time a solution to power outages, interruption, and global warming. So our goal is to introduce supplementary power source, minimize or eradicate emissions of toxic chemicals, specifically nitrogen oxide and sulfur dioxide, which are a significant source of carbon dioxide, which is the leading cause for global warming. Promote energy conservation and environmental protection, caution impact of power outages and interruption, and ensure sustainability by providing supplementary power source. So this innovation is considered as sustainable. This is because as the system works in cycle, it generates energy which is stored in the battery that is intended for consumption. And considering that this innovation works without using petroleum products or electricity, it is therefore a cost-saving initiative. Environment friendly, since this innovation has no emissions to toxic chemicals, which specifically carbon dioxide, which are detrimental to the human health and the environment. And last but not the least, since all the materials in creating this innovation can be sourced at any local market and its capacity can be upgraded to suit the preferred electrical consumption preference, it is therefore practical and flexible innovation. So to further explain the technical aspect of the innovation, with me is my co-author, Roan.
So good afternoon, everyone. So the dual dynamo and solar panel generators is a self-sustaining prototype model that generates electrical energy by converting mechanical and solar energy to electrical energy without using petroleum products or electricity to make the systems work. So this model uses a dual dynamo, a solar panel, solar charge controller, a battery, electrical wires, sockets, and bridge rectifier. So the first dynamo is powered by the battery through direct current system and the second dynamo is operating with a gear directly connected into the first dynamo. So with this, it allows the second dynamo to generate electrical energy though alternating current system and stored in the battery. On the other hand, the solar panels absorb the sunlight, unlike the second dynamo stored in the battery. So the heat energy of the sun is converted into electrical energy is directly stored in the battery, as shown. So here is the series of our innovation implementation. During the first trial, a second dynamo generated 30 watts. A solar panel generated 20 watts, a total of 50 watts. So to determine the consistency of power generators, we've conducted a second and last trial. As shown, were totally same results. So as far as the goal regarding the consistency, our innovations achieved. So back to my co-author for the rest of the presentation.
Yes, so to continue, so this innovation started with the submission of the innovation title, and its implementation began with the approval of the request to conduct the innovation and ended through the submission and dissemination of the innovation result. So for our timeline, the journey of this innovation has passed through stages of implementation, as shown in the diagram. So we actually underwent 3 stages before the implementation was fully completed. So this innovation is a concept of improving existing practices with respect to power generations with no hazards to the environment. Essentially, it will offer households, local business sectors, tourism industry, and hospitality management the opportunity to save costs and sustain their day-to-day operating expenses. So for our prototype model of the generator, future innovators will be benefited for wider exploration of the innovation. For power supply and electricity consumption, households, business, and industries will be highly benefited. And since this innovation has no emissions to toxic chemicals that are detrimental to us and the environment, both environment and the mankind will be benefited. To continue, so this innovation and its benefits is intended for a long-term impact to the society, environment, tourism industry, and hospitality management. However, there is a certain need for a mechanism to ensure its continuity, such as institutionalization, adaptation, and replication. So first in our sustainability plan is advocacy to the academic community of Tanyon College, submission of executive reports to the school authority and local government units as input to their policy and decision-making. Third, we have communicate results of this innovation to stakeholders for possible adaptation and replication. Moving on, dissemination of the results and recommendations to various conferences across levels, national and international, for possible adaptability and replicability of the innovation. And last, for our sustainability plan is through publication. As much as possible, publish this paper to a legitimate journals across levels, national and international, for citations and references purposes. So last but not the least, this innovation is a worthy contribution to the field of science and technology, power suppliers, households, local business sectors, tourism industry, and hospitality management. Thus, the innovators offers these recommendations based on some areas that offers for further room for improvement. So first in our recommendation, as a prototype model of this innovation, this can still be expanded into much bigger capacity so that more sectors of the economy and the society will be benefited. And especially now that the Philippines is promoting tourism industry as one of its leading contributors to the national economy. Moving on, due to time constraint, the innovation was only limited to dual dynamo and solar panel network. However, this can still be enhanced by adding more dynamos to be powered by the first dynamos and addition of more solar panel for more power supply and supplementation. More so, a wind turbine is another device that can be added in this innovation, making it a network of multi-dynamo, solar panel, and a wind turbine power generators for more supply, for a more sustainable, reliable, and sufficient power supply and supplementation. So on behalf of Tanyon College, it is an honor to stand here and represent the school, as today we made history as the first students to represent the school for this international research conference. Thank you, Globe Summit and Core Research Private Limited, for having us. That will be all. Thank you.
Likewise, thank you very much from the Negros. Am I right? Negros Occidental.
Yes.
Tanyon
Thank
College.
you. Thank you for having us.
Okay, thank you. Actually, your paper is good and timely because we are now experiencing shortage of electricity, particularly, I believe, in your area. Well, President
Very
Bongbong
much.
now is supporting the alternative sources of energy. And I hope this project will be financially supported by our government.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let's give them a warm applause and baseball clap. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last call for Dr. Sher Akbar. Are you with us online? Okay, thank you very much. So I believe he will not joining us anymore. So this concludes our presentation for this afternoon, and we will going to hear the our reactor for their reaction. So I will turn over the microphone to Sir Christopher to moderate the question and answer.
All right. Thank you so much, Director Edgardo Delmo, for being our session chair for today's session 2. Once again, let's give it up for Dr. Edgardo S. Delmo. And of course, before we proceed, I would like to inform everyone that our last virtual presenters for today were supposed to be joining us physically here at the Tagaytay Country Hotel for 3 days. Before June 5, they were already at the airport pending and waiting for 2 days. However, unfortunately, their flight was canceled due to the eruption of Mount Canlaon. So all flights were canceled. And we would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Chavez and his team consists of 15 students, supposedly. And we thank you, sir, Dr. Chavez, for your support. And please know that we are really saddened that you were not able to join us physically for this conference. But please know that we are so thankful for your interest and for your passion to join this conference. Let's give them a warm round of applause, please. I can't imagine being
Thank you also.
at the airport for 2 days. Maraming salamat po, Dr. Chav from Canyon College, Philippines, and his. And now we shall hear and listen to the reactions of our panel reactors. So for the interest of time, our first panel reactor would be Professor Ian Sagindan, and he will be giving his reaction to presenter 1 and presenter 2. Good afternoon, Professor Ian.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I speaking clearly?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. In behalf of the organizers of Globe Summit 2024, I would like to thank all the presenters for sharing their results in this platform. Okay, so as we proceed, pertaining to the paper on rural tourism by Professor Rumbawa, I would like to congratulate Professor Rumbawa. Thank you for the virtual field trip that you proposed for us. With this quick tour, we were able to learn the dynamics of rural tourism that were played in Dupax del Norte and Dupax del Sur. You were able to present a comprehensive infographics for developing the tourism industry of these places. With this formulation, we can be confident that the Filipino identity and culture of these places will be preserved. Okay, perhaps we can talk of this with a specific time frame. If I can ask, how long would you, or after how many years are you going to have an evaluation for the proposed sustainable plan?
The plan itself, sir, is a 5-year plan. So starting this year, 2025, starting on 2025 until 2029.
I think that will be then enough. And so perhaps with the continuous communication with the LGU, we can always maintain the cultural integrity and the overall dynamics of the community that we are looking into. Again, thank you so much, Professor Rumbawa.
Thank you very much, po. Thank you very much, Professor.
For the second paper concerning Dr. Melchor's needs assessment for a community, thank you so much for highlighting the socio-cultural and the environmental dimensions that were very much needed as presented earlier. And as for the economic dimension to be moderately needed. Perhaps the effectiveness of the program plan can be evaluated after 3 to 5 years. So para lang po makita natin, well, we can evaluate properly what would be then the next move. Shall these activities prosper? Perhaps with another research, we can track then the improvement of these proposed activities, and we can have new directions for suitable actions. Once again, congratulations, Dr. Melchor, and to Professor Rumbawa. I hope we can
Thank you so much, sir.
Can see you once again for the next events for Globe Summit.
Yes, sir. We will po. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Ian Sagindan. Now we shall proceed to the reaction of Professor Mekmak Nartea for presenters number 3 and number 4. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
All right, thank you. For the presenter 3 and 4, congratulations for showcasing our local products and delicacies, no? And then for the third, no, showcasing the tourism industry of the local tourism, no? So I just have few clarifications or questions to the presenter. By the way, sirs and moms, how can we translate this research study into an extension program? Ma'am Sheila and Ma'am Maling.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. How can our research study can be translated into an extension program so that our community can benefit to our research?
Okay. So, sir, good afternoon. So, to address your questions, sir, so here in our university, so after, sir, we conduct our study, we invite farmers to have also to start also at their own backyard the green mining technology, and thereafter during the harvest period they were being trained also to process sweet potato flour product into flour. Then they were being trained also how to prepare pandesal as part also of their livelihood program of the university, extended po to the group of farmers within the vicinity of the university.
Thank you, Ma'am Sheila.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, good afternoon. I am Zerzernan from Minsabungabong campus. So for your question, I think Mansali is one of the booming tourist destination here in Oriental Mindoro with different natural attractions and cultural heritage. Being one of the mandate of Mindoro State University to conduct research and extension program, it is our push to make it sure that we will help a community for the development, not only in the tourism but also to the development of the whole town, specifically Mansari, because it is one of the most booming town here in Oriental Mindoro as of this moment, sir.
All right. Thank you, Ma'am Sheila and Sir Sernan. I hope that once again, congratulations, of presenting your research study, which is beneficial to your local communities. And I hope that this study will be implemented sooner or later. That's all. That's all for my end.
Thank you, sir. Thank you po.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Mekmak Nartea, for your reaction for presenters number 3 and number 4. Before we further the panel reaction, we would like to Remind our virtual panel reactors to please turn in or send your score sheets now to info@globesummit.org. And now we shall proceed to our next panel reactor, which is Professor Peter Bayoson for his reaction on presenters number 5 and number 6. I'm sorry, it's Professor Peter Biason.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, first off, congratulations to all the presenters. No, it's very vital. The papers are all valuable, no, and new to the industry, especially in the tourism. First off, on the banana flour, no, this is an interesting. This is actually an interesting research, no, that could boost the banana industry in the Philippines. So as presented in the research, we have a lot of we actually have some plantations, but we do not have different productions, no, so that we would be able to maximize the use of our local product. My concern here is more on you tested the acceptability of the product, but my concern is more on the technicality. No, if I may clarify, how did you actually test the different mixes that you used in that banana flour?
Yes, as what I have mentioned earlier, sir, that this study is on the first step or the first stage. It's on the formulation of the most acceptability banana muffin utilizing banana flour. And I have also mentioned on the recommendation that there will be further study as to the nutritional value, as to the shelf life, because I believe that this study should be continued in the long run, because eventually if this will be available in the market, so necessary things, especially on the technical aspects, are actually needed to be tackled. So for this stage, it's just the first stage. It's the acceptability of the formulations of utilizing banana flour.
Okay, have you actually initiated securing say FDA approval about the product that you develop or BFAD approval?
Not yet, sir. For now, this is just an experimental stage, because actually I have also mentioned that this has been an extension program of our university, since there are a lot of farmers around the area that are banana planters. So to make use of Saba banana and how to maximize it. So they produce banana, we taught them banana flour, and out of that, we formulated banana muffin. But as to the approval, FDA approval, not yet, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So I think two things, no, I think we can explore, no, securing the approval of the necessary authorities, and at the same time we can prepare, for example, the production strategy, especially when we intend to commercialize the product. For example, the technologies that we need, no, to invest in to prepare in before we commercialize the product. But congratulations, no.
I will keep that in mind. Thank you so much for your suggestions, sir.
Okay. The second one is more on the solar. No, this is quiet. This is actually very technical, no, but thank you for bringing this paper to this forum, no. This is a very interesting research.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think my concern here is, again, it's more on technicality of how you actually test, no, your invention, no. So combining the solar energy, that particular thing, no. So do you I think my question here is who who actually supervised the testing of your product in terms of technicality to make sure that it's safe
Yes.
and secure, and that will really yield the desired results.
So once again, good afternoon. So we also heard that kind of questions concerning about the safety. So prior to the implementation of this innovation, before we started and after we conducted the innovation, we actually consulted an electrical engineer for to supervise on whether this innovation is safe to conduct or it is not safe. So according to him, this innovation is safe because it carries small amount of wattage. And yeah, according to him, it is safe. So we actually consulted an electrical engineer.
Okay. So yeah, thank you for that clarification. Perhaps we can add some more expert, no, to guide us, no, to develop more about this product. And I think it would be interesting to know also the potential cost of investment should we proceed to operationalize this product. As you know, for example, if I were the investor, I would be interested to knowing how much do I need to invest to operationalize this product. So I would suggest to the group to also explore that other information or data needed. Yeah, thank you and congratulations.
Sir, excuse me.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We'll have that on our recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Peter Glenn Biason, for your reaction on presenters 5 and 6. Now we shall proceed to our last panel reactor for this session. She is Professor Maria Karina Paz Corpus, and she will be providing her reaction for presenters 6 and 7. Are the last two presenters. Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm sorry to cut you off, ma'am. I'm not sure if you're speaking already, but we are not hearing anything on our end. All right, and while we are still waiting for Professor Corpus, I would like to remind again our virtual panel reactors to kindly send your score sheets to info@globesummit.org. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to remind our presenters and attendees to kindly accomplish the evaluation form at your earliest convenience. We'll also send an email blast shortly with the QR codes and the evaluation links. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are now, ma'am.
Okay, so for the research acceptability of the banana muffin utilizing banana flour. Okay, congratulations. Professor Vergara. Okay. So the acceptability of the banana muffins, no, utilizing banana flour, present a promising avenue for innovation in the food industry. Okay, so the nutritional benefits, no, potential for food waste reduction, and unique sensory attributes, no, make banana flour an attractive alternative in traditional flours. However, successful market adoption will depend on effective recipe development, now consumer education, and addressing cost consideration. Okay, so by enhancing this innovation, can lead a healthier food choices and support sustainable practices, no, ultimately benefiting both consumer and environment. Okay, so the exploration and promotion of the banana flour is a key ingredient, no, in baked goods like the one that you presented, no, the muffin, no, and it is a step, no, towards a more sustainable and health conscious food industry. Okay, and for
Thank you.
congratulations, no, Ms. Vergara. And then the last is the dual solar panel, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so congratulations, Sir Chavez, no, for
Thank you.
for this research, no, with the natural and man-made environmental conditions, no, our country is facing today, no. This project will be helpful, no, in ensuring a energy in easing, no, the energy related problems, no. Let us hope that your proposed points, no, and specification will catch, no, the eye of the investors, no, in tourism and hospitality industry business, and also the industry and tourism hospitality business enthusiasts, and the government pick your innovations and utilize it in the industry. Okay, again, congratulations, Sir Chavez, no, for that wonderful research presentation. Hello.
Thank you.
All
Okay,
right.
thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Maria Karina Corpus, and to the rest of our panel reactors for session 2. And thank you and congratulations as well to all the presenters of our second session for today, our last session, really. And of course, we would like to extend our gratitude as well to Dr. Edgardo Delmo for being our session chair for today's second session. With that in mind, we would like to invite our organizers, our conference chair, Director Cheryl Morales, and Dr. Said to proceed here on stage for the presentation of the certificates. May you also invite Dr. Alejandro Magnaye to join us in the awarding of certificates. And we shall award the certificate of appreciation to our session chair for this afternoon. Please allow me to read the citation of the certificate. And this certificate of recognition is hereby given to Dr. Edgardo S. Delmo in recognition of his contribution as session chair at the Global Leadership in Hospitality and Tourism Management, held 5th, 6th, and 7th of June 2024 in Tagaytay City, Philippines. And we are also awarding the membership certificate to Dr. Edgardo S. Delmo. We are also awarding a certificate of recognition in his contribution as steering committee member for Globe Summit 2024 and as a panel reactor and discussant committee member. And of course, on behalf of our virtual panel reactors from PUP San Juan, Dr. Delmo will also be receiving the certificate of the membership certificates for our panel reactors. This certificate is given to Professor Peter Glenn Biason. And Professor Mekmak Nartea, Professor Ian Sagindan, and Professor Maria Karina Corpus. A warm round of applause, please. Thank you so much, Dr. Delmo, and to the rest of his team from PUP San Juan campus. Let's give them a warm round of applause again, please. And I'd like to take this opportunity to promote our official Facebook page, which is the Globe Summit 2024. You just have to search for Globe Summit 2024. If you'd like to rewatch our recorded videos for days 1 and 2 for Globe Summit 2024. And you may also visit our official website. Just kindly search for globesummit.org. Everything is going to be posted there. And that officially concludes the session 2 for today's conference for Globe Summit 2024. And that also concludes the Globe Summit 2024 conference proper. For Global Leadership in Hospitality and Tourism Management, the Globe Summit 2024 with the theme Opening Creative Markets and Promoting Sustainable Practices. We would like to extend our gratitude to all participating schools and universities across the Philippines and around the globe. And we would also be awarding the certificates to our panel reactors during our morning session. So I believe the other 2 panel reactors were already presented their certificates. So we will be awarding the certificate of recognition to Dr. Catherine Joyce Castro in recognition of her contribution as the Paper Evaluation Committee member at the Global Leadership in Hospitality and Tourism Management. And of course, to present the certificates, may I invite again back on stage Director Cheryl Morales, Dr. Alejandro Magnaye, and Dr. Said. And I know that everyone is already excited and beaming with enthusiasm as we wait for the announcement of today's conference's Best Paper and Best Presenter awardees. But before we announce those, we shall award the certificates that we have here on hand, which are the certificate of recognition and the membership certificate. We We shall begin with the awarding of certificates for our presenters for today's conference, the second day of Globe Summit 2024. I only have the physical presenter certificates. And to our virtual presenters, no worries, because I will be sending your e-certificates personally. The Globe Summit 2024 award the certificate of presentation to Miss Mila Joy J. Martinez from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque Campus, Philippines, for presenting the research paper titled Critical Analysis of Community-Based Tourism in the Southern Part of Oriental Mindoro, along with your certificate of membership. Along with her brilliant co-author, Dr. Saeed. And we would also like to acknowledge the virtual presence of their third co-author, Dr. Madonna Melchor. Let's give them a
Thank you
warm
so much po.
Let's give them the spirit of celebration and recognition. Come on, guys. And the certificate of presentation is also awarded to Miss Aileen Ko So Wei of Graduate School of Management and Science University, Malaysia. Let's give her a warm round of applause, please. She's also our session speaker earlier today. And the same certificate of presentation is awarded to Dr. Indivowo Chepala from Shawani University of Technology, South Africa. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Wala ko. We shall proceed with the next batch of certificates. This membership certificate is awarded to Professor Abigail Jean Avelado.
Of course, as the chair of the conference chair, we would like to award certificate for steering committee. Started with, of course, our head secretary, John Christopher Frias. Go there. Ma'am Abigail Avelado. Ako na. Let me do it because it's, yeah. Ma'am Abigail Avelado, yan. Together with Sir Kenneth Abaha as our, of course, physical planning and committee member. Sir Abaha, please, we cannot have it all because the technical team, you're very indisposable of this meantime. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the help. Sabay, please na lang. Next, of course, as part of our share and merchandise and souvenir committee, we have Maria Sinaida Baez and the membership certificate. Sir Domingo Jun Batalier will be received by Ms. Mojo Decena and Mr. Paul Jan Capote. By Trees, please hurry up. I'm sorry. Thank you. Ma'am Mojo, you will be receiving Sir Jun's certificate. Pa-assist na lang. Sir Capote? Oo. Sir Capote, you will be awarded. Go there. As the program documentation committee member. Next. Now, Ma'am Mary Ann Decena, you stay here na because your certificate is here, Ma'am Mary Ann Decena. Maji. Yan. Yan. Okay. Again, as the chair of the event, conference chair, we would like to thank Mr. Rebert R. Enyerga as our technical committee member, Jason Hermogenes as our technical committee member, Sir Jason Hermogenes from Santa Maria. Are you here, Sir Jason? And of course, Ma'am Myla Fernandez, go there. And take a post. Oh. Ma'am Catherine Liave as, of course, Chair for Publicity and Promotion Committee. Wait. And Ma'am Karen Lemfueco, care of Ma'am Zenzen. Ma'am Zenzen will receive Ma'am Karen Lemfueco's certificate. Of course, our dear Dr. Magnaye as the steering committee and recognition as a conference chair. I signed your certificate of membership as executive director. This one, Doc Magnaye. Mila Joy Martinez as overall chair, event chair. No, we would like, please round of applause for our event chair. No, she is currently communicating with the rest of the team. And yeah. Sir Jefferson Caserano as a cultural committee member for, of course, part of last night's event. Joy E. Tigas, where is she? Ma'am Joy E. Tigas. Ma'am sorry, Joey E. Tigas. It's Joey E. Tigas. Ma'am Zenzen, care of, who will receive? Joey E. Tigas. Oh, he's here. No, sorry. And our logo designer for the logo of the Globe Summit, we would like to acknowledge Sebastian Kyle E. Ilagan, Sir Jefferson Serrano as the chair, the head of academic program. Kindly receive this certificate of Sir Sebastian Kyle Ilagan. Another set, please. Our certificate, attendance certificate. Dr. Gerald Okan for as panel of reactors and discussion committee member. The Sir June, who's that? June Lloyd Panongoling. What's that? June Lloyd. Ah, okay. The Tanyon College. No, they're not around. Ano pa? Ayun. Roan Lambing Quintin. Who's this? It's the Tanyon. Mercedita Mag-isa from the Polytechnic University. Tulilan Kaso. Ma'am Mercedita Mag-isa, are you around? Ma'am Mercedita. Ma'am Maria Elena, Dr. Maria Elena Manyo.
Ma'am Mercedita.
How about Mr. Remuel Marabillo? Oh, from Tanyon College. So we have our people from the Tanyon College whose flight is there po. Ma'am Glenda Mendoza from Ma'am Glenda? Dr. Glenda Mendoza from Parañaque City College. For our attendees. Montero. The Tanyon College, is there na? Mindanao State University kay Dr. Melchor. Is Maria Nodala here from Cebu online? Maria Nodala? Oh, she's here. Maria Nodalo, rather. Cebu Technological University of San Francisco Campus, Philippines. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. Okay na. Dr. Okan. And do we have forgotten other certificates from the attendees?
May I invite all the organizers from our co-host schools and universities from the Olivares College. If anybody from Olivares College is here, please proceed to the center stage. Our organizers from Parañaque City College. For the photo opportunity, I guess. Yeah. For the photo opportunity from Parañaque City College, one of our organizers and co-hosts for the Globe Summit 2024. And of course, joining them on the frame are Ma'am Sujismita, Mr. Darshan, Dr. Alejandro Magnaye, and Dr. Said. Palakpakan po natin sila. Let's give them a warm round of applause, please. All right. Thank you so much, Team PCC. And of course, we would like to invite and acknowledge as well the committee members from our co-host, the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Kindly proceed. Oh, there's a lot. Let's do it per campus. May I call on the attendees from PUP San Juan? PUP San Juan, Mulanay, and Pulilan. And may we also invite on stage Mr. Alan Ko, Miss Alan Ko. Oh, Miss Aileen Ko. So wait, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Yeah. Miss Aileen Ko. So wait, the ever gorgeous session speaker. And of course, we would also like to, from PUP, PUP Paranaque. I forgot my campus. All right. Before PUP Paranaque, let's call on PUP Santa Maria first. From PUP Santa Maria, headed by Director Arman Santos. Please forgive me. There are a lot of campuses under the PUP system. Here comes Team PUP Santa Maria in Bulacan. And of course, my home campus from PUP Paranaque. Let's give them a warm round of applause, please. Please proceed to the center stage. All from PUP Paranaque, please step forward for our photo opportunity.
You forgot. Facebook for you.
Ryan Dumoso, where are you? Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much to Dr. Alejandro Magnaye, Dr. Cheryl Morales, Dr. Said, and Mr. Darshan and Miss Smita for joining us on our photo opportunity. I think we already have the results for the best paper and best presentation awards. Not yet. Okay. And of course, while we are still waiting for the official results of those highly coveted awards of the first ever Globe Summit 2024, we would like to take this opportunity again to thank our sponsors from MNRC Travel and Tours, Bernabetta Dance Souvenir Shop, and Sensei for our massage chairs. Palakpakan po natin ang ating mga sponsors. And of course, we'd also like to extend our gratitude to all the participating schools and universities from across the globe. We have Cebu Institute of Technology University, Central Philippine State University, Centro Escolar University, Comsats University, Islamabad, Pakistan, Graduate School of Management and Science University, Shah Alam, Malaysia, Institute of Business Management, the International College of Management, Sydney, Australia, Isabella State University, Management and Science University, Mindoro State University, Bongabong Campus. We also have Nueva Vizcaya State University, Olivares College, Philippines, Parañaque City College, Philippines, the Philippine Women's University, the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Tanyon College, Philippines, Suwannee University of Technology. Did I say it correctly? Thank you, Doc. The Universitas Muhammad Dia Enrecang, the Victoria Institute of Technology in Sydney, Australia, and Wells International College. Thank you so much for participating in the first ever Globe Summit 2024, and we hope to see you again on the upcoming Globe Summits, or should I say the upcoming Globe Summit 2025 in to be announced. We shall announce that very, very soon. And I believe we already have the results for our highly coveted awards for this year's Globe Summit 2024. Who do you think will bag the best paper and best presentation or best presenter award? Why do I feel like I'm doing a State of the Nation address here with that frame? Anyway, just kidding. Kidding aside, ooh. Give me one moment, please. All right. Thank you so much for bearing with me. We shall begin with the announcement of the best paper presentation. And the best paper presentation award. Best presentation award goes to yes. The Best Presentation Award goes to Professor Mila Joy J. Martinez from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus. Her study is entitled The Critical Analysis of Community-Based Tourism in the Southern Part of Oriental Mindoro. She will be receiving the plaque of recognition. The certificates will be awarded pretty soon to follow. And receiving the award, of course, is her co-author, Dr. Said. Let's give them, and Dr. Madonna Melchor of Oriental Mindoro State University, Bongabong Campus. Let's give them a warm round of applause. May we request Dr. Cheryl Morales to kindly join us on the stage, please. All right, there you go. Congratulations again to Miss Mila Joy J. Martinez. I have a new goal now. I will work hard so that I will be able to work with Dr. Said, Professor Mila Joy, and Dr. Madonna. No, just kidding. Half charot. We shall proceed to the announcement of the Best Paper Award for Globe Summit 2024. The Best Paper Awardee is Dr. Maricar A. Baranga from Centro Escolar University, Philippines. Oh no, she already went home. Yeah, to accept the award on her behalf is Director Cheryl Morales. By the way, Dr. Maricar Veranga is from Centro Escolar University, Philippines, and her study is a gap analysis of tourist expectations and satisfaction on farm tourism in Bulacan. Once again, congratulations to Professor Mila Joy Martinez for bagging the Best Presentation Award, and to Dr. Maricar A. Veranga for bagging the Best Paper Award for today's conference on the second day of Globe Summit 2024. Thank you as well to our organizers for spearheading the photo opportunity. And do we have some more? Maybe there's more. That's it? Final answer. Anyway, I'm just trying to lighten the mood because it's already, evening. We're already delayed on our day 2. And that officially concludes the first ever Globe Summit 2024, the Global Leadership in Hospitality and Tourism Management, with the theme Opening Creative Markets in Promoting Sustainable Practices, here at the Tagaytay Country Hotel, Tagaytay City, Philippines. May we invite all to proceed on stage for the photo opportunity.
Extra effort ka pa rin, tas napkin mo bitin. Switch to Whisper Breathable Nights. Longer, wider, with deep anti-dagos channels. Sa isang night napkin, mas recovered than two regular napkins.
Reminder for those who join the 7 a.m. It's Friday, remember it's traffic. So lunch.